Imagine a game where you hold the absolute fate of the underworld in your hands, a masterpiece where you guide the weakest demon royal to the peak of supreme power. It was the ultimate dark fantasy, and I was completely obsessed. But little did I know, this obsession would soon become my living nightmare. I was its most loyal fan, defending it fear and devotion. I called myself their champion, but in reality, I was just a blind fool, setting myself up for a devastating betrayal. Why do I call myself a fool? Because overnight, the developers did the unthinkable. They blew the entire franchise to pieces with a single disastrous decision that sent the community into a frenzy of rage. It took less than a year for them to release the expansion. The hype was real and the players expected greatness, but what we got instead was a knife to the chest, leaving us gasping in utter disbelief. The game of pretend had gone on far too long, and the time for playing nice was officially over. A cold voice pierced through the shadows, demanding the toys be put away. My beloved Demon King, dead or betrayed at every turn. Furious, I poured my soul into scathing reviews The developers had replied. Their words were cold, mocking, and a direct challenge to my sanity. They hoped I could create a better ending myself. Before I could even register the insult, a strange sensation gripped me. A blinding light erupted from the screen, swallowing my room in a brilliant, terrifying glare. Space distorted, gravity vanished, and my silent screams were drowned out by the roaring energy of an impossible vortex pulling me inward. My world flipped upside down. I was floating, falling, weightless in a dark, empty void. Panic seized my chest as the cold realization hit me. This was no dream. Suddenly, a massive crimson eye opened in the dark, staring directly into my soul. I screamed as gravity slammed back into place, hurling me straight toward its terrifying, bottomless depth. A swirling vortex of dark energy consumed me, tearing apart my senses as I spun wildly into the unknown. The fabric of reality ripped open, and I was thrown headfirst into a world that shouldn't exist. Glitched, distorted voices echoed in my mind, speaking in a corrupt, ancient tongue that burned my consciousness. I struggled to hold on to my identity, but my mind was fractured by a sudden, violent shift. My head throbbed with a blinding pain as my eyes slowly blinked open. Through the heavy blur, the silhouette of towering, cold iron gates began to materialize before me. The haze cleared and the gates stood sharp and real in the morning light. They were imposing, ancient, and dreadfully familiar. I stood before a grand, towering castle that pierced the very sky. It was a place I had seen thousands of times behind a glass monitor, but now it loomed over me with absolute crushing reality. Trembling, I reached out and touched the cold iron of the gate. The metal was freezing, the air smelled of dew and magic, and the terrifying truth began to settle in my chest. I looked up and saw the crimson banner rippling in the wind. That crest, there was no mistake. It belonged to the cursed lineage of the game I had just been cursing hours ago. I swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out across my neck. If this was real, if I had actually transmigrated, then this was the fortress of the doomed child. Footsteps echoed from the other side of the gate, and an elderly voice called out to me, addressing me by a name I didn't recognize. Sir Nahan? Who on earth was Nahan? I stared at the butler standing behind the bars. The monocle, the sharp gray mustache? My breath hitched. It was Cain, the legendary, loyal butler of the demon household. A window of reality shattered as his spoken words matched the game's exact introduction sequence. Cain bowed deeply, expressing profound gratitude that anyone would volunteer to tutor their young demon king. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs as the weight of my situation finally crashed down. The developer's mock echoed in my mind. They hadn't just challenged me, they had dragged me into the game to force me to play for my life. Meanwhile, inside the castle walls, the young demon king stared at her own reflection. Instructed to look modest, she wore a simple dress, her big eyes filled with a quiet, nervous anxiety. Clinging tightly to her stuffed bear, she confessed how awkward it felt. She was small, fragile, and utterly defenseless, nothing like the ruthless rulers of the underworld. Her innocence was so pure it was almost blinding. The maid beside her gasped, clutching her face as her heart melted at the sheer, overwhelming cuteness of her young master. The maid quickly reassured her, telling her she was just nervous because the new tutor was arriving. The young girl looked up, a tiny spark of hope lighting up her eyes. To ease her fears, a sweet golden pudding was set before her. The shimmering dessert caught her attention instantly. All anxieties vanished in a burst of pure joy. She squealed happily, swinging her legs as she savored the sweet treat, completely unaware of the dark fate that awaited her. But the peace was short-lived. Cain entered the room, his face solemn as he announced that the newly arrived tutor was waiting in the audience chamber. Setting her fears aside, the young ruler puffed out her chest and marched forward. She had to show the dignity of her bloodline, even if she was trembling inside. She took her place on the massive, imposing throne, looking tiny against its dark carved wood. To Cain, she looked magnificent, a true sovereign, but to the rest of the world, she was just prey. The heavy doors creaked open. I stepped into the room. I walked down the long carpet, keeping my posture upright and dignified. Inside, my mind was racing, trying to recall every single line of dialogue from the prologue. This child was Seer von Devada, the sole surviving relative of the former second-ranked Demon King, a child carrying a legacy far too heavy for her small shoulders. 2 years ago, a brutal war had devastated her house, leaving her father dead on the battlefield and her family's forces completely shattered. In the chaotic aftermath, with the mansion surrounded by panic and enemies closing in, she had been thrust onto the throne at just 5 years old. Her childhood had been dropped and shattered, much like a forgotten toy left in the dust of a ruined kingdom. The young queen suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to me, her small voice greeting her new teacher. I stood frozen, completely caught off guard by her humility. She looked up at me with bright, hopeful eyes, a sweet smile on her face. She was so innocent, completely unaware of the vultures waiting to tear her apart. I reached out, gently patting her head as I promised to guide her to the very top. She beamed, trusting me completely, but the moment the doors closed, reality hit me. The heavy wooden doors shut with a definitive click, leaving me alone in the silent, dimly lit corridor. My legs gave out and I collapsed to my knees, burying my face in my hands. What have I done? I am completely ruined. I shivered in terror, staring at my trembling hands. Did I really just promise to tutor the Demon King, the most targeted, doomed character in the entire game? I tore at my hair in sheer panic, knowing the guide is one thing, but actually surviving this hell is another. One wrong move and we are both dead. I forced myself to calm down, remembering the tragedy she was destined to face if I failed. I couldn't let her end up like the tragic endings in the expansion. I had to protect her. Suddenly, a strange warmth surged through my body. A brilliant golden light flared in my eyes, cracking open a dam of suppressed information in my mind. Fragments of memories shattered and reformed. A flood of ancient battles, forbidden spells, and dark contracts rushed into my consciousness. The truth slammed into me like a physical blow. The body I possessed, Nahun was not a simple human scholar. He was a dormant, ancient, great demon. I clenched my fist as dark, suffocating energy flared around me. With this power and my absolute knowledge of the game, I can actually do this. The developers wanted a better ending? Fine, I will rewrite this story with my own hands. I knew that standard classroom lessons would never prepare her for the wolves at her door. If we were to survive, we had to throw away the rulebook and train out in the open where the harsh reality of the world could reach her. In this world, environment is everything. By exploiting my deep knowledge of the game's mechanics, I chose this open clearing to passively boost her focus, a crucial hack to jumpstart her development before our enemies realize what we are doing. But a sudden variable threatens my perfect plan. She has brought a stuffed toy to our lesson, object completely absent from the game's original database, hinting at a hidden past I cannot yet decipher. When I try to gently nudge her to set the toy aside for the sake of the lesson, her eyes dim with a sudden crushing loneliness. My heart sinks as she explains that the toy is her only friend in this cold, massive fortress. From the shadows, the butler watches my every move with a sharp, calculating eye. One wrong step, one sign of insensitivity, and I will lose the trust of the only guardian keeping this household from collapsing. Quickly shifting tactics, I bow and formally introduce myself to the stuffed animal, treating it as an equal classmate. It is a desperate gamble to mend the emotional rift before it ruins our rapport. My gamble pays off instantly. Her face lights up with pure, untainted joy as she accepts my gesture, completely erasing her defensive walls and securing my position as her trusted guide. With her cooperation secured, we begin immediately. The butler stands in stunned silence, his rigid traditional methods completely bypassed. There is no time for slow, safe lessons. If we do not build her strength now, she will be dead before she ever learns her own history. I look her in the eyes and deliver a cold truth. She proudly boasts of her perfect theoretical knowledge, but theories are nothing but paper shield against a blade. She has no idea that the real world demands practical, ruthless execution. I snap my fingers, cutting through her naive confidence. I demand to know why a sovereign ruler is using submissive honorifics with her own servants, a fatal habit that invites assassination. With a sudden surge of my own dormant power, I materialize an ancient glowing artifact, the training journal. This is no ordinary book. It is a catalyst designed to force her to act like a true monarch. She stares at the radiating parchment. To ease her anxiety, I dangle a simple reward of sweet pudding for completing her tasks. I will use any incentive, no matter how childish, to keep her moving forward on this brutal path of self-improvement. We dive deeper into the core mechanics of magic. I explain the critical boundaries separating innate mana reserves determined at birth from usable mana, which is the force one can actively wield. I challenge her mind, asking her to identify the single most crucial factor that dictates how much power a magic user can actually manifest in a fight. In the silence of the forest, the terrifying truth of our biology hangs in the air. Every demon, devil, and dragon is born with an intricate network of glowing pathways burned into their very flesh. A spark of brilliant understanding flashes in her eyes. She realizes that these internal circuits are the keys to unlocking the absolute limits of her magical potential. Exactly. The more pathways a demon can force open, the more devastating the torrent of magical energy they can channel to obliterate their enemies. She deduces the final conclusion with terrifying speed. Her brilliant mind is a diamond in the rough, proving that she has the raw potential to surpass even the most ancient demon kings. I shower her with praise, watching her beam with pride. In a world that has given her nothing but trauma, positive reinforcement is my ultimate weapon to forge an unbreakable spirit. But theory means nothing without a physical demonstration of the abyss. I raise my hand, preparing to show her the true, terrifying height of the peak she must climb. A massive, suffocating wave of crimson darkness erupts from my palm, warping the very air around us. I channel the raw, terrifying power of a great demon, showing her what she must one day command. The butler's composure shatters completely. His eyes widen in absolute terror as he feels the crushing pressure of my aura, realizing the monstrous truth of the tutor he led into the castle. He stares at me through his monocle, his mind racing to comprehend how an unknown scholar could possess the world-ending magical output of a supreme dark deity. But instead of cowering in fear, the young queen looks up at me with starry, ambitious eyes, begging to know if she can one day wield the same devastating force. I smile and assure her that with enough practice, she will go even further. A blinding light of absolute determination ignites within her, signaling the birth of a true conqueror. But our quiet training clear is no longer safe. The news that a highly capable royal tutor has arrived for the weakest demon king has already breached our walls, echoing through the dark corridors of the underworld. Far away, the brutal rank 70 demon king Andromalius scoffs at the news, dismissing our household as a pathetic joke on the lowest floors of the abyss. Other schemers and greedy lords of the high ranks begin to whisper in the shadows, their eyes narrowing as they calculate how to eliminate this new obstacle to their ambition. In a secluded sanctuary of roses and steam, an even more dangerous adversary bathes in luxury. She questions what kind of fool would dare to protect a doomed lineage. Her chief investigator steps forward with chilling news. The name Nahan is a complete ghost. No records exist, making the tutor a terrifyingly blank. A dangerous smirk plays on her lips. An unknown, highly powerful variable protecting her prey is not a threat to her. It is an exquisite game she cannot wait to play. With a chilling crimson glint in her eyes, she orders her forces to prepare. The peaceful days of our training are officially over. The hunt has begun. Unaware of the gathering storm, Seer marches down the grand corridors of the castle, clutching her training journal with fierce, adorable determination. She runs directly into one of her personal maids, the beastkin Cecily, who greets her with a warm, unsuspecting smile. The first test of her authority begins now. Panic suddenly flashes across Seer's face as she remembers my strict instruction. She must put her imperial studies into practice immediately. Trembling but determined, she stands tall before her loyal servant, preparing to utter her very first absolute command as a sovereign. She thrusts the training journal forward like a weapon, loudly ordering the maid to begin cleaning the corridor this instant. The maid blinks in absolute shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden, fierce assertion of authority from her normally timid master. A wave of awkwardness washes over the room. The maid is already utilizing high-level automatic cleaning magic to sweep the entire hallway, rendering the order completely redundant. But then the maid's eyes lock onto the rolled parchment of the training journal in Seer's hand and the pieces puzzle together. She instantly deciphers my brilliant unorthodox method. I am using simple daily chores to force the young queen to issue commands and build our confidence. A warm wave of loyalty washes over the maid. She decides to play along, bowing low with absolute respect and pledging to follow her master's order to the letter. Seer's eyes widen in sheer ecstatic disbelief. For the first time in her life, her words carried weight. She has successfully commanded a subject. Overwhelmed with joy, she bids the maid a hasty farewell and turns to run, her heart soaring with a newfound sense of royal dignity. She skips merrily through the palace grounds, singing a quiet. Coming to a halt, she spots the butler and me standing near our clearing, deep in discussion about the defense of her realm. She runs up to us proudly, declaring that she has completed her first sovereign assignment. I gently pat her head, a quiet warmth filling my chest as I realize the fragile child I swore to protect is finally starting to become a king. If I am to rebuild this broken lineage, I must first secure the young queen's absolute devotion. Knowing her fragile state, I offer her a simple, heartwarming reward, a companion for her only friend, Whitey. Her eyes spark with instant, childlike wonder, but the heavy silence of the butler shatters the fragile moment. The cold sweat on his face tells me everything I need to know about the grim reality hiding behind these stone walls. Before the dream can even take root, she retracts. It is exactly as the game's database foretold. The castle's treasury is completely ruined, forcing a sovereign to fret over a simple stuffed toy. If we are to survive the coming storms, I place a comforting hand on her head, gently offering to shoulder the burden of the castle's collapsing finances myself. To forge her into a ruler, I must first clear the debris of poverty blocking her path. She looks up at me in utter disbelief, her wide blue eyes searching mine for any sign of a jest. A mere scholar offering to manage the ruinous debts of a demonic fortress is a leap of faith she never expected. The butler stiffens, realizing my probing question. Turning to the old guardian, I issue a silent, piercing challenge. If we do not change our tactics immediately, the young queen will never know a single moment of genuine peace or prosperity. He desperately wants to see her laugh, to see her hold her simple treasures without fear, but the harsh reality of their empty coffers binds his hands. He is trapped by his own traditional sense of duty. I look the loyal servant dead in the eye and assure him that wealth is a trivial obstacle. To an ancient great demon with absolute knowledge of this world's hidden mechanics, gold is merely a resource waiting to be harvested. I grip his shoulder firmly, assuring him this is not a dismissal of his competence, but a strategic division of labor. I must be allowed to play to my unique strengths if we are to survive the wolves at our gate. With absolute conviction, I declare my ultimate design. Seer will not remain a victim of the abyss. I will guide her until she stands at the absolute pinnacle of all demon lords. Sensing the undeniable gravity of my vow, she whispers her consent, placing her fragile fate entirely in my hands. The contract of trust is sealed, and with it, my resolve to rewrite her tragic ending. Her radiant, untainted smile returns, a blinding light in this dark world. It is a smile I will protect at all costs, even if I must tear the very foundations of the underworld apart to do so. A sinister, confident smirk plays on my lips as the grand design takes shape. With my deep understanding of the game's economy, a massive waterfall of gold is about to pour into our empty treasury. We return to our training immediately, the butler watching our retreat with a mix of awe and lingering dread. He knows he has led a creature of unfathomable ambition into his queen's life, and there is no turning back. Back in the clearing, I guide her through the delicate flow of her innate energy. She focuses with intense concentration, and the air around her begins to vibrate with a sudden, unsettling warmth. A shocking torrent of crimson magic erupts from her small frame, warping the space around us. Her dormant mana output is monstrous, a terrifying reservoir of power entirely unfitting for the lowest rank of the abyss. I clap my hands to halt the demonstration before her fragile physical vessel shatters under the pressure. She is progressing far faster than anticipated, but we are running headfirst into a fatal bottleneck. She collapses to the earth, gasping for breath as the butler rushes to her side. While her magical reservoir is virtually bottomless, her physical stamina is dangerously, pathetically lacking. I pat her head, praising her incredible effort before introducing the next phase of our grueling regime. If her body cannot hold her power, we must forge her physical vessel through relentless conditioning. Day after day, she pushes past her physical limits, sprinting through the castle grounds without watching her run. I ask the butler what secret. The butler's voice softens as he reveals a dark, lethal determination ignites within my chest. Her father's tragic demise was a pivotal event in the game's lore, and I vow to guard this secret until she is strong enough to claim her bloody vengeance. Sudden, frantic footsteps shatter the quiet of our training field. A breathless servant rushes toward us, his face pale with a terror that instantly puts me on high alert. The messenger stammeringly reveals that a direct envoy from the 71st floor, the immediate rank above us, has breached our outer perimeter. The neighboring lords are making their move. The butler takes the official scroll with trembling hands, his composure crumbling. In the brutal hierarchy of the abyss, a visit from a higher-ranked neighbor is rarely a peaceful gesture. In this cruel realm, a difference of a single rank represents an insurmountable chasm in military power, resources, and economic dominance. A higher floor looking down on us is a death sentence. I turn to the trembling butler with a predatory golden glint in my eyes. Let them come. This is not a crisis. It is the perfect, golden opportunity I have been waiting for to execute my master plan. The heavy iron gates of the fortress groan open as a lavish foreign carriage rolls into our courtyard. I quietly instruct Kane to mask his fear, for any sign of weakness will be seized upon by our guests. My eyes narrow as I study the driver guiding the beasts. Even disguised in simple clothes, the coachman exudes a dense, suffocating aura that betrays a warrior of terrifying caliber. I step forward with a polite smile, addressing the driver directly and refusing to treat him as a mere servant. The game of high-stakes diplomacy begins the moment they set foot on our soil. With cold, calculated precision, I call out his true legendary identity, the ancient beast, Sage Baphomet. The revelation strikes like a physical blow, freezing the hidden powerhouse in his tracks. The surrounding servants gasp in absolute horror, their minds reeling. They cannot comprehend how a simple royal tutor could recognize, let alone casually provoke, a mythical entity of such devastating power. The disguised sage slowly turns his head, a dangerous, amused smile creeping onto his face. He is intrigued to find a mere scholar in this backwater territory who can pierce his absolute concealment. The carriage door swings open, and a figure of overwhelming allure and chilling authority steps into the light. The ruler of the 71st floor, Demon King Citri, has finally arrived. Her suffocating presence washes over the courtyard, instantly driving the castle's servants to their knees in instinctive submission. She commands the very air she breathes, radiating absolute dominance. I offer a flawless, formal bow of greeting, maintaining a composure as cold and unyielding as stone. I will not let her believe for a single second that she holds dominion over this household. She glides forward, her sharp eyes scanning me with calculating amusement. She immediately recognizes that the simple tutor standing before her is the wild card that has disrupted her plans. Behind me, Kane is on the verge of panic. He knows that a single misstep or arrogant tone against a higher-ranked ruler could provoke an immediate, devastating invasion that would erase us from existence. I cut straight to the point, demanding to know the purpose of her unannounced intrusion. When she tries to bypass me to enter the castle, I firmly block her path, refusing her entry. I smile coldly, reminding her that regardless of her superior rank, imperial law strictly forbids trespassing into another sovereign's territory without a declared valid state purpose. Her seductive smile falters as her fingers twitch with suppressed fury. She is entirely unaccustomed to being defied, especially by a lowly scholar in the poorest sector of the abyss. Swallowing her pride to preserve her hidden agenda, she state her formal business. She demands an official audience with the ruler of the 72nd floor to discuss matters of state. Behind her, the legendary sage watches in silent astonishment. He realizes I have just executed a brilliant political maneuver, forcing a powerful invader to legally acknowledge Seer's absolute sovereignty. With our authority firmly established, I gracefully transition back to a polite host, instructing Kane to escort our prestigious guest to the drawing room. The first battle of wills is ours. Citri orders her powerful guardian to remain outside, confident that she can easily handle whatever traps await her within these impoverished stone walls. As she enters the drawing room, she mockingly remarks on our visible poverty. My polite smile remains fixed, though my inner fury burns as I remind myself that her floor's exploitation is the root of our suffering. I offer her a seat with flawless etiquette, but her patience is already wearing thin. She demands to know when the child ruler will appear, completely unaware that she has just walked directly into my trap. Citri attempts to use her seductive charm to throw me off balance, leaning back with a dangerous grace as she brings up urgent financial matters. She believes I'm easily manipulated, but she has severely underestimated my resolve. I play along with her game, offering a mild, submissive smile that feeds directly into her immense arrogance. Let her believe she has the upper hand. A beast is always easiest to trap when it is absolutely certain of its victory. She immediately sets her trap, claiming her soldiers died protecting our floor from human adventurers and demanding exorbitant compensation. It is a blatant, shameless extortion scheme disguised as neighborly charity. I strike back without a second's hesitation, calmly questioning the exact authority behind her troop deployment. Her sweet facade cracks instantly as she struggles to justify what was clearly a hostile military occupation. I let my polite mask slip entirely, revealing a cold, mocking smirk that cuts through her lies. I have seen through her schemes from the very start. To me, this mighty demon king is nothing more than a common, underhanded thief. The sudden, blunt insult catches her completely off guard, her haughty composure shattering in an instant. She cannot comprehend how a mere scholar dares to speak to a higher-ranked sovereign with such raw contempt. With a sharp, violent crash, her fragile patience snaps. She slams her teacup down with terrifying force, her eyes burning with the lethal outrage of an insulted ruler. Rising to her feet, she unleashes her oppressive, suffocating pressure, ready to crush me for my insolence. The very air vibrates with her fury, yet I remain entirely unmoved in my seat. I casually take a sip of my tea, my voice dripping with icy defiance as I ask why she is so angry. My absolute lack of fear is the ultimate insult to her royal pride. Raising a hand, I effortlessly block her crushing aura, laying bare her entire strategy. She forced her surplus troops onto us just to extort our meager funds, the definition of a petty thug. Her face contorts in pure unbridled rage as a blazing magical aura erupts around her. I have pushed her past the point of diplomacy and she is ready to burn this entire drawing room to ash. She unleashes a torrent of scorching hellfire, declaring that I have brought this deadly punishment upon myself. The heat is blinding, a fatal attack meant to incinerate my arrogance once and for all. But when the dust clears, the flames part harmlessly around me. I sit completely untouched, calmly raising my cup as if the deadly inferno were nothing but a passing summer breeze. I stare back at her with eyes of cold obsidian, my polite smile fading into a chilling, lethal promise. I was willing to let her leave with her dignity, but she has crossed a line. With a casual, effortless snap of my fingers, the ancient laws of magic bend to my will, releasing a wave of absolute neutralizing energy. Her destructive hellfire vanishes in an instant, leaving behind only cold, empty air. She gapes in sheer horror, unable to comprehend how her supreme elemental magic was snuffed out like a candle. The sudden realization of her utter helplessness begins to set in, her arrogant posture crumbling as she senses the unfathomable depth of the power standing before her. Behind my silhouette, the spectral shadow of the mythical white whale manifests, a terrifying cosmic entity of pure destruction that freezes the very blood in her veins. Before she can recover from her terror, I offer her a proposal she simply cannot afford to refuse. The tables have turned completely. I am now the one dictating her fate. She tries to scoff, desperately clinging to her shattered pride, but her trembling voice betrays her fear. She knows that defying me here means absolute, permanent annihilation. I lay my ultimate card on the table, speaking of the ancient, powerful seal binding her true strength. The color drains from her face as her deepest, most guarded secret is casually exposed. I detail her tragic history, reminding her of how she once held the glorious 12th rank before her power was sealed away, dragging her down into the dirt of the lower floors. She bites her lip in helpless frustration as I explain that the sealing stones holding her back are guarded by mid-tier Demon King's foes she cannot possibly defeat alone. Summoning a glowing scroll of contract, I present her with the ultimate lifeline. I'm offering her a path back to her former glory, written in binding magical law. I promise to help her shatter the seals and reclaim her lost divinity, turning her from a desperate prey into a formidable weapon under our banner. She looks at the contract, her mind spinning with suspicion and desperate hope. She demands to know how a mere scholar could possibly accomplish such a legendary feat. She recalls the terrifying visage of the white whale hovering behind me, a power so immense it makes her former self look like a mere child. Stepping forward, I reveal my true position in this grand chess game. I am not a servant, but the absolute master guiding the destiny of the future Demon King. With a confident, predatory smile, I offer her my hand. The trap is set, and the reward is too great for a desperate fallen ruler to ever turn down. With her signature, our depleted treasury is instantly filled, and a powerful new ally is secured under a contract of absolute obedience with 0 losses for our side. Looking at the glowing terms, she realizes that even if my power is but a fraction of what I showed, she has just entered a partnership with a monster capable of rewriting the laws of the abyss. I draw a dagger, ready to seal our pact in blood. In the abyss, a contract is only as strong as the life force bound to its parchment. I let the parchment float between us, the air humming with the anticipation of a contract that will shift the balance of power across the entire abyss. The blood contract ignites with a blinding crimson light as the ancient magic binds our souls to the agreed terms. There is no turning back now. I slice my hand without a single flinch, letting my blood merge with the contract, sealing my vow to guide her to absolute victory. With a solemn, submissive look, Citri cuts her own skin, letting her royal blood seal her eternal allegiance to our cause. I introduce her to Seal, presenting our new, powerful helper to the young queen. The child looks up in innocent wonder, completely unaware of the political storm I have just tamed. Sierra politely bows her head in gratitude, her innocent manners instantly disarming the fierce, battle-hardened Demon King. Citri awkwardly refers to Seer as a kid, but I quickly interject with a cold glare, reminding her that she must show absolute respect to her new sovereign. Sweating under my intense, heavy gaze, the mighty ruler of the 71st floor swallows her pride and stutteringly promises to get along with the young queen. Flustered and utterly defeated by my relentless pressure, she looks away, officially acknowledging Seer's absolute authority over her. With the hierarchy firmly established, I announce that it is time to explain the grueling method we will use to fulfill our contract. I flash a bright, cheerful smile as I deliver the punchline. To break her seal, Citri must also become my personal disciple. She erupts in immediate, indignant fury, screaming at the utter absurdity of a former 12th-ranked Demon King being tutored by a lowly scholar. I calmly break down her current reality, reminding her that without my help, she is nothing but an insignificant, run-of-the-mill ruler destined to rot in the lower floors. She flails her arms in embarrassed protest, completely humiliated by my brutal, unyielding honesty. She is entirely at my mercy, and she knows it.
I look her dead in the eye, silencing her protests. She has hit a wall she cannot climb alone, and her pride is the only thing blocking her path to true power. I reassure her that under my guidance, she will transcend her previous limits and become infinitely stronger than she ever was before her fall. She clenches her fist, her heart hammering against her ribs. The sheer ambition of my words ignites a spark of long-dormant desire within her soul. I hold Seer's hand with a gentle, reassuring smile. The pieces are all moving exactly as I planned. With 2 Demon Kings now under my wing, the conquest of the upper floors has officially begun. The tension in the room is suffocating as Citri remains deeply skeptical of my intentions, warning me not to play games with a sovereign. But I do not jest when it comes to the destiny of the abyss. The contract has been signed and she must fulfill her end of the bargain before she receives any of my teachings. Her pride instantly flares as she points an accusing finger at me, screaming that she is a legendary Demon King who should be served, not ordered around like a commoner. She expects me to bow to her royal status, completely refusing to accept her new reality as my student. Before I can even respond, young Seer steps forward with sudden, terrifying intensity, gripping my clothes as her eyes glow with possessive malice. She fiercely declares that I belong to her and her alone, unleashing an icy chill that leaves no room for argument. The sudden display of the child ruler's authority catches Citri completely off guard, forcing her to reluctantly back down with a frustrated sigh. Left with no choice, she tries to negotiate a compromise, asking if visiting just once a week will satisfy our arrangement. She quickly tries to save face, her expression twisting into a defensive scowl as she loudly protests that she isn't desperate to see me anyway. Her desperate attempt to maintain her dignity only makes her growing vulnerability all the more obvious. I meet her gaze with a calm, mocking smile, coolly replying that time will soon reveal the truth of her words. She thinks she can keep her distance, but I already know she will be crawling back to me much sooner than she thinks. Meanwhile, out on the palace training ground, Citri's displaced soldiers Zeta and Epsilon complain bitterly about being stationed in such an impoverished wasteland. They despise their new assignment, completely unaware that their insolence is about to be violently corrected. Their grumbling is cut short by a cold, mocking voice telling them to run back to their master like the dogs they are if they find their new home so unbearable. The sudden insult cuts deep, instantly causing the arrogant beastmen to turn in furious outrage. Standing before them is Varuna, the vice commander of the 4th Corps, his red eyes radiating a cold, deadly promise of violence. He has zero tolerance for insubordination, especially from outer floor weaklings who don't know their place.
Recognizing the sheer danger of Varuna's presence, the massive reptilian soldier Epsilon immediately swallows his pride and bows deeply in apology. He promises to discipline his unruly subordinate, desperately trying to diffuse the tension before blood is spilled. As the two soldiers scurry away in disgrace, Varuna watches them go with a deeply troubled expression. The transition is proving to be a complete disaster, with both the morale and the training of the newly merged forces falling into absolute chaos. Sitting nearby, Commander Lina Lazar can only sigh in helpless exhaustion, wondering what else they can possibly do. Merging two entirely different demon armies under a single banner is turning out to be an impossible nightmare. Back inside, the peace is shattered once again as Citri slams her hand onto the table in a violent rage. She demands to know why I'm refusing to begin her lessons, accusing me of backing out of our hard-fought agreement. I remain entirely unbothered, cradling a yawning seer in my lap as I calmly explain that my refusal is a simple matter of logistics. With her chaotic forces currently flooding our floor, I simply lack the time to tutor a demanding demon king. Letting a sharp, calculated smirk play on my lips, I suggest that if she wants her lessons to begin, she should step up and help me manage her rowdy soldiers. Her teeth grind in absolute fury as she realizes I have just tricked her into doing my administrative dirty work. She storms out of the drawing room, stomping her feet in a childish tantrum while swearing that she will one day have her revenge on me. Let her rage all she wants. Her burning anger is the perfect fuel to drive our grand ambitions forward. I look down at the young queen in my arms, asking if she is ready to help me put the final touches on our new guests. It is time to show these arrogant outsiders who truly rules the 72nd floor. Together, we walk out into the courtyard, where Commander Lin greets us with a warm smile, praising the absolute adorableness of her young majesty. The pleasantries are nice, but I am here on a much more serious mission. Approaching the commanders, I politely request that they address me by my name rather than my official title. I have critical matters to resolve on this training field, and I need absolute efficiency to execute my plan. Varuna watches me with a subtle, mocking smirk, scoffing at the idea that establishing a chain of command over a rebellious army is something I can just resolve on a whim. He believes I am in over my head, completely blind to the trap I am laying. I return his skeptical gaze with a cold, knowing smile, asking him if the solution isn't completely obvious. If he wants to see how a true master tames a pack of wild beasts, he only needs to watch closely. Varuna lets out a soft, amused chuckle, warning me that unifying soldiers from completely different factions is a task that has broken even the strongest rulers. He expects me to fail spectacularly, setting up the ultimate test of my authority. As we step onto the active training grounds, whispers immediately ripple through the ranks of the armored soldiers. They recognize their young ruler, but their eyes quickly drift to the unassuming scholar walking calmly by her side. I keep my eyes on Varuna, well aware that while he is highly skilled and fiercely loyal, his devotion is strictly limited to Seer alone. If I want him to follow my orders without hesitation, I must completely shatter his skepticism today. This is the perfect opportunity to win his absolute respect and prove my worth as the mastermind guiding this kingdom. I will show him and everyone else on this field the terrifying reality of the power they are dealing with. Stepping up to the towering reptilian soldier Epsilon, I offer a polite, friendly greeting, introducing myself as Nahen, the master of their new liege. My gentle demeanor completely disarms the giant beast, making him think I am just an ordinary human scholar. Epsilon reaches out his massive ironclad claw to accept my handshake, confident in his overwhelming physical superiority. He has no idea that he has just walked directly into his own execution. As our hands meet, my polite smile sharpens into a cold, predatory smirk as I offhandedly mention that integrating his rebellious forces was entirely my decision, and one I firmly believe was right. The blunt admission instantly ignites Epsilon's fury, his eyes glowing with lethal intent as he violently squeezes my hand. He growls that a mere human has no right to speak to him with such casual disrespect. But his smug satisfaction instantly vanishes into a gasp of sheer agony as a crushing, inescapable force grips his hand right back. His bones begin to creak under a physical pressure that defies all human limits. With an effortless twist, I force the massive armored giant down to his knees, his heavy frame trembling as I coldly command him to know his absolute place. I lean in close, my voice dropping to a chilling whisper as I remind him that the true ruler he must serve is standing right here, and yet he dared to act as my equal. Shaking with a mixture of pain and disbelief, Epsilon desperately tries to cling to his pride, asking if this insolence is what Citri taught me and demanding if I dare to insult his true queen. I let out a soft, mocking chuckle, telling him that he is incredibly foolish to still believe Citri is the one in charge here. I reach down and casually scoop up the young queen, presenting her to the trembling beast. With a dramatic flourish, I lift Seer high into the air, declaring that their absolute lord is standing right here in front of them. The young queen sparkles with a pure, overwhelming innocence that radiates across the entire courtyard. Epsilon's eyes dilate in complete helpless shock as he stares at her, his mind completely short-circuiting at how incredibly cute she is. He desperately tries to shake off the hypnotic spell, screaming inside his head that this isn't right. Snapping back to his senses, he roars that his only master is Her Majesty Citri, refusing to submit to a child. In response, "I'm just a language model and can't help with that." Instantly, a massive crushing wave of gravity-defying pressure explodes outward, slamming down upon every single soldier in the courtyard. The sheer weight of my aura forces the entire army to their knees in a synchronized crash. Grunting in absolute agony, the proud soldiers clutch their chests as they are pinned flat against the stone floor, unable to breathe under the suffocating weight of my divine power. Standing on the sidelines, Varuna's eyes widen in sheer terror as he struggles to comprehend the unfathomable depth of the mana saturating the air. He realizes in an instant that the man before him is a monster far beyond any mortal comprehension. I walk calmly through the sea of kneeling, groaning soldiers, my voice echoing like a death knell as I state that I have absolutely no use for disloyal dogs. I will gladly purge them all if they choose to defy me. Standing over the trembling Epsilon, I look down with cold, unyielding eyes, offering him one final, merciful chance to either rot in their denial or place their hopes in a glorious new future. Epsilon grits his teeth, his voice shaking with desperate devotion as he protests that they have already sworn their eternal souls to Citri because that is the unwavering law of demons. I snap my fingers, the suffocating pressure instantly vanishing as a dark, satisfied smile spreads across my face. Such fierce, unbreakable loyalty will make them incredibly useful tools for the wars to come. Right on cue, Citri's voice rings out across the courtyard as she walks up with her hands on her hips, loudly demanding to know if her soldiers have forgotten that she and Seer are now absolute allies. Epsilon gapes in pure, unadulterated horror, desperately trying to point out that their alliance was supposed to be a mere formality. Citri immediately cuts him off, screaming at him to shut his mouth and accept the reality of their partnership. She rants dramatically, gesturing wildly as she declares that her soldiers are now the very symbol of the unbreakable bond between their two floors. Behind her, I stand with a perfectly smug, victorious grin. Her expression softens into a serious scowl as she looks back at me, stating that this relationship must continue at all costs if they hope to survive the devastating war looming on the horizon. Utterly defeated and thoroughly confused, Epsilon bows his head in submission, but his use of her royal title instantly triggers her temper once more. She screams at him that she is no longer their majesty under our new hierarchy. She points a furious finger at her bewildered soldiers, demanding that they state their names and acknowledge their new master once and for all. The trap is complete, and the stage is set for absolute conquest. The newly formed army stands in flawless unison, their unified roar echoing across the stone courtyard as they pledge their undying allegiance to their tiny new sovereign, Queen Seer. But this sudden display of devotion is far too perfect, hinting at a deeper manipulation. The sudden declaration leaves both the young queen and the seasoned commanders completely stunned, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief as the reality of this fabricated alliance sinks in. Standing amidst the confusion, Citri wears a smug, triumphant grin, fully aware that she has played her part perfectly, while I offer a quiet gesture of victory, knowing our intricate scheme is working flawlessly. Looking down at the innocent queen clutching her teddy bear, I cannot help but offer a silent sign of encouragement, reaffirming that her adorable presence is the ultimate weapon in this political game. Side by side, the young queen mimics my victorious gesture with a proud, bright smile, fully accepting her role as the undisputed ruler of the floor, though the true test of her power has only just begun. With her chaotic forces finally under control, Citri wastes no time demanding that I honor my end of the bargain and begin her personal tutelage immediately, unaware of the brutal training regimen I have prepared for her. Gently patting the young queen's head, I calmly agree to begin the lesson, though the dark, calculating look in my eyes suggests that Citri is about to experience a lesson she will never forget. As I prepare to step away to begin the harsh training, Seer suddenly grips my hand tightly, her small face twisting in a stubborn refusal to let her master leave her side for even a moment. Pouting with childish defiance, the young queen declares that she will not let me go, her innocent rebellion threatening to disrupt the tight schedule of our grand ambitions. Laughing softly, I scoop her up into a warm hug to soothe her temper, completely ignoring the fuming demon king standing nearby, whose patience is rapidly wearing dangerously thin. Unable to contain her explosive temper any longer, Citri screams my name in absolute fury, demanding to know exactly when our highly anticipated lesson is going to begin. Clutching the young queen securely in my arms, I turn back to the enraged demoness, my calm demeanor only fueling her growing frustration as she demands to know what I am planning. The air around my feet suddenly grows heavy as a suffocating pitch-black mana begins to seep into the floor, signaling that her lesson has already begun and it is going to be a living nightmare. Without a single word of warning, a massive, explosive shockwave of dark, crushing energy erupts from my body, violently blasting backward as the sheer gravity of my presence threatens to crush everything in its path. Struggling to stand as her muscles lock up in sheer terror, Citri realizes the chilling reality of my demand. She must somehow land just a single, clean hit on me to survive this ordeal. The demoness screams in outraged disbelief, questioning how such an absurd, life-threatening trial could possibly help her regain her strength, but my cold, unwavering smile tells her everything she needs to know. Pinned down by an overwhelming red and black aura, she groans in absolute agony under the sheer gravity-defying weight of my power, realizing that I am not holding back in the slightest. Standing over her with the young queen safe in my arms, I coldly remind her of the harsh truth. In her current weakened state, my raw power vastly eclipses her past glory, leaving her utterly helpless. The oppressive atmosphere grows even more suffocating as I dare her to break free from the paralyzing grip of my mana and strike me just once if she truly wishes to reclaim her title. Pinned flat against the cold stone floor, the proud demon king gasps for breath, her mind reeling in utter shock as she struggles to comprehend the sheer, unfathomable density of the mana crushing her body. The dark, swirling energy continues to press down upon her with relentless force, serving as a brutal reminder that the true strength of Seer's kingdom lies in absolute, unwavering dominance over their allies. Carrying the young queen past the struggling demoness, I mockingly ask if she will ever be able to reclaim her sealed power if she is already groveling under such a basic level of gravity, pushing her pride to the absolute limit. Looking down with cold, calculating eyes, I suggest that she simply give up if the task is too impossible, driving her into a quiet, burning rage that forces her to grit her teeth in defiance. I secretly smirk as she struggles, knowing that the brutal pressure is the only way to force her body to adapt to the dense mana of the Middle Realm where her true power lies sealed. Turning back to the young queen, I explain that this brutal exercise is a crucial lesson in survival, instructing her to watch closely to understand the terrifying gap in their absolute strength. Seer looks up at me with wide, innocent eyes, her pure mind struggling to comprehend the complex, ruthless nature of the training I am forcing her ally to endure. A blood-curdling scream of pure frustration and agony echoes far beyond the castle walls, shattering the peace of the surrounding forest as Citri pushes her body to its absolute limits. As the sun begins to set over the distant mountains, painting the sky in deep hues of red and orange, I callously advise her not to push her aging body too hard, further mocking her ancient pride. Sweating profusely and trembling violently, the proud demoness snarls at me to shut up, her fierce, unbreakable spirit refusing to allow her to yield to my crushing weight. While Citri crawls desperately across the stone tiles in the background, Seer and I enjoy a quiet, peaceful afternoon tea, completely unbothered by her agonizing struggle as she vows to land a hit. Watching her progress, I realized that she wasn't ranked 12th among the demon kings for nothing, as her body is already showing signs of adapting to the suffocating density of my mana. Sitting comfortably over tea, the young queen suddenly looks up at me, her innocent voice breaking the silence as she expresses a deep, burning desire to learn even more magic from her master. Looking into those sparkling, pleading blue eyes, my stoic composure instantly melts away, forcing me to admit that resisting the adorable requests of my young liege is an utterly impossible task. With a sharp, sudden snap of my fingers, the heavy, suffocating pressure instantly vanishes from the training field, signaling a brief moment of mercy for our exhausted guest. The sudden release of tension catches Citri completely off guard, her heavy breathing slowly stabilizing as she looks up in confusion at the abrupt cessation of her torment. Collapsing spread-eagled onto the cool stone floor, the thoroughly exhausted demoness lets out a long, desperate sigh of relief, finally able to draw a full breath of air after hours of torture. Dropping to one knee before the young queen, I immediately begin her next lesson, explaining the advanced concept of external mana, technique that allows one to draw upon the ambient magic in the air to cast spells far beyond their normal limits. Sierra listens intently, her finger pressed to her chin in deep thought as she wonders how a young child like her could possibly capture and control the chaotic, invisible energy drifting around them. With an enthusiastic shout, she proudly presents her own theory, causing a warm, genuine smile to spread across my face as I praise her brilliant, intuitive understanding of the arcane arts. But her excitement quickly turns to confusion as she wonders how one even begins to speak to the silent, unfeeling mana, prompting me to explain that magic is not a tool, but a conversation waiting to happen. Demonstrating the technique, I gently raise my hand, releasing a soft, shimmering stream of my own localized energy into the open air to bridge the gap between our souls and the environment. Standing tall as dark, elegant ribbons of mana begin to dance gracefully around my body, I explain that by establishing a deep, friendly bond with the ambient energy, one can command it with absolute ease. The red-tinted sky erupts with magnificent, swirling streams of dark power as I borrow the strength of the surrounding world, showcasing the terrifying magnitude of a spell fueled by external mana. Inspired by the breathtaking display of power, the young queen eagerly reaches her small hand out into the open sky, determined to replicate her master's legendary technique on her very first try. Watching from the ground, a weary Citri can only stare in mute shock as Seer slowly begins to release her own innate energy, her tiny frame radiating an unexpected, chilling authority. A brilliant, blinding light explodes from the young queen's outstretched hand, her mind questioning the bizarre, unfamiliar sensation of the ambient mana rushing to obey her commands. Citri's eyes widen in sheer unadulterated terror as she gulps hard, realizing that the overwhelming magical pressure being exerted by a mere 7-year-old child is nothing short of monstrous. The golden pink light radiating from Seer's hand grows increasingly intense, her pure, unfiltered power threatening to reshape the very battlefield as she channels her raw potential. Startled by the sudden foreign sensation of the atmosphere shifting around her, the young queen turns back to me with a look of pure wonder, realizing she has unlocked something truly extraordinary. Keeping my voice calm and encouraging, I instruct her to hold her focus and imagine a brilliant roaring flame flaring up in her mind, ready to witness the birth of a magic that will soon shake the entire demon realm to its core. A roaring skull of pure golden fire erupts in the air, answering the call of an ancient power thought to be lost to time. As the miniature blazing skull dances harmlessly on my fingertips, the young queen mimics the gesture with absolute wonder, while behind us, Citri's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Unable to process the impossible sight before her, the proud demoness screeches in protest, demanding to know what kind of terrifying trick we are playing. The heat of the golden flames reflects in my eyes as she finally recognizes the truth, her voice trembling as she whispers the name of a forgotten ancient magic. I offer her only a cold, mocking smile, refusing to reveal my secrets while reminding her that our brutal lesson has only just begun. Turning away from the fuming demoness, my expression softens as I gently ask the young queen if she is ready to replicate the legendary spell she just witnessed. The air crackles with violent energy as the ancient runes of power reshape themselves, igniting a spark of absolute dominance in the palm of a child. With shocking precision, the young queen summons the fiery sigil, her raw talent effortlessly grasping a spell that should take decades to master. Proudly displaying her miniature flaming skull, the young queen beams with joy, her terrifying growth proving that she is indeed destined to rule. While I calmly praise her brilliant success, the shadow of our guest looms large, her trembling fist betraying a dangerous mix of envy and desperation. Furious at being ignored, Citri barks that such godlike magic is far too dangerous for a mere training session, her pride deeply wounded. Pointing an accusing finger, she demands that I teach her the secrets of this lost ancient magic as well, but my answer is swift, cold, and absolute. Leaning in with a dangerous, calculating smirk, I whisper that such power is reserved only for those who are truly close to me, baiting her with a trap she cannot resist. The suggestion catches her completely off guard, her pale cheeks flushing a deep crimson as her mind reels from the scandalous implication. Clutching her fist tightly, the proud demon king convinces herself that she must endure any humiliation, no matter how intimate, if it means regaining her lost strength. While she stands frozen in her own dramatic, delusional resolve, the young queen and I can only stare in silent, bewildered pity at her bizarre reaction. Sighing deeply, I am forced to clarify the cold reality. I was referring to a strategic political alliance between our floors, shattering her wild fantasies in an instant. Mortified beyond belief, the chibi demoness shrieks for us to forget everything she said, desperately trying to salvage her shattered dignity with empty roaring threats. Holding her teddy bear tightly, Seer tilts her head in quiet confusion, unable to comprehend the sheer, chaotic stupidity of our newly acquired ally. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of my study, I reflect on the sheer weight of my reputation, knowing that keeping up the facade of a great demon requires flawless execution. The history of these ancient, monstrous beings is draped in shadows and absolute terror, a standard of dread that I must constantly project to keep our enemies at bay. Shaken off the idle thoughts, I grab the urgent reports on my desk, ready to tackle the next phase of our grand conquest piece by piece. The most pressing crisis facing Seer's fledgling kingdom is clear. We must expand our borders immediately if we hope to survive the coming storms. Leaning back in my chair, I eliminate the impossible targets. The human realm is too distant, and Citra's floor is secure, leaving only one viable prey, the 70th floor ruled by Demon King Andromalius. A wicked plan begins to form as I stare at the ancient texts on my desk, realizing there is a way to claim the territory without spilling a single drop of our own blood. My scheming is interrupted as the grand doors of the study rattle, a sweet voice calling out for her teacher echoing through the solemn room. Seer bursts into the office with childlike excitement, followed closely by a blue-haired catgirl commander who bows in deep, flustered apology for the intrusion. Gathering the energetic young queen into my arms, I welcome the commander, informing her that I have summoned her to discuss a matter of life and death. The moment I mention our impending invasion of the 70th floor, the commander freezes in sheer disbelief, her eyes widening at the sheer audacity of my words. Standing tall, she quickly warns me that a direct assault is suicide, as our current military strength is vastly inferior to the garrison of Demon King Andromalius. But as I slide the detailed operational plan across the desk, her objections melt into stunned silence, her mind struggling to grasp the brilliant subtlety of my scheme. With a dark, knowing smirk, I lock my golden eyes onto hers, asking if she truly believes our enemies can stand against a war fought from the shadows. Convinced by the flawless strategy, the commander nods in solemn agreement, immediately planning to deploy our most lethal infiltration units and Duke Epsilon. I assure her that once the trap is sprung, our stubborn foes will have no choice but to bend the knee to Seer's supreme authority. She explains that by organizing our forces into a unified legion, we can effortlessly suppress any internal conflicts and stabilize our rapidly growing domain. Furthermore, this strategic move will permanently bind the loyalty of the newly conquered soldiers directly to their adorable young queen. I nod in quiet appreciation of her sharp tactical mind, realizing that the pieces of our grand empire are falling into place much faster than anticipated. Turning to the small girl in my arms, I ask for her royal approval, and she responds with a bright, enthusiastic smile that melts the cold tension in the room. Back on the training grounds, Citri overhears our grand ambitions and declares that she will participate in the conquest, desperate to prove her worth to our cause. Yet, still pinned to the floor by the residual gravity of my mana, her desperate crawling only highlights the massive, humiliating gap between her words and her current strength. Intrigued by the sight, Seer suddenly hobs off her tea chair, abandoning our peaceful afternoon to join her struggling ally on the ground. To our absolute astonishment, the young queen drops onto her hands and knees, eagerly crawling alongside the exhausted demoness in the dirt. I can't help but chuckle at the bizarre, heartwarming sight, while Citri can only stare in utter speech-paralyzed shock at the ruler of the floor groveling beside her. With pure, innocent joy, the young queen chirps that hard work is much easier when they do it together, completely disarming the prideful demon king with her kindness. Stepping forward, I dryly interrupt their bonding session, warning Seer that her favorite teddy bear is going to get filthy if she continues to play in the dirt. Horrified by the sudden realization, the young queen stares down at her soiled plushie, her cheerful mood instantly evaporating into a tragic, pouty silence. Crouching down to soothe her tears, I promise her a warm bath to clean them both, drawing a weary, observant sigh from Citri, who marvels at my bizarre talent for handling children. I look back at her, my eyes softening as I explain my simple philosophy. In this cruel, unforgiving world, my only goal is to ensure Seer can grow up comfortably. I can't resist taking one final, playful jab, teasingly suggesting that perhaps our guest could learn a thing or two instead of always acting without thinking, driving her right back into a comedic fury. With a sharp, sudden snap of my fingers, I call a temporary truce on the physical torment, ready to bring our focus back to the grand map where the true war awaits us. Wariness clings to the air, but Citri quickly brushes it off, stretching her stiff limbs with a defiant sigh as she prepares herself for the shifting tides of our new alliance. She admits that her own forces were preparing for war, a revelation that sends a jolt of concern through my mind as I realize the grand script of this world is accelerating far faster than I ever anticipated.
Shaking her head in disbelief at my relentless ambition, the proud demoness folds her arms, demanding to know what outrageous part she's expected to play in this sudden campaign.
When I boldly suggest launching a decisive preemptive strike, she recoils in immediate protest, terrified of the massive losses her own forces would have to endure on the front lines. I offer her a mockingly pleasant round of applause, a patronizing gesture that instantly sends her blood boiling as she struggles to contain her mounting fury. To redirect her temper, I present a crucial intelligence report detailing a sudden, violent rift between our prime targets on the floor below. Reading the scroll, a predatory grin spreads across Citri's face as she realizes our enemy, Andromalius, has foolishly alienated his most powerful local faction. Stepping up behind her, I lay out the trap. We will not fight a war of attrition, but instead convert the disgruntled rebels to our cause and take the floor from within. Though Citri remains highly skeptical of our success, her confidence wavers the moment I hint at the lethal operative already dispatched to secure the deal. I casually praise her restraint for not demanding a larger share of the spoils, a backhanded compliment that catches her completely off guard. Flashing a confident, calculating smirk, I reassure her that keeping our alliance strong is my top priority, though my words do little to ease her deep-seated suspicion. She stares back at me with absolute disbelief, but I merely shrug, leaving the heavy burden of trust entirely on her shoulders as the true training begins. Without warning, I unleash a crushing, suffocating wave of magical gravity, forcing a startled shriek from her lips as the ground beneath her feet begins to crack. Leaving the fuming, exhausted demoness to groan in absolute misery, I cheerfully declare that her grueling training session has officially resumed. A relentless session is suddenly interrupted by a joyous cry as Seer comes bounding into the courtyard, eagerly clutching her beloved plush toy. Sweeping the adorable young queen into my arms, I happily note that her favorite teddy bear has been washed completely clean, bringing a bright, innocent smile to her face. But my warmth fades to sudden concern as I notice striking, vibrant red streaks starting to bloom at the tips of her silver hair. My loyal butler quickly steps forward to explain the secret, revealing that the legendary Devata royal bloodline possesses the rare ability to store massive amounts of external mana directly within their hair. A cold sweat breaks across my neck as I realize Seer must have absorbed and stored the overflow of my spell during our earlier lesson, a terrifying mechanic that never existed in the original game. The butler confirms that Seer's legendary ancestor possessed hair entirely stained crimson from stored power, leaving me to wonder if unleashing her magic will return it to its natural silver. Staring at her sparkling wide eyes, a thrilling realization takes hold. If she can store external mana, this 7-year-old child can wield high-tier catastrophic magic without draining her own life force. Gently patting her head, I instruct her to practice gathering ambient mana at every opportunity, a command she accepts with fierce, adorable determination. With the young queen's potential secured, my mind shifts back to the impending war, and I quietly turn to my butler to ask for the current location of our vanguard commander. Far below, under the cold, silent light of a crescent moon, the sprawling, heavily fortified settlements of the 70th floor sleep in blissful ignorance of their impending doom. Crouching on a high rooftop, the blue-haired commander signals her elite shadow operatives to begin their infiltration, slipping into the dark alleyways like ghosts. Leaping effortlessly through the night sky, she marvels at how precisely my strategic intelligence mapped out the enemy patrol routes, leaving them completely vulnerable. Silently and swiftly, the executioners descend from the heavens, neutralizing the perimeter guards before a single alarm can be raised. Regrouping in the thick canopy of the surrounding forest, the strike team holds their breath, waiting for the final signal to strike their primary target. One of our scouts gestures toward a secluded, heavily guarded cabin, confirming that the rebel leader we seek is hiding right inside. When a subordinate questions the sheer madness of invading a hostile Demon King's territory, the commander firmly reminds them that our ultimate goal is to recruit these rebels and claim the floor for Seer.
Cutting off any further doubt, she reminds her troops that their only duty is to obey, ordering the final advance into the enemy encampment.
But as they rush toward the cabin, a freezing, hostile voice suddenly thunders from the shadows, commanding them to halt their advance. In a flash of blinding speed, a razor-sharp spear point stops mere inches from our scout's eye, threatening to end his life in a heartbeat. Before they can retreat, our operatives find themselves completely surrounded by a phalanx of heavily armed elite demon guards. The defenders demand to know who has dared to trespass on their territory, their disciplined stance proving that these rebels are far more dangerous than we anticipated. The cabin door creaks open and a stout horned demon smoking a pipe steps into the moonlight, instantly recognizing our forces as emissaries of the young queen. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the formidable rebel leader Aaron Raiders demands to know which of us has the authority to speak on Seer's behalf. Slowly pulling down her mask to reveal her face, our commander steps forward, her piercing blue eyes radiating an aura of absolute authority. The rebel guards gasp in sheer, unadulterated shock as they recognize the legendary commander, a mythical warrior thought to have perished long ago. Drawing her blade with a deliberate, lethal grace, she proudly declares that she is no longer a ghost of the past, but the loyal sword of Queen Seer. Aaron's pipe nearly falls from his mouth as the terrifying reality sinks in. The young queen is not looking for a simple treaty, but intends to conquer the entire floor. Seated inside the cabin, Aaron demands to know how she can speak of such a reckless conquest with absolute, unwavering confidence. Opening a heavy iron chest to reveal a glowing treasure, the commander coolly explains that their combined forces possess more than enough strength to tear Andromalius apart. Aaron dismisses her confidence, warning that even the combined armies of the lower floors stand no chance against a direct military confrontation, but she merely smiles, reminding him that is exactly why we need his inside help. As Aaron listens, she whispers of a monstrous, godlike entity standing right beside the young queen, a being so unfathomably powerful that even 100 legendary warriors could not scratch him. A cold sweat breaks across the rebel leader's face as he realizes a warrior of her caliber is speaking of this mysterious guardian with genuine trembling reverence. Terrified by the implication, Aaron tries to laugh it off as a grand joke, but the commander's freezing, deadpan gaze instantly silences his forced laughter. She explains that we must orchestrate an internal coup because drawing the attention of the supreme high-tier rulers of the upper floors would ruin our grander designs. Leaning in with a glare that promises absolute ruin, she delivers a chilling ultimatum. There is no middle ground, and those who do not stand with us will be swept away. Gulping hard, the rebel leader realizes he is caught in a deadly trap, forced to choose between a hopeless war against his master or bowing to a terrifying, hidden monster lurking in the shadows. Demanding Aaron's immediate cooperation, the commander lays out our terms with chilling precision. He must grant safe passage to the 71st Floor's army and actively help betray his master when the time comes. Offering him a final, decisive choice, she urges him to let go of a rotting rope and grab onto a sturdy, unbreakable new lifeline before he is swept away by the coming storm. Back in the safety of the castle, I warmly praise Commander Lin for her flawless execution, recognizing that her legendary reputation made this vital negotiation look effortless. Though Lin eagerly asks when our forces will deploy, I gently order her to rest, reminding her that a weary soldier is a vulnerability we cannot afford. Sensing a heavy silence lingering in the room, I pause and prompt her to speak, sensing a deeper doubt weighing heavily on her mind. Stepping forward, she finally voices her confusion, demanding to know why someone of my caliber would volunteer to be a mere tutor to the young sovereign. I tap my pen with an empty smile, reminding her that educating a ruler is no small feat, though I secretly know my true motives lie far beyond simple duty. Refusing to back down, Lin questions why an entity as powerful as me would choose the absolute weakest, most pathetic floor in the entire demon realm. I lean back, coolly acknowledging her fear that I might have ultimate designs of betrayal, admitting that the possibility of usurpation is never zero. Behind my calm exterior, my mind races as I realize she is genuinely suspicious, knowing that revealing my true nature as an otherworldly player would make me look entirely insane. Letting out a dark, slow chuckle, I deliver a shocking truth wrapped in a lie, claiming I did it all simply because I thought it would be fun. As Lin recoils in absolute disbelief, I paint a chilling picture of raising the most despised, weakest demon king from infancy into a terrifying force. My eyes burn with an intense golden light as I confess the ultimate thrill. Watching a weakling I nurtured conquer the entire demon realm is a joy beyond comparison. Dumbfounded, Lin asks if this grand campaign is truly just for my amusement, forcing me to soften my tone to ease her mounting terror. Laughing out for dread, I list the true reasons, starting with the simple fact that Seer is undeniably the most adorable demon sovereign to ever exist. I reflect on the incredible allies we have gathered, from our brilliant, steadfast tactician Cain to the warm-hearted Leah, who manages our internal affairs with perfect grace. We are backed by the highly perceptive Cecilia and Mark, a master chef whose culinary skills are legendary across the entire realm. Even our hot-headed, rebellious Vice Commander Baruna possesses a fierce, unwavering loyalty that cannot be shaken. To break her serious facade, I teasingly add that we also have the beautiful and capable Commander Lin, sending her into a flustered, blushing panic. Dropping the playfulness, I look her dead in the eye and promise that I truly cherish this floor and its people, vowing never to turn my back on them unless they cast me out first. Touched by my sincerity, Lin bows in gratitude for tolerating her doubts, but I gently correct her, reminding her that her ultimate loyalty belongs to Seer. Flashing a warm smile, I tell her that her skepticism was born purely out of love for the young queen, proving she is more loyal than anyone else. Walking out of the chamber, Lin smiles softly to herself, deeply comforted by the realization that our young sovereign is surrounded by truly good people. Suddenly, a familiar voice chirps from the doorway, and I look up to see the young queen arriving far ahead of our scheduled lesson. Clutching her plush toy, Seer cutely asks to watch me work, and I readily welcome her to sit beside me as I review our realm's finances. Seizing a perfect teaching opportunity, I present her with a petition from local farmers whose crops were devastated by invading human adventurers, asking how she would solve their starvation. Seer instantly suggests distributing our surplus grain, but when I push her on whether we should give it away for free, she wisely argues that we must sell the rest cheaply to maintain our economy. Intrigued by her sharp mind, I throw a tougher curveball, asking what she would do if the destitute farmers had absolutely no money to buy the discounted food. As the young queen ponders in deep silence, I pull a sheet of paper forward, ready to introduce her to a revolutionary strategy, the grain loan system. Drawing a simple diagram, I explain how the castle will lend vital resources to the villages at low interest, to be paid back only after the next successful harvest. This brilliant policy ensures the farmers survive without draining the castle's treasury, leaving the young queen looking up at me with starry-eyed admiration. Our peaceful lesson is interrupted as Leah politely steps into the room, announcing that it is finally time for His Majesty's afternoon snack. Hearing that delicious pudding awaits her, Seer's eyes light up with pure, ecstatic joy as she prepares to dash off. But just as she reaches the door, she suddenly freezes, looking back at me with a thoughtful, hesitant expression. Breaking into a radiant, heartwarming smile, she makes a sudden, unprecedented offer that catches everyone in the room completely off guard. The maid gasps in utter disbelief as the young queen eagerly insists on sharing her precious snack with me. My jaw drops in quiet shock, knowing full well that the notoriously selfish Seer from the original game would never dream of sharing her food. Grateful for this profound display of affection, I happily agree to accompany her, eager to taste the cake she loves so dearly. Walking down the grand hallway, a wave of pride washes over me as I realize my sincere efforts have finally earned the complete, unwavering trust of the young queen. Our sweet moment is cut short as Cain suddenly intercepts us, his tense, serious expression instantly signaling that urgent business demands my attention. He hands me an official scroll, gravely announcing that a crucial missive has just arrived from the volatile 71st floor. Reading the short blood-red words confirming that our pieces are in place, a sinister grin spreads across my face as I prepare to unleash absolute chaos upon our enemies. Meanwhile, far above us on the 70th floor, a violent slam rattles the throne room as our prime target reacts to the sudden declaration of war. Trembling with absolute rage, the colossal and bloodthirsty demon king Andromalius roars in disbelief that the weaklings below dare to challenge his absolute authority. Scurrying in fear, his terrified advisors urge caution, but Andromalius furiously dismisses Citri as a pathetic, powerless fool with sealed magic. His high-ranking demonic lords remain highly uneasy, pointing out that even a weakened high-tier demon king must have a calculated plan to launch such a reckless strike. Demanding answers, Andromalius orders his chief advisor, Count Eugene Vermilion, to speak on the suspicious rumors circulating through the lower floors. Eugene steps forward under the heavy gaze of the court, confirming whispers that the 71st and 72nd floors have forged a secret, highly dangerous alliance. The massive Demon King bursts into mocking, arrogant laughter, finding it utterly hilarious that Citri is betting her entire survival on a pathetic low-ranking territory. But the laughter dies in the chamber as Eugene delivers a chilling final warning, revealing that the mysterious new royal tutor leading the 72nd floor is no ordinary man. Andromalius sneers in disbelief, unable to comprehend why a warrior of such exceptional power would waste his time playing tutor on the absolute weakest floor of the demon realm. Count Eugene Vermilion confirms the worst, his sharp gaze narrowing as he reveals that this mysterious tutor has somehow managed to reel in Citri's allegiance, forcing a decisive confrontation. Driven by absolute confidence, a high-ranking demon lord urges Andromalius to launch an immediate all-out war, convinced their overwhelming military might will crush both Citri and her new allies instantly. Leaning in to whisper a cunning strategy, the advisor details a plan to bypass any defensive trap, ensuring they catch their targets completely off guard. A sadistic grin spreads across Andromalius's face as he approves the proposal, eager to show those arrogant upstarts on the lower floors the crushing reality of their inferior power. Scanning the royal court, the massive Demon King suddenly notices a glaring absence, questioning why Count Aaron Raiders and his entire faction have failed to attend today's crucial council. Before anyone can answer, the heavy doors burst open as a panicked guard rushes into the chamber, shouting of a sudden terrifying development outside the castle gates. Trembling with sheer terror, the messenger gasps out the Demon King Citrus's vanguard has already arrived, setting up their war camp directly beneath their walls. The sudden revelation strikes Andromalius like a thunderbolt, his fist contorting in pure fury as he realizes Aaron has committed the ultimate betrayal. Seizing the moment of chaos, the blonde demon lord rallies the court, begging his master for immediate orders to march out and slaughter the invaders. The entire throne room erupts into a frenzied battle cry, demanding the heads of the foolish Queen Citri and the traitorous Count Aaron. Raising his hand in a declaration of absolute slaughter, Andromalius orders all forces to deploy instantly, swearing to wipe every last rebel off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, far below, Nain tenderly adjusts a massive suit of plate armor on the young queen, urging a complaining seer to endure the heavy weight for her own survival. Offering a sweet slice of cake as her reward, Nahen coaxes a bright cheer from the young sovereign, ensuring she is fully protected before the storm begins. Carrying Seer like a precious treasure, Nahen meets with his loyal butler, Cain, who gravely warns that the enemy commander has likely already initiated their plan. As Nahen strides purposefully down the corridor, Cain watches them go with a heavy heart, offering a silent prayer for their absolute victory in the coming trial. Arriving at the staging grounds, Nahan is met by a massive portal crackling with raw, unstable mana as his army stands ready to march into enemy territory. Varuna steps forward to report that Queen Citri has successfully established a temporary gateway designed to take them directly to the heart of the 70th floor. Nahan merely scoffs at the swirling energy, muttering under his breath about Citri's cheap magical shortcuts, while Varuna looks on in mild confusion. Dismissing the concern with a cool wave of his hand, Nahan prepares to lead his troops through the portal, determined to execute his flawless strategy. Stepping fearlessly into the dark abyss of the magical gateway, Nahan carries the young queen forward, leaving their home turf completely undefended. High above the empty courtyard of the 72nd floor's castle, hidden eyes watch the army depart, mocking the defenders for leaving their stronghold completely exposed. A sinister hand grips the rooftop as the leader of the elite stealth unit orders his assassins to slip inside and butcher whoever remains. Leaping silently into the shadows, the deadly intruders prepare to execute their surprise raid, unaware of the trap that has already been laid for them. Back at the portal, Varuna hesitantly questions Nahan, highly anxious about leaving the entire Demon King's castle completely vulnerable to a counterattack. He warns of Andromalius' notorious shadow unit, pointing out that a surprise infiltration would result in absolute disaster for their home base. Nahan merely flashes a smug, knowing smile, coolly asserting that such an amateurish raid will be entirely useless against what lies in wait. Right on cue, a sudden blinding blast of kinetic force erupts inside the castle hallway, instantly blowing an unwary assassin completely off his feet. The elite intruder is sent flying helplessly through the air, his stealth completely shattered by an invisible defense he never saw coming. Striding out of the smoke, a perfectly composed butler Cain drags a broken assassin by the hood, icy disdain dripping from his voice as he questions the uninvited guests. Far away, Naren chuckles to himself, explaining to Varuna that while some tactics can be concealed, true power is impossible to hide. Inside the stronghold, another cloaked assassin is violently hurled out of a high tower window, screaming in terror as he plummets toward the courtyard below. Leaning out of the shattered window, Leah cheerfully waves her blood-stained mop, casually reporting to the head butler that her section has been thoroughly sanitized. Stepping over the wreckage, a green-haired maid drags two more unconscious bodies, asking what happened to the entrance while Kane sheepishly apologizes for his excessive force. Even the lizard chef joins the cleanup, brandishing his kitchen knife with a wide grin as he proudly displays a defeated intruder he caught lurking near the pantry. The sole surviving assassin trembles in absolute horror, suddenly realizing that the seemingly weak 72nd floor is garrisoned by legendary, highly lethal monsters masquerading as domestic servants. Looking out over the darkening sky, Nahan reflects on these sleeper agents, knowing they were handpicked by the previous sovereign to neutralize any surprise attacks. Sweating under the weight of Nahan's brilliant anticipation, Varuna is forced to admit that this tutor's strategic foresight is utterly terrifying. But Nahan gently corrects him, pointing out that Varuna is focusing his admiration on the wrong leader. He tilts Seer's helmet up to reveal her bright, innocent face, declaring that their true inspiration and commander is the young queen herself. Swallowing his pride, Varuna bows deeply before the tiny sovereign, formally requesting her royal orders as they prepare to wage war. Clasping her plush toy tightly, Seer cutely commands Nahan to act as her temporary general, a role he gladly accepts with absolute devotion. Stepping into his role as commander, Nahan immediately orders Varuna to reinforce Commander Rin's vanguard on the front lines. Delighted by the flawless coordination, Seer beams with pure excitement, cheering on their allies as the grand battle finally begins. Meanwhile, at the vanguard camp, Commander Rin observes the smooth deployment, silently acknowledging that Aaron Raiders has proven far more useful than she ever anticipated. Looking out from the command tower, she confesses to her advisor that Nahan's ruthless efficiency and information gathering are genuinely terrifying. Turning to her butler, Rin delivers a chilling warning, forbidding him from ever crossing Nahan, knowing a single misstep could doom their entire floor to absolute ruin. She resolves to strictly play her assigned part, secure their spoils of war, and escape before the tutor's terrifying plans unfold. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the distant horizon, signaling the start of a spectacular opening strike that paints the sky in fire. Far above, inside his crumbling outpost, Andromalius roars in pure, veins-popping fury, clutching his throne as he realizes his perfect defenses have been utterly obliterated by a traitor's hand. Secure in his absolute power, the arrogant commander of the 70th floor mocks the incoming invaders, confident that a secret weapon in his possession will lure them all directly to their graves. A split second later, a deafening explosion tears through the heavy castle doors, throwing the vanguard into absolute chaos as the sudden infiltration begins. As the smoke clears, the enemy leader's smug sneer fades, replaced by a cold, calculating grin as he realizes his unexpected guests have finally arrived. Striding through the burning wreckage, Commander Rin leads her elite vanguard straight into the heart of the enemy stronghold, her entrance timed to perfection. The elite demonic guards of the 70th floor instantly charge forward with bloodthirsty rage, eager to paint the stone floor red with the invaders' blood. Completely unfazed by the charging horde, Rin draws her blade with lethal precision, silently mocking their terrible hospitality. Spotting the traitorous Count Aaron Raiders in the ranks, the enemy commander's blood runs hot with fury, swearing to personally tear the rebel limb from limb for his ultimate betrayal. Rin bursts into motion like a flash of blue lightning, dodging the heavy onslaught of the defenders with blinding speed and grace. Her blade clashes violently against a massive, skull-crushing warhammer, sending sparks flying across the chamber as she locks eyes with the brute. The monstrous commander sneers in her face, mocking the beast-eared warrior as a disposable tool who talks far too big for her own good. Rin merely tightens her grip on her sword, raising the blade to challenge his boastful strength in a lethal duel of martial prowess. With a deafening roar, the colossal demon swings his gargantuan hammer downward, aiming to flatten the agile vanguard commander once and for all. Rin nimbly deflects the crushing blow, her swift instincts keeping her a hair's breadth away from being crushed into paste. Though surprised by her quick reflexes, the massive demon merely laughs off her agility, raising his hammer once more to strike her down. Suddenly, the horrific truth of their enemy's power is laid bare as the demon violently rips the head clean off his own advisor, unleashing a grotesque forbidden magic. A sadistic grin spreads across the brute's face as the raw dark magic begins to twist and morph the severed corpse into something far more terrifying. Rin watches in utter shock as a colossal venomous hydra head bursts violently from the decapitated body, hissing with insatiable hunger. With a savage command, the Beast Lord unleashes the monstrous serpent, sending the massive fangs plunging straight down toward the vanguard. Meanwhile, far from the chaotic front lines, a serene voice notes that the battlefield atmosphere seems surprisingly lively. High on a secure balcony, a startled Lord Citri turns to find Nahan standing right behind her, utterly bewildered as to why the tutor has left his post to check on her. Highly anxious, Citri questions if their small forces can truly survive Andromalius' wrath, but Nahan coolly reassures her that everything is under control, especially with his secret aid from the sidelines. Before she can ask what he means, Nahan suddenly holds out a strange object, leaving Citri and a heavily armored seer staring in utter confusion. Smiling warmly, Nahan conjures a small blue whale plush, explaining that keeping the young queen safe on the battlefield requires the ultimate protection. Despite Seer's tearful protests to join the fight, Nahan gently coaxes her to stay back and play with her new friend, promising he will return shortly. But just as he turns to leave, Nan's sharp golden eye suddenly narrows, sensing a sudden disturbance in the flow of magical energy. A dark, volatile aura crackles around his hand, alerting the tutor to a highly dangerous presence that has disrupted his calculations. Realizing the sudden shift in the tide of battle, Nahan warns that Commander Rin is in mortal danger and vanishes into thin air before Citri can even blink. Far below, the siege rages on in full bloody force, the fortress walls crumbling under the sheer weight of the brutal confrontation. Citri stands frozen on the balcony, sweating in sheer disbelief that Nahan could move so fast she couldn't even track his physical form. When her advisor tries to seize the opportunity to escape, Citri fiercely silences him, realizing this is a test of her loyalty to their fragile alliance. Demanding absolute obedience, Citri commands her court to treat the young Queen Seer with the exact same respect they would show her. Behind them, completely oblivious to the impending doom, the young sovereign beams with pure joy, hugging her magical whale plush close to her chest. Back in the castle hall, a brutal spear strike pierces through a vanguard soldier's armor, painting the chamber walls in a fresh wave of crimson. Aaron Raiders gasps in horror as his vanguard unit is mercilessly torn apart by the relentless enemy forces. Before Aaron can react, a powerful shockwave slams into him, sending him flying backward through the air. He crashes violently into the stone wall, his weapon slipping from his grasp as his strength completely fails him. Standing triumphantly over the broken knight, the massive brute mocks Aaron's pathetic struggle, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow. Nearby, Rin finds herself pinned down by the monstrous Hydra, horrified to realize this beast possesses the overwhelming power of a high-tier demon king. The colossal serpent opens its massive maw, ready to swallow her whole as Rin realizes she is run completely out of options. Closing her eyes in grim acceptance, she whispers a silent apology to her sovereign, awaiting the fatal bite. Suddenly, a massive blast of dark magical energy erupts, obliterating the Hydra in an instant and leaving the surviving fighters staring in absolute shock. The massive beast lord is violently slammed into the stone floor, gasping for breath under an overwhelming weight as he demands to know who has dared to interfere. Standing calmly atop the pinned demon, Nahan gazes down with absolute, icy indifference, quietly suggesting that the brute surrender. The defeated commander trembles violently beneath Nahan's foot, paralyzed by a crushing magical pressure unlike anything he has ever felt before. In his mind's eye, the terrified demon sees a towering apocalyptic silhouette behind Nahan, a presence that rivals the legendary first-ranked demon king Beelzebub Mondaeus. Shaking with raw terror, the brute stammers out a desperate question, unable to comprehend why a being of such godlike power would align with a weak, pathetic faction. Raising a blade cloaked in pure, swirling dark energy, Nahan coldly dismisses his questions, declaring that the loudmouth brute has spoken his last words. Realizing his life hangs by a thread, the desperate demon screams a frantic plea, offering to give Nahan absolute wealth, power, and everything his heart desires if he joins him. He begs for mercy, sweating profusely as he promises to hand over the world if the terrifying tutor will only spare his life. But Nahan's golden eye only burns brighter with cold, terrifying ambition, focusing on a single ultimate goal, reaching the absolute highest peak a demon king can ever achieve. Pinning the defeated tyrant beneath his absolute authority, Nahum reveals a staggering truth that leaves Andromalius trembling in sudden, bone-chilling realization of the gap between them. Gazing down with eyes devoid of any warmth, the terrifying tutor issues a cold, final warning, refusing to show mercy to a fool who dared to meddle with powers far beyond his comprehension. Even with a lethal blade pressed firmly against his throat, Andromalius desperately tries to justify his treacherous actions, sneering that any means are fair in the pursuit of absolute victory. But Nahan has absolutely no interest in his excuses, swinging his blade in a silent, lightning-fast arc that cuts off the tyrant's words forever. As Andromalius' lifeless form collapses heavily onto the cold stone floor, the tyrant's grand reign of terror officially comes to a swift and brutal end. Stepping over the fallen commander, Nahan projects his commanding voice across the war-torn halls, declaring that the battle has finally been decided. The shocking proclamation echoes far beyond the fortress walls, freezing the entire battlefield in stunned, breathless silence. Panic spreads like wildfire through the remaining enemy ranks as they realize their invincible master is dead, forcing them to drop their weapons in absolute despair. Back at the Allied pavilion, Citri struggles to process the unbelievable news, completely baffled by how a legendary fortress fell in mere minutes. But the young sovereign seer knows exactly who is responsible, leaping up with absolute joy the moment she recognizes her beloved teacher's voice. Inside the castle, a deeply humiliated Commander Rin bows low before Nahan, cursing her own weakness for letting her guard down during the chaotic siege. Nahan gently reassures her, but behind his calm facade, his mind is racing. The bizarre, godlike aura he sensed belongs to a high-tier demon king who was never supposed to appear in this world. Brushing the mystery aside for now, Nain instructs Rin to completely alter the official battle report, giving all the credit for Andromalius' defeat to Lord Citri. Entrusting his loyal officers to handle the remaining cleanup of the stronghold, Nahan prepares to return to the young queen's side. Rin watches him leave with growing apprehension, wondering if it is truly safe to leave Seer alone with an ambitious allied demon king, but Nahen remains completely unfazed. Trusting her commander's ultimate authority, Rin swiftly vanishes to carry out her secret orders, leaving no room for error. Meanwhile, at the allied camp, Citri's butler delivers the staggering news of the enemy's total unconditional surrender, leaving the demon lord utterly speechless. Before Citri can even gather her thoughts, Seer gasps in excitement, sensing her teacher's approach long before Citri's advanced magical senses can even register him. Striding into the tent as if returning from a pleasant stroll, Nahan greets the waiting girls with a warm, casual smile. While a bewildered Citri demands to know how he managed to end a massive, bloody war so quickly, Nahan merely redirects the conversation with a subtle, knowing grin. Without warning, Nahan slides a heavily stained leather sack across the table, catching the demon lord completely off guard. Citra's heart stops in sheer horror as Nahan calmly explains that the bag contains Andromalius' severed head, demanding she claim the kill as her own achievement. Sensing her hesitation, Nahan flashes a chillingly calculated smile, reminding her that such sacrifices are necessary to maintain their fragile alliance. Clutching the grim trophy close to her chest, Citri shivers in deep unease, realizing that the smiling tutor standing before her is infinitely more dangerous than any enemy she has ever faced. Meanwhile, back at the newly conquered fortress, the rhythmic pounding of heavy tools signals the start of immediate structural repairs. Working tirelessly near the entrance, the loyal butler Kane works to restore the heavy, shattered doors of the main sanctuary. Upon Nahen's return, Kane immediately notices the ruined gateway, offering a sheepish explanation for his sudden, clumsy show of force. Nahan merely smiles, knowing the heavy damage was actually caused by an uninvited guest who tried to slip inside during his absence. Kane formally congratulates the tutor on successfully conquering the 70th floor, but Nahan's eyes remain fixed on a much larger, grander picture. For Nahan, this conquest is merely the opening move of a massive, high-stakes game, and there is no time to celebrate. The butler's jaw drops in pure shock as Natan casually reveals his plan to hand over the entire newly acquired castle straight to Citri. Kane desperately protests, unable to understand why they would give away such a valuable, hard-fought prize to an outside faction. But Nahan remains firm, explaining that giving up the castle is the only way to secure their ultimate survival. He points out the harsh reality that they currently lack the massive territory and resources to support themselves openly, making it crucial to keep a low profile. By forcing Citri to accept the credit for the victory, they can easily hide their true power from the other watchful demon lords. If any powerful enemies seek revenge for Andromalius' fall, they will direct all of their wrath towards Citri, leaving Nahan's faction completely safe in the shadows. It is a flawless masterstroke, taking advantage of Citri's desperate need to prove her own fading military strength to the rest of the realm. Sweating in absolute awe, Kane finally comprehends the terrifying depth of the tutor's strategic foresight, realizing they have won on every front. As they walk down the Grand Hall, Nahan outlines their next crucial steps, securing stable funding, upgrading their weapons, and uncovering the shadowy figures who backed Andromalius from behind the scenes. But one final question burns in Kane's mind. How could Nahan possibly have been so certain that the rogue Aaron Radis would betray his former master? A dark, mysterious smirk crosses Nahan's face, holding a secret knowledge that belongs to a completely different world. Though Kane assumes it was a result of sheer extraordinary luck, he resolves that this terrifyingly brilliant tutor must be kept by the young queen's side at all costs. Dismissing the butler with a lighthearted remark about the broken door, Nahan carries the young sovereign up the grand staircase. With the immediate threat resolved, Nahan announces his intention to resume Seer's royal training, preparing her for the heavy crown she is destined to wear. Tapping her forehead with gentle affection, he reminds her that she is the true ruler of this vast dark realm. Seer beams with pure innocent joy, cheering that her lessons are incredibly fun and promising to master every single task he sets before her. Seeing her bright, unstained smile, Nahan feels a rare moment of genuine warmth, satisfied that his unorthodox methods are truly working. Suddenly, the young queen begins to squirm in his arms, cute but fiercely demanding a break from her exhausting studies. The castle maid chiming in with a warm smile, agreeing that even a future demon queen needs to rest after working so hard. Pouting with an adorable force that no demon king could ever hope to resist, Seer commands her terrifying tutor to join her for a mandatory afternoon nap, leaving the brilliant strategist completely defeated by her innocent charm. Defeated by her adorable pout, Nahan realizes that refusing the young queen will only lead to endless heartbreak, forcing him to reluctantly agree to a nap before sneaking back to his mountains of work. Carrying the sleepy sovereign back to her bedchamber, they are greeted by the maid Leah, who stands frozen in surprise at their sudden return. Ignoring the formal protocols, Nahan immediately demands to know if Leah is unharmed, his golden eyes flashing with a protective intensity that catches her completely off guard. Stunned by the tutor's unexpected warmth, Leah's face flushes with deep embarrassment as she desperately tries to compose her racing thoughts. She realizes with a shudder of awe that this terrifyingly brilliant strategist has already deduced the exact events of the siege and completely mapped out their true combat strength. Sensing the unspoken tension in the room, Seer looks up with wide, worried eyes, asking if something terrible happened to her maid. Brushing her fears aside, Nahan gently tucks the young queen into her oversized bed, asking if she intends to cuddle her favorite stuffed bear as she drifts off. But as he turns to leave, a small, stubborn hand shoots out, grabbing his sleeve with a desperate force that demands he stay by her side. Gazing down at her pleading face, a wave of profound sorrow washes over Nahan as he wonders if her clinginess stems from the early loss of her father or if she has truly found a rare sense of safety in him. Setting his ambitions aside for just a moment, he sits at the edge of her mattress, gently patting her side until her heavy eyelids finally begin to close. Meanwhile, on the 69th floor, the atmosphere is suffocating as Demon King Dantalion trembles in raw panic, utterly convinced that their rival Citri has somehow shattered the ancient seal on her powers. Standing beside the throne, Commander Leonard grimly suggests a far more dangerous reality, that Citri has formed a deadly alliance with the powerful forces of the 72nd floor. The Minister of Military Affairs, Alvis, narrows his eyes in dark calculation, warning that they must prepare for an imminent devastating conflict before it is too late. Dantalion desperately contemplates proposing a counter-alliance, knowing they have absolutely no other choice if they wish to survive the coming storm. His advisors nod in grim agreement, forced to admit that even though their fallen neighbor Andromalius was a mindless brute, his martial prowess far outmatched theirs, and they will be the next targets of this unstoppable conqueror. With cold, ruthless determination, Dantalion resolves to drag Dakarbia into their desperate pact, knowing that refusal means absolute annihilation. Back in the royal bedchamber, Leah returns carrying a tray of refreshments, only to freeze in sheer astonishment at the sight before her. Overcome by sheer exhaustion, the formidable strategist has succumbed to sleep right alongside the young queen, his guard completely lowered for the first time. Resting peacefully side by side, the terrifying tutor and the future demon queen share a rare moment of undisturbed tranquility amidst a world of brutal schemes. A full week flies by in a blur of intense negotiations as Citri frantically complains about the monumental, exhausting task of dividing their massive war spoils. Reviewing the documents with a critical eye, Napan is quietly satisfied to see that the territories and troops have been split fairly, without a single trace of betrayal. Grateful for receiving both the legendary fortress and the ultimate trophy of Andromalius's head, Citri nods in agreement, demanding first pick of the hidden treasures. Naheen casually agrees but issues a stern, non-negotiable command she must return at least once a week for her rigorous training, warning that any laziness will destroy everything they have fought to build. Bristling at his demanding tone, Citri defiantly reminds him of her own status as a proud demon king, even as she reluctantly yields to his overwhelming authority. As she departs, Nahan immediately dives back into a mountain of paperwork, determined to draft the new post-war guidelines before the sun sets. Suddenly, a frantic, hurried knock shatters the quiet of his study, forcing him to call out for the visitor to enter. A palace maid bows low in deep anxiety, delivering a shocking message that Seer's crucial training sessions must be cancelled immediately. Naharn slams his hands onto the desk in absolute panic, his heart dropping into his throat as he demands to know what has happened to the young sovereign. His mind races with terrifying possibilities, wondering if his brutal, packed training schedule or the sheer stress of the war has finally broken her fragile health. The maid quickly tries to soothe his rising dread, explaining that it is merely a common mild cold that frequently strikes children her age. Slumping back into his seat, Nahan exhales a heavy breath of relief, forcing himself to remember that despite her royal title, she is still just an innocent child. Clenching his fist, he curses his own foolishness, realizing that in this brutal real world, the lives of those he protects cannot be treated like a mere strategy game. Spurred by a sudden protective urgency, he resolves to power through his remaining duties so he can rush back to the young queen's side. Sometime later, Nahan slips into her darkened bedchamber, carrying a pair of soft, adorable plush toys to comfort her. Seer beams with pure, ecstatic joy, clutching the soft toys tightly to her chest as she showers her beloved teacher with gratitude. Amused by her reaction, Nahan summons a magical flurry of even more plush animals, burying the giggling queen under a massive, colorful mountain of soft toys. Soon, the exhausted girl drifts back to sleep, murmuring a sweet, sleepy protest about the ridiculous number of dolls surrounding her. Standing over her bed, Nahan holds yet another magical plush toy, suddenly realizing with a sweat drop that he may have gone completely overboard in his attempt to comfort her. Gently placing his hand on her forehead, he is relieved to find her burning fever has finally subsided, promising a swift recovery by morning. As her eyes slowly flutter open, Seer is startled to find her fearsome tutor still watching over her, pulling up a chair to ensure she is never left alone. Nahan offers her a warm, reassuring smile, gently patting her head and confirming that he will always be there to worry about her safety. Spotting the official document in his hands, Seer weakly asks if she can join his work, but Nahan firmly refuses, ordering her to focus entirely on resting. He playfully warns her that if she does not recover quickly, she will miss out on the delicious sweet pudding waiting for her, prompting a hilarious look of sheer shock on her face. Whispering a gentle promise of sweet dreams, he watches her drift back into a peaceful sleep, his heart completely warmed by her innocent charm. Stepping out of the chamber, Nahane is met by his loyal butler Kane, who delivers the newly completed inventory report from the conquered fortress. Knowing that high-tier equipment is the ultimate key to accelerating their growth, Nahan's eyes burn with a sudden sharp focus. He recalls a legendary hidden artifact that he had barely managed to uncover in one of his previous lifetimes, a piece of gear that was never supposed to be found this early in the game. Passing the list back to Kane, Nahan issues a secretive, highly critical order to secure this specific item at all costs while letting Citri have the rest. Confused by the odd request, Kane reviews the marked item, asking if the tutor is absolutely certain about choosing such a seemingly worthless piece of junk. But on the paper, the red checkmark rests beside a chilling description, a broken sword of completely unknown origin, missing the vital gem that once unlocked its godlike power, setting the stage for a game-changing awakening. The newly unlocked warehouse yields treasures beyond imagination, starting with chests brimming with rare, radiant crystals that immediately catch the young queen's eyes. Every corner of the vault shines with unimaginable wealth, its stacks of pure gold bars radiating a blinding light that leaves her utterly breathless. Standing amidst the mountain of plunder, Nahan lets out a soft murmur of victory, quickly dismissing his aide's curiosity as he spots the true prize hidden beneath the glitter. The division of the massive war spoils from the 70th floor has been incredibly bountiful, proving that their tentative alliance with Citri has paid off far better than anyone dared to hope. Spotting her terrifying tutor, Seer immediately snaps into a clumsy, adorable salute, eager to show that she is ready to be a proper, hardworking sovereign. But the casual atmosphere evaporates the moment the aide presents a secretive, heavy chest containing the singular, seemingly worthless junk item that Nahan had demanded above all else. Stepping forward, the brilliant strategist inspects the rusted, broken hilt of a shattered sword, confirming with cold certainty that his memories of his past lives have not failed him. In his previous lives, this legendary blade was known to shed tears of blood when infused with mana, granting its wielder an unbelievable five-fold boost to their growth efficiency. This ridiculously overpowered relic possessed unmatched destructive force in the early stages of the world, and now the broken weapon sits directly in his hands. Though Seer tilts her head in utter confusion at the shattered hilt, Nahan only offers a knowing smirk, fully aware of the exact locations of the missing blade and its power source. Handing off the remaining plunder, Nahan declares their next destination, promising the young queen that once the shattered weapon is fully restored, its true majesty will be revealed. The mere promise of a shiny, sparkly weapon sends Seer's imagination wild, her eyes practically turning into dazzling stars at the prospect of owning something so magical. Dismissing his aide's suggestion to consult a normal blacksmith, Nahan firmly states that a weapon of this caliber requires an entirely different, ancient method of restoration. While his aides coordinate the heavy transport of standard armaments to the barracks, Nahan turns his attention to the final remaining chests of personal treasures. Mesmerized by the sparkling brilliance of the legendary gems, the young queen can barely contain her innocent excitement as she marvels at the glittering hoards. Noticing her wonder, Nahan softly asks if there is a particular item she desires from the vault, startling the young sovereign out of her trance. Seeing her hesitate out of natural modesty, the protective tutor gently pats her head, reminding her with absolute warmth that every single treasure in this dark realm already belongs to her. Empowered by his words, Seer reaches deep into the chest and pulls out a breathtaking golden tiara embedded with deep crimson gems, a choice that instantly proves her royal blood cannot be denied. Soon after, Nahan leads her deep into the suffocating darkness of an abandoned mine on the 70th floor, explaining that the missing fragments of her destiny lie hidden in the shadows. Guiding her through the twisting labyrinthine paths, Nahan moves with absolute confidence, his perfect memory of the layout rendering any dead end completely obsolete. Reaching what appears to be a desolate, collapsed mining site, Seer begins to doubt if anything remains, but Nahan assures her that the prize is mere seconds away. Sifting through the debris with an intense, calculated gaze, his golden eyes scan the solid rock walls for the precise anomaly he knows must exist. Digging through the loose stones, the brilliant strategist relentlessly searches for the first vital piece of the puzzle. With a triumphant chuckle, Nahan pulls out the glowing, crimson-pointed tip of the broken blade, though the young queen remains completely unimpressed by the tiny shard. But his work is far from finished, and as he turns toward the solid rock face, a violent surge of crimson mana begins to swirl around his hand. With a single devastating punch, he unleashes a shockwave of raw power that shatters the stone wall into a million pieces, revealing a hidden chamber hidden for centuries. Standing beyond the rubble is an ancient, ornate archway, guarded by a massive, petrified stone statue perched threateningly over the seal.
Knowing the dangers that lie ahead, Nahan scoops the young queen into his protective embrace, preparing to force his way through the barrier.
Suddenly, the petrified beast's eyes flare with a sinister yellow light as it rumbles to life, warning the intruders that they shall not pass this sacred threshold alive. Undeterred, Nahan casually treats the near-extinct gargoyle like a mere museum exhibit, leaving the fearsome guardian utterly flabbergasted by their lack of fear. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the stone beast snaps in fury, demanding that the insolent interlopers shut their mouths. In an instant, the air in the cavern turns to ice as Nahan's eyes flash with a terrifying demonic malice, unleashing a colossal, monstrous pressure that completely suffocates the guardian. Broken by the sheer, unfathomable terror of Nahan's aura, the gargoyle instantly drops to its knees, desperately begging to serve them and pleading for them to pass. Leaving the shivering beast behind with the stern command to guard the entrance, Nahan carries the young sovereign into the heart of the hidden sanctuary. Inside the chamber, their eyes are met by a breathtaking sight, a magnificent blazing crimson gemstone floating silently atop an ancient pedestal. With a calm, focused gesture, Nahan summons the broken pieces of the sword, levitating them into the air as the ritual of rebirth begins. Aligning the fragments perfectly beneath the floating gemstone, he prepares to unleash the dormant magic that will bind the weapon forever. A blinding torrent of pink and white energy erupts from the pedestal, washing over the pair in a spectacular display of ancient primordial power. As the light fades, the fully restored crimson blade floats majestically in the air, radiating an aura of absolute destruction that leaves Seer utterly mesmerized. Smiling warmly at her pure reaction, Nahan officially presents the legendary, overpowered weapon to his beloved student. Clutching the massive, glowing sword high in the air, Seer beams with pure, ecstatic joy, completely unaware of the devastating potential she now holds in her small hands. Instantly, the weapon binds to her soul, boosting all of her base stats by an incredible 500% and setting her on an unstoppable path to supreme power. Returning to the castle yard, Nahan grimly announces that it is finally time for the young queen to begin her official, grueling sword training. But the loyal butler Cain is left utterly frozen in shock, quickly realizing that Nahan did not just bring back a legendary sword from the 70th floor, but a giant, terrifying gargoyle as well. When Cain nervously questions if the beast is simply too massive to guard the castle, Nahan flashes a highly calculating, devious smirk, hinting at a far grander purpose. With a cold, ruthless gleam in his eyes, Nahan declares that the beast is perfectly suited to repel those small, fragile, and incredibly annoying pests known as humans. A shiver of dark realization runs down Cain's spine as he nods in silent awe, completely understanding the strategic genius of fortifying their borders against human invasion. Turning to their new recruit, Nahan delivers a chilling threat, promising swift annihilation if the gargoyle ever fails to execute his duties with absolute perfection. Satisfied with the beast's terrified compliance, Nahan's expression turns grave as he prompts Cain to deliver the highly urgent secret intelligence report in his private office. Safe behind closed doors, the butler drops a bombshell that threatens to tear the entire realm apart. Dandelion and Dick Arabia have officially joined forces to crush them. Cain's grim warning rings through the private chamber. If the 68th and 69th floors unify, they will face a coalition far too massive to contain. Though a direct head-on confrontation is out of the question, Nahan refuses to sit idly by, his mind already formulating a cunning alternative. The only logical path forward is to destabilize Dantelion's powerful faction from within, though Cain warns that these foes are far from foolish. Armed with precise knowledge of his enemies, Nahan questions Dantelion's heavy reliance on merchant guilds and commercial power. A sinister realization dawns: if the foundational trust of their trading network is shattered, Dantelion's entire empire will implode on its own. Stepping toward the window, the brilliant strategist plans to systematically dismantle their rivals' commercial policies piece by piece. By establishing their own shadow operations on the 70th floor, they will become Dantelion's ultimate invisible competitors. When Cain asks if they will exploit Lady Citri once more, Nahan merely smiles, calling it a mutually beneficial cooperation. Confident in his leverage, Nahan assures his butler that the bait he is preparing will be far too lucrative for Citri to ever reject. As Cain wonders what revolutionary product could possibly disrupt the market, Nahan's face twists into a wicked, knowing smirk. He declares his ultimate masterstroke: they will flood the market with an item the demon realm has never before seen. Meanwhile, on the sunlit outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, the bustling streets of Soter City hum with dangerous whispers. Inside a crowded tavern, greedy adventurers discuss the shocking rumor that the demon realm's borders are completely unguarded. Eager to amass a quick fortune, Dane urges his cautious partner Luke to seize this golden opportunity to hunt rare demonic beasts. When their companion Eri claims she knows the exact nesting grounds of the lucrative ram tribe, Luke's hesitation finally begins to melt away. Blinded by dreams of unimaginable wealth, the naive trio sets off, completely unaware of the dark trap waiting for them. Arriving at the dimensional portal, they are stunned by the sheer volume of hunters gathered to exploit the seemingly abandoned territory. Suddenly, a hulking, axe-wielding warrior named Riku Balbar and his companion Melissa block their path, offering an unexpected alliance. Recognizing the terrifying shoulder insignias of A-rank elites, Luke and Dane quickly swallow their pride to avoid a deadly confrontation. Under the tense truce, the newly formed party steps through the shimmering gate and into the oppressive atmosphere of the demon realm. Behind them, other cautious humans debate the necessity of entering this perilous realm to survive, their greed pushing them forward. As the party treads deeper into the silent wastes, the unnatural absence of any demon soldiers leaves them on high alert. Rico scoffs at the quiet, suggesting the demon lords have abandoned this floor entirely to defend their deeper strongholds. The tense silence is broken when Eri spots a lone, unsuspecting member of the Ram tribe just ahead. Seeing the valuable target, the veteran hunters prepare to launch an immediate, ruthless strike. But the fragile alliance instantly fractures when Luke attempts to negotiate a fair share of the prize, irritating the greedy elites. In a chilling display of hostility, Melissa channels a blinding surge of divine magic directly into Riku's arm. Flaunting his overwhelming power, Riku delivers a brutal ultimatum, threatening to end Luke's future right then and there. Trembling under the crushing pressure, Luke desperately realizes they stand absolutely no chance against divine-blessed A-rank killers. Sneering with pure malice, Riku prepares to discard his weak partners, mocking the very idea of needing their help. But before he can strike, a violent, deafening tremor rips through the cavern, throwing the adventurers off their feet. Coughing through the rising dust, the panicked hunters scramble to understand if they are caught in a sudden, catastrophic earthquake. Riku curses in frustration as the rumbling threatens to scare away their valuable prey, his greed blinding him to the true danger. From the swirling shadows above, a voice cold enough to freeze the blood whispers a terrifying decree of absolute doom. Out of the darkness, a massive winged terror swoops down with blinding speed, its claws aimed directly at the arrogant intruders. With a blood-curdling scream, Riku's arrogance is instantly shattered as he recognizes the monstrous form of a high-tier gargoyle. Terrified by the sudden carnage, Dane drags Luke backwards, screaming at them to abandon their doomed allies and run for their lives. But as they flee, Dane notices Eri has completely frozen in place, her eyes wide with a paralyzing, unspeakable dread. Staring into the approaching gloom, she realizes with utter despair that the missing guardians have not vanished. They were waiting. High above the chaos, a disciplined legion of elite demon soldiers awaits the final command from their captain. With cold, absolute authority, Captain Lin orders her forces to swarm the valley and capture every single human alive. Watching his fellow hunters get dragged away in heavy iron cages, a bewildered Luke realizes the demons are deliberately keeping them alive. The horrific, burning question echoes through the minds of the captives. Why are they being spared from a merciful death? Back in the Imperial Palace, Captain Lin proudly presents her official report to Nehen, confirming they have successfully caged hundreds of live humans. Though initially skeptical of baiting the human realm, the captain marvels at how easily the gargoyle Argyle secured their prey. With a gaze cold enough to kill, Nehen dismisses any notion of mercy, viewing the human intruders as mere playthings for his grand design. Yet Lin warns that the sudden influx of human captives is starting to breed heavy unrest among the denizens of the 72nd floor. Understanding that civil instability could ruin his plans, Nehen ponders his next move, knowing he still requires an endless supply of human bodies. Flashing a sinister, scheming smile, the strategist asks his captain if she knows of any entities capable of mental manipulation. With a terrifying, glowing gaze, Nehen prepares to brainwash his captives, ensuring they return to the human world to lure even more victims into his trap. Sodor City's Adventurers Guild is thrown into chaotic uproar as desperate mercenaries slam their fists down, demanding work, only to be met with tight-lipped apologies and a sudden, baffling lockdown order from the top. Whispers of confusion spread like wildfire among the high-ranking adventurers. Why would a veteran AA-rank warrior be this frantic to cross into the dangerous demon realm unless something massive is brewing? The heavy guild doors violently burst open as a lone, battered scout stumbles inside, wheezing for breath and clinging to life as if chased by the horrors of the abyss itself. In a trembling, hoarse voice, the survivor gasps out a terrifying revelation. He has just escaped from the demon realm, and every single missing human is currently being held captive by the monsters. The scout frantically slams his hands on the counter, begging for an immediate rescue mission to save his comrades, entirely unaware that his desperate plea has caught the attention of the ultimate authority. Out of the shadows of the staircase steps Adelberg Grants, the legendary S-rank guildmaster and the city's finest assassin, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the trembling survivor with cold suspicion. Under Adelberg's suffocating pressure, the scout sweats profusely and stammers that he has no idea why the demons are gathering humans, but the guildmaster is not a man easily fooled. When the survivor defensively questions why he is being suspected after barely surviving, Adelberg coldly admits his doubts, stepping closer as the tension in the room threatens to snap. In the absolute silence, a frantic, unnatural drumming echoes through the air, the unmistakable betraying heartbeat of a liar caught in his own web. With a chilling smile, Adelberg points out that the scout's heartbeat just suddenly perfectly calmed down, as if controlled by an external invisible force. The trap is sprung as Adelberg accuses the man of being a puppet mentally manipulated by the demons, forcing a dark, sinister grin to stretch across the scout's pale face. Possessed by a mad, demonic frenzy, the puppet violently unsheaths his blade and lunges forward with a manic laugh, ready to paint the guild walls red. But before the blade can even graze its target, a blinding flash of steel rips through the air, and Adelberg executes a flawless, deadly counter that shuts the assassin down in a heartbeat. Standing over the lifeless puppet, the guildmaster coldly orders his secretary to warn every other guild across the continent. Absolutely no one must set foot in the demon realm. Just as Adelberg declares a total portal lockdown to contain the threat, another guard bursts into the chamber screaming in absolute panic, signaling that the disaster has already spread. The terrified guard gasps for air, his pale face warning of an unstoppable catastrophic movement that is already underway across the entire human continent. Far to the north, at the mighty Dorhan fortress, the bloodthirsty mercenaries of the Northern Alliance raise their weapons, roaring with greedy excitement at the prospect of easy spoils. In the grand capital of the Bismarck Empire, a massive portal crackles with energy as Imperial soldiers eagerly march forward, determined not to let their rivals claim the demon realm's riches first. Even the holy capital of Babylon erupts in a zealous crusade, their armored paladins raising blessed swords and screaming for the complete annihilation of the demon race. Little do they know, this massive human migration is precisely what the brilliant strategist Nahan planned, as he calmly receives word that their brainwashed puppets have successfully baited the trap. Nahan coldly instructs his commanders to let the Sodor City Guild enter last, fully aware that their formidable guildmaster Adelberg Grants is the only assassin capable of disrupting his grand design. By keeping the deadly S-rank hunter delayed and in the dark, Nahan guarantees that the human realms will plunge headfirst into his web without their finest protector to guide them. Watching from a high ridge in the demon realm, the vanguard commanders marvel at the sight of thousands of greedy adventurers swarming through the golden portals exactly as predicted. With the massive army completely surrounded, the demon captains prepare to execute the next phase of Nahan's ruthless plan, knowing there is absolutely no escape for the invaders. The orders barked out to the hidden artillery units. They must use the magic net cannons to trap as many humans as possible, turning this crusade into a massive harvesting ground. Down on the plains, the marching humans suddenly freeze as the sky above violently darkens, swallowed by an ominous, swirling vortex of pure malice. A massive, terrifying shadow stretches over the panicking army, signaling the descent of a prehistoric nightmare they are wholly unprepared to face. Roaring with absolute fury, a colossal, bone-white gargoyle drops from the heavens, its golden eyes glowing with the promise of absolute slaughter. The vanguard screams in pure terror as the ancient beast spreads its massive stone wings, trapping the human army in a valley of death. With a devastating impact, the gargoyle smashes into the human ranks, crushing stone and bone alike in the name of its demonic sovereign. Seizing the moment of absolute panic, the demon commander orders the artillery units to fire, aiming directly at the shattered remnants of the human formation. The heavy magic cannons are locked and loaded, their massive barrels humming with glowing energy as they prepare to unleash a binding nightmare. With a deafening roar, the cannons fire, launching massive shimmering webs that spread across the sky like a giant spider's trap. The sticky, unbreakable steel webs collapse onto the fleeing soldiers, trapping them instantly and rendering their swords completely useless as they struggle in vain. But just as despair threatens to consume the trapped vanguard, a brilliant streak of light cuts through the chaos, tearing the web apart in a single explosive motion. Stepping into the breach is a legendary warrior, his eyes burning with righteous fury as he slashes through the demon lines to carve a path of survival. The desperate soldiers gasp in awe as the veteran crusader stands firm, single-handedly blocking a devastating blow from the titanic gargoyle with his massive blade. It is the AAA-class crusader, Joseph Rosenbach, who roars a rallying cry, urging the retreating forces to rally behind him as he prepares to shatter the demon blockade. Watching from the ridge, the demon captains realize the titanic gargoyle alone cannot hold back a warrior of Rosenbach's caliber, necessitating immediate lethal intervention. A ruthless spearman steps forward with a sinister grin, eagerly volunteering to silence the human champion and extinguish their final spark of hope. Channeling a terrifying purple flame of demonic energy, the elite warrior of the Asura tribe vows that he will not suffer defeat this time, unleashing his true monstrous power. In a blinding flash of violet light, the Ashura warrior teleports behind the legendary crusader, his spearhead slicing clean through armor and flesh with terrifying ease. Smiling mockingly at the fallen human champion, the elite demon sneers at the pathetic weakness of the invaders who dared to disrupt their master's perfect flow. Joseph Rosenbach collapses to the dirt in a pool of his own blood, his legendary sword slipping from his grasp as the light faints from his eyes, leaving the human army completely leaderless. With their champion slain, the remaining human soldiers drop their weapons in absolute hysteria, fleeing wildly while the demons mockingly watch their pathetic struggle. Raising his blood-stained trident, the Asura commander orders his troops to play with the survivors a bit longer before executing a total flawless capture. Back in the safety of the royal palace, Nahan warmly commends his vanguard captains for orchestrating a masterpiece of military deception and securing thousands of fresh human test subjects. Nahan turns his attention to the returning captains of the 5th Army Corps, praising Captain Epsilon and Vice Captain Zeta for their flawless execution on their very first deployment. The monstrous commanders bow deeply in reverence, pledging their absolute loyalty and future victories to the strategist who guides their destiny. With the human threat neutralized and his web fully spun, the cold mastermind finally softens, walking back into the solar to find his young sovereign seer happily eating pudding as if the world outside isn't burning to ashes. Nahan's master plan shifts into its next phase as he instructs Cain to leak critical information to the demon merchants while keeping only the most valuable captives, leaving the rest to be sent back. But the butler is instantly thrown into confusion by this sudden tactical shift. Stunned by the order to release their hard-won human prisoners, Cain's mind races with anxiety, questioning if his master is actually attempting to negotiate with the formidable human empires. Hesitant and deeply concerned, the butler warns that provoking the powerful human nations is a premature gamble for their currently fragile faction, but Nahan remains completely unfazed. He reminds Cain of the massive forces stacked against them, from the religious fanatics of the Felix Holy Kingdom to the tyrannical might of the Bismarck Empire. Along with the fierce Northern Alliance consisting of 7 powerful fortresses, any direct war would mean absolute suicide for their domain. Yet, Nahan flashes a confident smirk, explaining that avoiding negotiations is the true mistake, as these human nations are currently powerless to mobilize their armies. Seer tilts her head in innocent curiosity, wondering how such a powerful foe could be so helpless, prompting Nahan to explain that the blame for this conflict falls entirely on the greedy human invaders. By offering to exchange the prisoners' lives for a steep price, Nahan is forcing the human leaders into a corner where refusing the trade would utterly destroy the public's trust in their crowns. Gently patting the young queen's head, he emphasizes a cold truth she must never forget. For any sovereign, maintaining absolute power and influence is the ultimate law of survival. Realizing the brilliant trap his master has set, Cain bows in deep reverence, preparing to select the high-value prisoners while gathering the realm's most talented blacksmiths for a secret project. Though Seer questions if a product derived from human design will actually sell in the demon realm, Nahan's knowing smile suggests he has already foreseen its massive success. Meanwhile, in the Grand Imperial Palace of the Bismarck Empire, Claude von Bismarck reads the demanding ransom letter from the demons, his blood boiling at the sheer audacity of these monstrous kidnappers. The Emperor's court erupts in tense whispers, with the advisors fearing that a sinister, coordinated shift has occurred within the once-divided demon realm. The gravity of the situation settles heavily over the chamber as the chief advisor reveals the outrageously steep ransom demanded for just 20 high-ranking citizens. Furious at being underestimated, Claude contemplates a brutal military retaliation, but his loyal vassals desperately plead with him to accept the trade for the safety of their people. They point out that because the incident was caused by the reckless actions of the Adventurer Guild, the Empire has absolutely no legal or moral grounds to launch a war. Despite the Emperor's rage, his chief advisor delivers a grim warning. They still have absolutely no understanding of the demon realm's true military might. Even worse, the captured adventurers were elite A-rank combatants whose strength rivaled the Empire's finest knights, yet they were subdued with terrifying ease. Unable to contain his imperial pride, Claude slams his fist down in a violent rage, humiliated that the mighty Empire must bow to mere demons. But with the threat of public rebellion looming if he abandons his citizens, the defeated emperor is forced to swallow his pride and reluctantly agree to the trade. Yet, as he signs the decree, a dark, murderous vow echoes through the imperial hall. This humiliating defeat will be repaid in blood. Back in his office, Nahan receives the expected news that the major human nations have agreed to the ransom, confirming that his psychological trap worked flawlessly. Handing over the final instructions, Nahan orders Cain to transport the hostages to the portal zone tomorrow morning, preparing a chilling message for the human envoys. With eyes glowing a terrifying crimson, the master strategist delivers a cold, merciless decree. If the humans fail to comply, the remaining hostages will be instantly slaughtered. Meanwhile, a crowd of bewildered demon blacksmiths gathers in the courtyard, whispering anxiously about why they have been suddenly summoned by the demon lords. The tense chatter falls deathly silent as Nahan, Seer, and Lady Citri step onto the platform, their powerful presence commanding absolute obedience. Directing the blacksmith's attention to the side, Nahan reveals a massive rack of finely crafted weapons, instantly drawing their professional eyes. The skilled craftsmen are left utterly speechless, immediately recognizing the exceptional quality and artistry of the masterfully forged blades. But their admiration turns to sudden shock when Nahan coldly reveals that these superior armaments were plundered from the human adventurers. Stepping forward, Citri commands the stunned blacksmiths to thoroughly analyze these human weapons and replicate their flawless quality. Offended by the order, a proud goblin blacksmith objects, deeply insulted by the suggestion that demon craftsmanship is inferior to human work. Unfazed by the prideful outburst, Nahan orders them to begin the research immediately, warning them to stop wasting precious resources on producing useless trash. Enraged by the blunt insult, the blacksmiths shout in defiance, demanding to know how the royal tutor dares to call their sacred craft inferior. With a calm, menacing composure, Nahan poses a simple, brutal challenge if a demon sword were to clash against a human blade. Raising the human sword high in the air, his cold gaze pierces through the crowd as he asks which weapon would shatter first. Dropping the broken shards of their pride at their feet, Nahan challenges them to use human designs to forge something even greater, forcing them to choose between their stubborn pride and victory over their hated enemies. Breaking the tense silence, a blue-skinned blacksmith named Doomgrick steps forward, reluctantly agreeing to take on the daunting challenge. Though Doomgrick warns that analyzing the complex human forging process will require a massive investment of time, Nahan promises unlimited resources to ensure their success. Seizing the moment, Seer excitedly suggests appointing Doomgrick as the leader of the project, a choice both Nahan and Citri instantly approve. Stepping down, Nahan personally awards the leadership badge to Doomgrick, granting him absolute authority over the entire blacksmith guild. But a veteran blacksmith instantly protests, furious that a younger craftsman is being given power over those with far more experience. Nahan's eyes narrow as he silences the dissenter, declaring that a true leader is defined by courage and action, not by hollow complaints. Releasing a suffocating pressure, he demands to know if they dare defy the direct command of their sovereigns. He coldly warns that any insubordination against Doomgrick's authority is a direct insult to the queens themselves, carrying a swift and final penalty. With a terrifying, shadow-draped aura and eyes glowing with pure malice, Nahan issues a ruthless decree: anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Trembling under the crushing weight of Nahan's murderous intent, the arrogant veteran falls to his knees in absolute submission. Terrified into absolute compliance, the entire guild of blacksmiths bows low, swearing their complete loyalty to the grand design. With the crisis resolved, Nahan warmly praises Seer for her excellent composure, completely ignoring a fuming Citri who demands his attention. Laughing off the demon lord's frustration, Nahan gently guides the conversation back to the Grand Palace, ready to initiate the next phase of their plan. Settling in for tea, Nahan lays out the details of their highly lucrative business venture, using Citri's name to dominate the market with their revolutionary new armaments. Citri demands her cut of the profits, her eyes narrowed in sharp suspicion, but negotiating with a master manipulator is a dangerous game. Nahan sips his tea with infuriating calmness, instantly labeling the demon lord a crook and threatening to completely discard her name from the operation. Panicking at the sudden threat of being cut out entirely, Citri frantically drops her demands to a measly 10%, desperation leaking from every word. But Nahan only looms over her with a suffocating violet aura, reminding her of the cold, harsh reality that her shameless greed holds no power here. Citri grits her teeth, realizing she is utterly cornered. With Nahan driving this operation, the sheer quality of the reconstructed armaments will easily dominate the realm. Seizing absolute control, Nahan offers a final insulting 5%, leaving her with a choice that will determine the fate of her faction's wealth. Though deeply frustrated by the low percentage, Citri hesitates, demanding to know how he can guarantee such unprecedented success before they've even begun. Smiling confidently, Nahan produces the contract, assuring her that replicating the complex human forging process is merely a matter of shifting their priorities. Reluctantly putting pen to paper, Citri signs the decree, knowing that standard weapons have long been neglected by the all-powerful Demon Kings. Nahan flashes a satisfied grin, explaining that even a Demon King cannot fight a war alone, making a highly equipped army their ultimate path to absolute supremacy. With the terms set, the strategist casually invites her to walk away if she still harbors any doubts, putting her resolve to the ultimate test. Alarmed by his sudden indifference, Citri protests wildly, realizing the master manipulator is already rewriting the rules of their agreement. Handing over the final paper, Nahan coldly reveals that this massive venture is actually a high-risk gamble, and she is the one who will shoulder the entire burden of failure. Citri's face pales in sheer horror as the terrifying realization of his trap hits her. She has just signed away her safety. With a sinister, glowing grin, Nahan seals the deal, reminding her that in the brutal demon realm, absolute leverage is the only law of survival. Deep within the damp dungeon cells, the human captives whisper in absolute despair, wondering if any of them will ever make it out of this nightmare alive. The heavy iron gates creak open as a colossal armored guard brutally drags a terrified prisoner from the darkness, igniting a fresh wave of panic. The young man struggles desperately against the crushing grip of his captors, his screams of defiance echoing uselessly through the stone corridors. Two young adventurers, Dane and Ari, are roughly thrown before the dungeon guards, their hearts pounding as they face their unknown impending doom. Step by step, Nahan approaches the trembling captives, his golden eyes piercing through their defenses as he demands their names. His gaze grows chillingly sharp as he poses a sudden, unexpected question. Do they know an adventurer named Luke? The captive pair erupt in furious anger, accusing the demons of playing a sick, twisted joke since they were the ones who took him in the first place. A dark, knowing smile spreads across Nain's face as the pieces of the puzzle perfectly click into place, revealing a massive strategic opening. Turning to his loyal butler Cain, the strategist demands a secret document, his mind already formulating a devastating new plot. Thrusting the sketch of the warrior before the trembling adventurers, Nahan demands to know if they recognize the face of the man who holds their destiny. Staring at the drawing of Luke, Dain and Eri gasp in utter shock, terrified of how this monstrous strategist could possibly know their dearest companion. Turning his attention back to Cain, Nahan confirms that this specific human was indeed captured and sent off during the previous clearing operation. An insidious, triumphant smirk spreads across the strategist's face as he realizes an incredible stroke of fortune has just landed directly into his hands. Walking back up the winding palace stairs, Nahan's footsteps echo with the heavy weight of an impending global crisis. He understands that they must tread carefully. If human hostility reaches a critical threshold, the world's legendary heroes will inevitably rise to destroy them. And leading that legendary vanguard is none other than Luke, the unstoppable hero of the sword, destined to clash with the demon realm. But Nahan knows the human leaders are deeply corrupt, and the greedy guildmaster of Sodor City would never leave such a powerful pawn unchecked. Arriving at his grand office, Nan chuckles at his incredible luck. He is about to neutralize one of humanity's greatest protectors without ever raising a sword. As Cain escorts the bewildered Dain and Eri into the chamber, they find themselves standing before the master strategist of the demon realm. Piercing them with a cold, commanding gaze, Nahan delivers a shocking proposition. He wants the two human adventurers to work directly under him. Cain gasps in absolute panic, warning his master that keeping human captives in the royal palace will spark immediate and violent rebellion among the demons. Unfazed by the warnings, Nahan dismisses his butler's anxiety, fully prepared to exploit these unique humans to serve his grand design. Unleashing a suffocating pressure, he presents a brutal choice: cooperate and receive proper compensation, or suffer a far worse fate. Trembling with fear, Eri musters the courage to ask what will happen to them if they refuse and are thrown back into the dark depths of the dungeon. With eyes glowing a terrifying crimson, Nahan delivers a cold, devastating truth. If they return to the cells, they will die just like their beloved friend Luke. Enraged by the cold declaration, Dain lunges forward in a murderous fury, screaming that the demons are the ones who dragged Luke to his death. But Nahan's voice turns deathly cold as he reveals the truth. It was the greedy human guildmaster of Sodor City who ultimately sent Luke to his doom. The revelation strikes the young adventurers like a physical blow, leaving them reeling in disbelief as they face the darkest betrayal of their lives. Breaking the heavy silence, Eri's eyes shadow over with a desperate, chilling resolve as she declares her willingness to accept the deal. Dain shouts in absolute disbelief, accusing her of losing her mind for placing her trust in a deceptive, monstrous demon. Clenching her fists until her knuckles turn white, Eri retorts that humanity's corrupt society has already abandoned them for being weak and poor. Tears streaming down her face, she screams that she will seize any chance of survival no matter the cost. Standing tall as a literal shadow of death, Nahan smiles warmly, welcoming her decision to forge a pact with the devil himself. Defeated and broken, Dain reluctantly agrees to join her, demanding to know what task the master strategist has planned for them. Raising two fingers with a chillingly confident smile, Nahan gives them a strict 3-year deadline to prove their worth or face total annihilation. With their pact forged, the strategist prepares for a change of pace, stepping onto the training grounds to conduct a highly anticipated swordsmanship lesson. Relying on the deep muscle memory of his possessed body, he confidently prepares to teach the young demon king the absolute fundamentals of combat. But before the first strike can even be thrown, Nahan delivers a sudden, heartbreaking ultimatum. If she wants to learn the way of the sword, her beloved teddy bear, Whitey, must be left behind. The sudden command weighs heavily on the young lord, forcing her to confront a painful choice between her childhood comfort and her father's imposing legacy. Sensing her hesitation, Nahan wonders if the burden of this training is simply too great for her fragile heart. In an incredible display of trust, the young monarch reluctantly steps forward, laying her precious companion aside to prove her absolute commitment to her new teacher. Whispering a soft, tearful promise to her beloved companion to wait just a little while, she hardens her resolve, ready to face whatever brutal training lies ahead. Stepping close, Nahan gently guides her hands onto the hilt, demonstrating the precise, steady grip needed to wield a weapon of war. Mimicking his stance with surprising ease, the young disciple raises her blade, eagerly looking up to see if she has met his high expectations. When Nahan asks if she has ever trained before, her innocent denial sends a shiver down his spine. Her form with the legendary sword of blood tears is already flawless, proving the terrifying natural talent of a true demon king. Stealing his focus, the strategist decides to demonstrate the single most crucial foundation of all swordplay, the perfect, uninterrupted swing. With a sharp exhale, he unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike, his blade cutting cleanly through the air to show her the true meaning of martial precision. Staring in absolute wonder, the young lord's eyes sparkle with pure awe as she witnesses the effortless strength of her teacher's display. Inspired by his demonstration, she firmly plants her feet, gripping her legendary weapon with a sudden, intense concentration. As she raises her sword, a massive, oppressive shadow of pure demonic malice suddenly looms behind her, signaling a terrifying awakening of raw power. With a shattering roar, her swing unleashes a devastating shockwave that tears through the courtyard, splitting the solid ground in a terrifying display of destructive force. Nahan stands frozen in absolute shock as a sudden realization hits him. Wielding the legendary Sword of Blood Tears has amplified her stats by an insane 500%, shattering all game logic. Totally oblivious to the chaos she just caused, the young lord innocently smiles, asking if her devastating strike was executed correctly. Staring at the massive ruptured earth before them, a sweating Nahan instantly realizes that letting her train with live weapons is a recipe for absolute disaster. But before he can recover, the atmosphere suddenly turns icy cold as she releases a dark, suffocating aura, demanding to know why human intruders have been brought into her castle. Sensing his life is in immediate danger, the master strategist frantically backpedals, desperately explaining that the human captives are merely studying on their own and hold no special place in his heart. Yet her suspicion only deepens as she icily reminds him of his secret lessons with the rival demon lord Citri, forcing Nahan to justify it as a cold, calculated business transaction. Staring deep into his soul with a desperate intensity, she demands a final binding promise that he will always belong to her and her alone as her sole mentor. Reassured by his warm confirmation, her dark aura vanishes in an instant, but the peaceful moment is abruptly shattered as Kane suddenly appears with an urgent whisper. Leaning close, the butler delivers a highly sensitive piece of intelligence, instantly shifting Nahan's focus to a brand new secret objective. Moments later, Nahan finds himself dealing with a dramatically sobbing Citri who loudly accuses him of being utterly heartless for bringing up such delicate matters without warning. Standing up with an annoyed huff, the demon lord demands to know what could possibly be important enough to warrant his sudden invasive questioning. But when Nahan calmly reveals that his inquiry concerns the young lord Seer, Citri's eyes widen in sudden dramatic panic, assuming the two have had a massive fallout. Her panic instantly deflates into utter disbelief when she realizes this ruthless, terrifying master strategist is actually losing sleep over what to get the young lord for his birthday. Laughing hysterically at his unexpected sentimentality, Citri mocks his concern, only to be cut off by Nahan's cold, deadpan command to take the matter seriously. Sighing at his stubbornness, she carelessly suggests basic gifts like dolls, pudding, or cake, completely ignoring the strategist's desire for something far more grand and memorable. With a knowing smirk, Citri realizes that securing the young monarch's absolute favorability is the ultimate key to achieving Nahan's mysterious final objective. She wisely suggests that sparkly, majestic items are the path to a young ruler's heart, reminding him of a certain golden crown Seer once coveted from the treasure vault. Pointing out that the legendary crown was far too large to wear, Citri suggests a simple solution, commissioning a master craftsman to resize the artifact to fit her perfectly. Grudgingly admitting her suggestion is actually brilliant, Nahan completely ignores her offended protests as he begins planning a daring, top-secret heist to sneak the crown out of Seer's private quarters. Under the cover of total darkness, the strategist and his loyal beast-made accomplice, Cecily, tread softly through the silent castle corridors, praying they won't be detected. Cecily whispers a reassuring update, confirming their target is safely distracted by a plate of pudding in the dining hall, leaving the room completely unguarded. But just as they prepare to make their move, a cheerful voice suddenly echoes through the dark hallway, freezing both conspirators in absolute terror. Leaping into his arms with absolute joy, Seer reveals a terrifying sensory ability. She was able to track his precise location simply by feeling his unique mana signature. Sweat pouring down his face, Nahan shares a panicked glance with his accomplice, realizing his own powerful magic almost completely ruined the entire surprise. Caught red-handed, the master manipulator desperately invents a clumsy excuse on the spot, claiming he was simply wandering the halls to enjoy the beautiful night weather. Quickly ushering the young lord away for a late-night walk, Nahan secretly signals Cecily to proceed with the high-stakes heist before their window of opportunity slams shut. Wandering into the courtyard, the young monarch gazes up at the massive, glowing full moon, her heart filled with pure, innocent wonder. Settling onto a quiet bench, Nahan gently pats her head, quietly rejoicing that his secret mission to retrieve her dream crown was a massive success. His expression softens as he delivers a rare, heartfelt plea, urging her to always prioritize her health and to never hesitate to lean on him when the crushing weight of her destiny becomes too heavy to bear. Looking out at the vast, starry sky, he can't help but reflect on the immense, terrifying responsibility placed upon such a tiny, fragile child. Reassured by her bright, determined smile, Nahan warmly reminds her that rest is just as vital as constant training if she hopes to conquer the challenges ahead. Hugging her teddy bear close, the young demon king drifts into a peaceful, happy state, leaving her protector silently praying that she will never lose her pure and innocent heart in this brutal world. Catching a movement out of the corner of his eye, Nahan looks up to see Cecily, giving him a triumphant hand signal from the balcony. The crown has been successfully secured. Slipping away under the cover of night, the strategist descends to the roaring, firelit forge of the 70th floor, instantly alerting the dwarf leader Dungrik. Handing over the stolen golden crown, Nahan commands the blacksmith to downsize the legendary artifact while keeping its breathtaking complex design entirely intact. With the blueprint set and a strict one-week deadline imposed, Nahan delivers a final, chilling warning. This project must remain a total, absolute secret or face the full wrath of the demon realm. Deep in the weapon research division, the dwarf blacksmiths confess their progress is slow. Despite endless days of analysis, their prototype weapon is still far too embarrassing to present to the public. But secrets this heavy cannot be hidden forever. Smiling with calculated patience, Nahan reassures the master craftsman that quality takes time. The dwarf bows in deep gratitude, completely unaware of the terrifying expectations riding on his success. Walking back to the castle corridors, Nahan mentally checks off the first phase of his master plan. The birthday gift is secured, leaving only the party itself. But his inner peace is shattered by a sudden heart-wrenching wail echoing from the halls. Terror spikes through his veins as he rushes into the grand hall, finding a sobbing young demon king surrounded by panicked maids. The caretakers desperately explain that the young monarch lost her composure the very moment her mentor vanished from sight. Even the promise of her favorite sparkling pudding fails to soothe her, as Seer rejects the treat with a desperate scream. Her attachment to her teacher has officially crossed into a dangerous, obsessive territory. The atmosphere grows thick with suffocating tension as the maids freeze in absolute horror. They realize that if the young lord's emotional storm isn't pacified immediately, the entire castle might pay the ultimate price. Like a sudden beam of light cutting through a storm, Nahan catches the weeping child in his arms, his soothing voice instantly calming her frantic heart. But beneath his warm smile lies a cold sweat as he probes the depth of her distress. The frantic maids explain the tragic truth. The young monarch truly believed her beloved teacher had abandoned her forever. The realization hits Nahan like a physical blow, exposing the terrifying vulnerability of the one who holds absolute power. Forcing a gentle, reassuring smile, Nahan apologizes for his silent departure, guiding the fragile child back to safety. Every word must be carefully measured now, as one wrong step could shatter her fragile psyche. Sitting in the quiet sanctuary of the inner chambers, Nahan cradles the young lord, gently coaxing her to reveal the dark thoughts that triggered such raw, untamed panic. With tears pooling in her wide, innocent eyes, Seer whispers a confession that chills him to the bone. She is utterly terrified of the day her mentor will walk away and never return. For a fleeting second, the master strategist is caught completely off guard, his mind racing to formulate a response that satisfies both his secret goals and her desperate need for security. She presses further, her voice cracking with the heavy burden of her future crown, demanding to know if her ultimate ascension to power means her guide will vanish into the shadows. A cold spike of guilt pierces Nahan's heart as he confronts the bitter truth. His entire quest is designed to reach the game's ending so he can escape back to his own world. But revealing this truth right now would mean instant doom. Burying his guilt deep down, Nahan delivers a smooth, unwavering promise to stay by her side forever. The young lord looks up, desperately seeking any hint of deception in his warm embrace. To seal the deal, he cheerfully suggests celebrating with a plate of sweet pudding, completely oblivious to the dark, pulsing aura of malice beginning to swirl behind them. The word lie echoes silently in the shadows. Deep within her awakening instincts, the terrifying intuition of the Demon King detects the falsehood. She knows with absolute certainty that once he achieves his goal, he will leave, and her heart hardens with a dark, chilling resolve. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. A terrifying, vacant smile stretches across Seer's face as she decides that her only option is to become so strong, so indispensable that he will never have the power to escape her grasp. Days pass and the grand hall is filled with bright lights and cheering guests as Seer's highly anticipated birthday celebration finally begins. But beneath the joyous music, the invisible chains of obsession have already been tightly coiled. Smiling brightly, the young lord waves to her adoring subjects, while nearby commanders whisper about how incredibly adorable their tiny sovereign appears today. Stepping forward with a respectful bow, the military leaders present a beautifully wrapped token of their loyalty, instantly sparking a joyful gasp from the young ruler. Clutching the delicate red ribbon to her chest, her eyes sparkle with pure, innocent delight, temporarily masking the dark path she has sworn to walk. The lighthearted moment is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of the rival demon lord Citri, who dismisses the human gifts as modest and proudly prepares to unveil her own grand contribution. With a theatrical clap of her gloved hands, Citri commands her servants to bring forward a towering sheet-covered monument, raising the anticipation in the room to a fever pitch. Watching the absurdly massive display, Nahan instinctively facepalms, a sense of deep dread washing over him as he prepares for the absolute nonsense his rival is about to unleash. The sheet is pulled back to reveal a towering solid gold statue of Seer holding her teddy bear, designed to project absolute sovereign dignity to the entire realm. Grudgingly nodding in approval, Nahan admits that the statue actually captures a terrifyingly effective image of royalty, sparking a defensive, highly insulted sputter from Citri. Completely oblivious to the subtle bickering, Seer gleefully stands beside her golden twin, flashing a massive thumbs up to a highly smug and victorious Citri. Seizing his moment, Nahan steps forward, receiving a polished wooden box from the dwarf leader and calling the young lord over to present his highly confidential masterwork. The entire crowd gasps in sheer disbelief as the young monarch willingly hands her beloved teddy bear, Whitey, over to can a monumentally historic sacrifice just to receive her teacher's gift. Trembling with sheer excitement, the young monarch eagerly asks for permission to open the mysterious container, her heart pounding in anticipation of her mentor's creation. The moment the latch clicks open, a brilliant, majestic golden glow erupts from the box, illuminating the hall and reflecting a pair of purely mesmerized stars in her eyes. Placing the beautifully resized golden crown atop her head, she stands as a breathtakingly regal miniature sovereign, her presence commanding the silent respect of everyone in the room. Carrying her in his arms, Nahan asks if she is truly happy with his secret masterpiece, receiving an ecstatic scream of joy that melts the tension in the room, but their peaceful celebration is about to be abruptly derailed. Gazing closely at his disciple, Nahan notices her vibrant red hair is growing longer by the day, a chilling physical indicator that her body is rapidly adapting to store insane levels of external mana. Leaning in closer to inspect her changing appearance, Nahan's breath hitches as he senses something completely unexpected shifting beneath her silver-white locks. Parting her hair with trembling fingers, a sudden jolt of pure shock runs through his body as his fingertips brush against a hard, pointed growth. A tiny horn has sprouted from her forehead. Whirling around in a panic, the master strategist screams for Cain, demanding to know if this sudden mutation is a sign of a terminal illness or a fatal overload of power. But the butler merely sighs with a mixture of amusement and exhaustion, quietly wondering how such a brilliant, ruthless strategist can be so completely clueless about the basic biology of the demon realm. Hugging her teacher tightly, the young demon king pouts, loudly insisting that she is completely healthy and that growing horns is just a normal milestone of her royal growth. Stepping forward, Cain delivers a crucial warning, reminding Nahan that a demon's horns are incredibly sensitive and must be handled with absolute care or risk triggering an explosive defensive reaction. Pivoting back to their urgent military affairs, Nahan guides the young lord to the courtyard where the blacksmiths are waiting, demanding an immediate status update on their highly classified weapon prototype. Sweating profusely, the master dwarf blacksmith nervously grips the blade, terrified that this sudden live-fire demonstration might result in a catastrophic failure in front of their absolute rulers. Sensing their anxiety, Nahan warmly reassures them that even if the prototype fails, the valuable data and experience gained from the setback will only pave the way for a more perfect creation. With his confidence restored, the blacksmith bows deeply, handing over the experimental blade for the final ultimate trial. Gripping the hilt, Nahan gently instructs Seer to step back to a safe distance, warning her that the sheer destructive force of the upcoming test is far too dangerous for anyone to stand nearby. The training grounds fall into a heavy, breathless silence as the master strategist stands alone before the testing target, taking a deep, focused breath to prepare his strike. With the sudden, explosive surge of power, a blinding vertical beam of pure, radiant energy tears through the atmosphere, completely eclipsing the sun in a terrifying display of raw martial might. As the dust settles and the blinding light fades, Nahan calmly inspects the pristine, unblemished edge of the legendary blade, smiling with chilling satisfaction. The prototype is a flawless, devastating success, ready to rewrite the balance of power forever. The final strike of the hammer echoes through the forge as the blacksmiths erupt in victorious cheers. The weapon prototype is not just a success, it is a masterclass in lethality that requires only the slightest touch-up to reshape the world. Feeling a surge of pride, Nahan pats the dwarf's trembling shoulders, cementing a bond forged in blood and steel. Inspired by his master's faith, the blacksmith vows to pour his very soul into the final polishing phase. Observing from the shadows, the young Lord Seer eagerly asks if the time has finally come to unleash their grand master plan. With a chillingly calm nod, Nine confirms that their real conquest is about to begin. Deep within the bustling merchant quarters of the generous stratum, hushed whispers circulate about legendary human-grade weapons appearing on the black market. The tension in the air is palpable as merchants realize a massive shift in power is brewing. The traders lean in, their voices dropping to a tense murmur as they discuss the source of these arms. The rumor that these aren't just stolen human spoils, but are actually self-manufactured within the demon realm itself, sends a shiver of doubt through them. Dismissing any lingering skepticism with a smirk, the primary merchant declares his intention to seek out the source and verify the myth with his own eyes. A golden opportunity of this scale is worth risking everything for. Sipping his tea in tense contemplation, Bennett realizes that if the rumors are true, this is an investment of a lifetime waiting to be seized. He immediately resolves to join the journey, unaware of the trap waiting for him. Walking through the towering, ominous corridors, the merchants' hearts skip a beat as they realize their destination is the Demon King's castle. This is no ordinary trade deal. It's a high-stakes gamble run by the supreme rulers themselves. The massive doors slam open, revealing the terrifying presence of two aligned demon kings flanked by Nahan's imposing figure. The heavy atmosphere instantly crushes the merchants' confidence, making them realize they've walked straight into the lion's den. Panicked whispers break out among the crowd as they process the unprecedented alliance between Seer and Citri. This isn't just a business venture, it is a display of absolute centralized power. The elite guards stand in absolute chilling silence, their hands resting on their weapons as the tension reaches a suffocating peak. One wrong word in this room means instant execution. Stepping forward, Citri locks her eyes onto the crowd, boldly putting her royal name on the line to guarantee the peerless quality of the weapons. The sheer weight of a Demon King's vow leaves the audience utterly breathless. Bennett's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he measures the absolute confidence radiating from the throne. A royal guarantee means failure is not an option, and neither is betrayal. Citri's voice turns ice cold as she delivers a ruthless ultimatum. Those who stay must commit to a binding contract, while doubters can leave immediately. The sudden pressure forces every merchant to make a split-second decision. A suffocating, malevolent aura flares behind the Demon King as her guards lock their gaze on the crowd. The silent message is crystal clear. Anyone who learns their secrets and tries to back out later will not leave this castle alive. Cold sweat pours down the merchant's face as he tremblingly asks if this is an outright threat to their lives. With a chilling smile, the sovereign corrects him. It is not a threat, but a friendly warning of their impending doom. Terrified of the deadly stakes, several merchants turn and flee the Grand Hall, leaving only a handful behind. Amidst the panic, Bennett hardens his resolve and decides to stay, betting his entire future on this single moment. Watching his cowardly peers retreat into the light, Bennett knows he has just secured a direct line of communication with two sovereign powers. It is a terrifying risk, but the potential rewards are astronomical. With only 20 merchants remaining, Nahan sighs, noting that his psychological filter worked with flawless precision, but as he steps forward, he warns them that the true trial has only just begun. Stepping into the spotlight, Nahan announces himself as the mastermind behind the entire operation, instantly sending shockwaves through the remaining crowd. The realization that a human strategist is pulling the strings of the Demon Kings paralyzes the room. He confidently claims absolute authority over the execution of the venture, leaving Bennett completely dumbfounded. To reduce a Demon King to a mere figurehead requires a level of audacity that borders on absolute madness. Seizing the momentum, Nahan flashes a victory sign, offering them an exclusive 3-year monopoly to distribute these peerless weapons across the entire Demon realm. The sheer scale of the wealth on the table makes their hearts race. As Nahan smoothly explains the highly favorable profit split, Citri fumed in the shadows, silently cursing his blatant lies. Behind his charming facade lies a master manipulator who yields nothing for free. Bennett quickly calculates the numbers, his mind spinning at the colossal fortune even a fraction of this deal would bring. The sheer quality of the weapons ensures an absolute monopoly. To banish any lingering doubts, Nan presents 2 blades, one forged by humans and one of their own creation, challenging the merchants to test them freely. The moment of truth has finally arrived. Drawing the newly forged blade, Bennett is instantly mesmerized by its balance and flawless edge. The quality is not just on par with human craft, it surpasses it entirely. Staring at the shimmering metal, Bennett realizes his cowardly peers made the biggest mistake of their lives by walking away. This single weapon has the power to redefine the warfare of the entire realm. However, the dream is suddenly met with a harsh reality as Nahan limits production to just 400 swords a month. Bennett immediately protests, knowing such a low volume cannot sustain a commercial empire. Flashing a cunning smirk, Nahan reveals that swords are merely the tip of the spear. What they have prepared is a complete, systematic arsenal of armaments. With a swift motion, detailed lists are distributed to the stunned merchants, instantly expanding the scope of their greed beyond imagination. Reading the lists of spears, heavy armor, and pristine helmets, Bennett's heart pounds with excitement. This is no longer a simple trade, it is a manufacturing revolution that will attract buyers from every corner of the world. Watching the merchants' ecstatic reactions, Citri bites her lip in silent regret, realizing she should have negotiated a better share of the profits. But she knows that pushing Nahan any further would have left her completely out of the equation. Leaning forward, Bennett eagerly asks about the second, highly classified proposal hidden within the documents. His sharp business instincts have caught Nahan's full attention. Looking at the clever merchant, Nahan recognizes him as Bennett, a legendary guildmaster from the original game. Bringing such a brilliant mind to his side is crucial for his ultimate survival. Rather than explaining the next phase with mere words, Nahan gestures for the merchants to follow him. The sudden shift in tone hints at a darker, far more dangerous secret waiting in the depths. The sound of echoing footsteps fills the damp stairwell as Nahan leads the group deep into the subterranean levels of the castle. A heavy sense of dread begins to settle over the merchants. Descending further into the absolute darkness of the dungeon, Bennett's instincts scream at him to run. Just what kind of illicit merchandise requires such extreme secrecy? The heavy clinking of chains and distant agonizing groans echo through the stone walls, chilling the merchants to their very bones. Passing by reinforced iron bars, they catch glimpses of glowing, desperate eyes staring back at them from the shadows, hinting at a terrifying secret hidden from the public. The group gasps in horror as they look upon cages filled with weeping human captives. The realization hits them like a physical blow. This isn't just a weapon trade. Bennett tremblingly asks if Nahan is proposing a highly illegal human slave trade. With a cold, unbothered expression, Nahan confirms that they have already sorted out the most useful specimens for their clients. Realizing the immense political risks, the merchants hesitate, knowing that trafficking humans is a double-edged sword. But Nahan calmly offers them a choice to back out now if they lack the stomach for it. A sinister smile plays on Nahan's lips as he points out that while commoners despise humans, high-ranking demon nobles will pay a king's ransom for them. The promise of unimaginable wealth quickly silences their moral doubts. In the end, the group thins out even further, leaving only 5 ruthless individuals who are willing to cross any line for profit. Standing before them, Nahan prepares to unveil the classification of his human goods. He systematically divides the captives, categorizing the weaker ones for grueling manual labor and the attractive ones for elite entertainment. To him, these humans are nothing more than assets on a ledger. Finally, he gestures toward a group of hardened captives, revealing that these individuals possess skills rivaling the elite knights of the human realm, perfect for high-end escort duties. Enraged by his words, one of the human warriors leaps to his feet, slamming his fists against the bars and screaming in absolute defiance against his captors. The captive's eyes burn with pure hatred as he curses the demons, demanding they kill him rather than force him to live as a submissive slave. Bennett watches the outburst with deep concern, warning Nahan that these highly trained knights are far too dangerous and prone to rebellion to be safely controlled, but Nahan remains completely unfazed. With a silent, chilling activation, a glowing slave crest flares to life on the rebel's neck, instantly suppressing his will and forcing him to his knees in agony. The absolute control Nahan wields leaves no room for resistance. The trade will go on no matter the cost. The captive knight roars in feudal defiance, promising bloody vengeance on his captors. His raw, unbridled rage should terrify any onlooker, but to the cold-hearted puppet masters, it is nothing more than a minor inconvenience. To permanently silence any thoughts of rebellion, Nahan coldly reveals the triggerable slave curses carved directly into the captives' necks. To make matters even more terrifying, he casually offers complete brainwashing as an optional premium service. With a sinister glow in his eye, the mastermind locks his gaze onto his trembling partners, demanding to know if they have the stomach to proceed. The suffocating pressure in the room makes it clear that there is no turning back. Weeks later, the shocking fruits of their labor finally hit the market, leaving rival merchants completely shell-shocked. The sheer quality of the imported armament spreads panic throughout the trading districts. Within Bennett's sprawling general store on the 69th floor, buyers marvel at the flawless craft of the new weapons. Word of this mysterious, unmatched supplier spreads like wildfire through the underworld. Desperate to get a piece of the action, rival traders beg Bennett for even a small portion of the stock, offering double the price. But bound by a strict contract with the enigmatic 70-floor master, he smugly turns them away.
Shaking off their desperate pleas, Bennett walks away with absolute confidence, warning his competitors that a massive, unstoppable upheaval is about to crush the existing market.
Behind closed doors, Bennett instructs his trusted agent to begin the next phase of the plan. He demands they leak highly calculated rumors about an exclusive auction directly to the highest nobility of the demon realm. With a wicked grin, Bennett knows that the greedy, power-hungry elite are always starved for fresh toys. The bait has been cast and the wealthiest players in the realm are guaranteed to bite. Far away in his luxurious study, Nahan receives Bennett's proposal. The clever strategist immediately recognizes the brilliant potential of a high-stakes auction to maximize their profits. While his loyal butler agrees that the merchant used his head remarkably well, Nahan feels that merely spectating the event would be far too boring. A devious plan begins to form in his mind. A flash of a cruel smirk crosses his face as he decides to bring his newly acquired human captives along. This auction will serve as the ultimate, chilling lesson in obedience. A few days later, Nahan arrives at Bennett's bustling store, accompanied by the unsuspecting young demon king and their silent human servants. The grand stage for his next move is finally set. Looking around the massive store, the innocent seer is completely mesmerized by the sparkling jewelry, entirely unaware of the dark geopolitical strings her teacher is pulling behind her back. Bennett bows in deep reverence, honored by the sudden visit of the sovereign and her brilliant strategist. Without wasting a single second, Nahan requests to see their finest magic items. Led by the merchant master, the group descends deep into the secure lower levels of the shop, the heavy silence of the stairs adding to the growing tension. Noticing the tense, quiet figures of Dane and Aerie trailing behind them, Bennett hesitantly questions their human identity, but a cold, sharp warning from Nahan instantly silences his curiosity. As the heavy doors slide open, they step into a hidden treasury filled with a jaw-dropping collection of high-grade magical gear. The sheer aura of power radiating from the room is overwhelming. Dane and Aerie can barely breathe as they look upon the legendary armaments. The realization that such devastating power is being mass-produced by demons sends a shiver of dread down their spines. With casual generosity, Nahan turns to the human captives and offers to let them choose any item to aid in their training. It is a golden opportunity, or perhaps another calculated test of loyalty. Hesitantly stepping forward, Aerie reaches out for a beautifully crafted ring, her heart hammering against her ribs as she hopes she isn't overstepping her bounds. Nahan immediately recognizes the artifact's ability to store mana, noting that it is a perfect match for a human who cannot generate their own. Aerie freezes in sheer terror, realizing her master sees right through her. Standing in the shadows, Seer glares intensely at the interaction, her eyes narrowing with a sudden, icy surge of jealousy as she watches her beloved teacher pay attention to another. Realizing the young Demon King's quiet fury, Nahan quickly shifts his focus, gently patting Seer's head and warmly inviting her to choose a magical treasure of her own. Instantly brightened by the attention, Seer proudly points out a dazzling, brilliantly glowing blue gemstone, declaring it the finest and most sparkly item in the entire room. The artifact is a masterpiece of protection magic designed to shield its wearer from harm, a fitting gift for a growing sovereign and a powerful tool in the coming conflicts. Coldly ordering Bennett to build a grand total to the 72nd floor, Nahan demands that a suitable weapon be selected for Dane as well. The preparations are complete. Checking his pocket watch, Bennett urges them to move immediately if they wish to arrive before the grand event begins. The clock is ticking on their most dangerous venture yet. Gesturing for the anxious human captives to follow close behind, Nahan leads them out of the vault. The stage is set for a ruthless display of demonic hierarchy. Inside the gilded auction hall, the master of ceremonies takes the stage, boisterously announcing the first prime lot of the evening, a fully submissive human slave. Watching from the balcony, Dane and Eri watch in absolute horror as the bids climb. The terrifying display of human degradation is a silent, unmistakable warning of what awaits them if they ever dare to rebel. Nahan looks on with a pleased smirk, praising Bennett for organizing such a brilliant event to solve their supply issues while maximizing their astronomical profits. Shivering in fear, Eri turns to Dane, whispering a desperate question about why their powerful master chose to keep them instead of selling them off to the highest bidder. Nahan calmly explains that a true strategist needs competent, trustworthy hands of his own to execute his grand designs, hands that cannot be bought or sold. Grinning ear to ear, Seer happily accepts her teacher's logic, her absolute trust in him reinforcing the unbreakable bond between mentor and sovereign. Turning a cold, piercing gaze toward his human servants, Nahan asks them point blank if they regret taking his hand to escape the cages. The heavy silence hangs thick in the air. Down below, the gavel slams down as another helpless human is sold off like cattle. The grim reality of their alternative fate hits Dane and Eri with the force of a physical blow. Trembling with a mixture of fear and profound relief, the two humans lower their heads, swearing their absolute allegiance. Seeing their submission, Nahan's face twists into a victorious, shadowy grin. As the years begin to slip away in a blur of intense training and shifting power dynamics, the young sovereign's raw potential begins to blossom under Nahan's watchful guidance. Floating effortlessly in a vortex of pure, concentrated mana, Seer demonstrates a level of control that leaves even the most seasoned demon lord speechless. 5 long years of rigorous discipline have transformed the cute child into a formidable, breathtaking demon king, ready to claim her rightful place at the top of the hierarchy. Walking through the royal gardens, Nahum commends her rapid progress before casually suggesting they shift their lessons to a far more practical real-world setting. Seer pouts playfully, grumbling that official duties are far too tedious and should be handled entirely by her brilliant teacher anyway. But Nahan's tone turns serious as he reveals that today marks the exact day their exclusive armament trade agreement finally comes to an end. Confused by his lack of urgency, Seer asks why they shouldn't immediately rush to renegotiate and secure their highly lucrative monopoly. With a confident smile, Seer realizes that their weapons have already achieved legendary status throughout the realm, meaning they no longer need to rely on a single distribution network. Nahan nods in agreement, explaining that by letting the monopoly dissolve, they will foster fierce competition among rival merchants, forcing them to offer even better terms. To make matters even more perfect, the human realm has suddenly plunged into absolute chaos, creating the ultimate window of opportunity to aggressively expand their highly lucrative slave trade. This global turmoil is the exact historical event Nahan has been waiting for, the prime moment to expand their faction's influence while the rest of the world is too distracted to stop them. Stepping toward a swirling, ominous portal, Nathan prepares to launch his ultimate campaign, a masterstroke of political warfare designed to completely shatter his rival Dantalian's credibility once and for all. The pieces are rapidly falling into place, and the young Demon King suddenly realizes the terrifying truth behind her teacher's silence. The groundwork to subjugate the 69th floor has been laid, leaving their enemies completely exposed. With a cold, calculated smile, the master strategist prepares to unleash the next phase of his grand design. The era of patience is officially over. It is time to strike with absolute, devastating force. Standing before his key distribution partners, Nahan delivers a brutal, non-negotiable ultimatum. The highly lucrative 5-year exclusive contract is officially dead, throwing the merchant lords into immediate panic. Before they can even process the devastating news, Nahan smugly presents a brand new proposal. A mysterious scroll slides across the table, carrying a trap wrapped in the promise of unimaginable wealth. Sweating profusely, the lead merchant unravels the document, only to freeze in sheer disbelief. The sheer audacity of the information written before his eyes threatens to hijack the entire geopolitical balance of the demon realm. Seeing their hesitation, Nahan's gaze narrows into a deadly golden glare. He coldly questions their loyalty, reminding them of the suffocating power dynamic that rules their alliance. There is no room for doubt. The merchant gulps in terror, trapped between two executioners. Spreading this calculated rumor means making a mortal enemy out of the powerful Lord Dandelion, yet turning Nahan down means instant commercial death. Even the young seer is puzzled by her master's choice to offer these trembling merchants the deal first, but Nahan smoothly spins it as a gesture of goodwill, a final gracious opportunity before they are cast aside. Crushed by the immense pressure and seduced by the promise of endless weapons and slaves, the merchant syndicate has no choice but to bow. They officially seal their deal, walking directly into Nahan's web. As the merchants depart, another powerful ally watches from the shadows, questioning the validity of the explosive leak. Even a reckless fool like Dandelion wouldn't manage his core empire so carelessly, or would he? Reclining on her luxurious seat, the demon noble scolds Nahan for keeping her in the dark. She demands to know why he hasn't visited the lower floors, complaining that their joint training progress has completely ground to a halt. But behind her complaints lies a deep, shivering dread. The memory of Seer's overwhelming, monstrous aura during their last meeting still haunts her, making her hesitate to step foot near that terrifying young sovereign ever again. Nahan merely chuckles at her caution, offering a chilling piece of advice. He instructs his ally to play her part and act as though nothing is wrong, knowing that the structural cracks in Dantelion's empire are already forming on their own. Far away on the 69th floor, a devastating storm of scandal erupts. A leaked document exposing Dantelion's massive revenue manipulation falls directly into the wrong hands, threatening to destroy his reign in an instant. Consumed by violent rage, Dandelion throws the papers aside, screaming in absolute panic. His closely guarded state secrets have been completely compromised, and the identity of the mysterious whistleblower remains dangerously unknown. The weapon wholesale business, once the very lifeblood of Dantelion's massive financial empire, has been bleeding dry for years. The sudden, overwhelming influx of superior armaments from the 70th floor has completely shattered his monopoly. To maintain his prestigious connections and hide the massive pile of unsold steel rotting in his warehouses, Dandelion chose a suicidal path. He forged his accounting books, making empty vaults look like bustling trade success. But now the truth has been laid bare for the entire demon realm to see. If the council only sees the fabricated ledger, he will be instantly branded as a corrupt embezzler of imperial funds. Before he can even begin to clean up the financial ruins, his terrified advisors rush into the chamber. They carry news of an even more immediate, life-threatening catastrophe brewing at his very doorstep. The panic is spreading like wildfire. Partnered merchants are aggressively demanding the immediate termination of their contracts, while the angry blacksmith guilds demand instant payment for their labor. Clutching his head in agonizing despair, Dandelion realizes he is completely cornered. His coffers are entirely dry and the massive financial storm is about to drown him alive. His advisors frantically argue over the remaining options, suggesting they liquidate their entire stockpile at a massive discount. But the sheer financial loss of such a desperate fire sale would permanently cripple his kingdom's military power. His veteran general speaks the harsh, bloody truth. Without funds to maintain their standing army, they will become defenseless. The moment they show any vulnerability, the ambitious Lord Citri will bare her fangs and tear them to pieces. Shaking with a volatile mix of humiliation and desperation, Dandelion makes a fatal, irreversible choice. He orders his men to contact Lord de Carabia, preparing to borrow astronomical funds to keep his head above water for just a little longer. Watching the disaster unfold from a safe distance, Nahan's face twists into a victorious, mocking smile. Every single panic-stricken move Dandelion makes is playing out exactly as the mastermind had meticulously calculated. To a master strategist, the chaotic, desperate thrashing of a doomed king is the ultimate, most beautiful performance in the world. Back in his luxurious study, Nahan explains the brutal reality of this trap to Seer. De Carabia is a ruthless parasite who will aggressively squeeze every ounce of blood from his desperate new debtor, sealing Dantelion's fate once and for all. Wide-eyed with admiration, Seer asks how her teacher could possibly know about Dantelion's secret hidden warehouse inventory. Nahan casually attributes the flawless intelligence to their silent human servant, Dane. Hearing her beloved teacher praise a human immediately triggers Seer's intense possessiveness. Seeing her cute defensive reaction, Nahan teasingly asks if she has lost faith in his divine judgment. Seer frantically denies it, puffing her cheeks in an adorable, highly dramatic display of jealousy. Even after growing into a powerful ruler, she remains remarkably childish whenever her teacher's attention drifts away. Knowing exactly how to handle his young sovereign, Nahan speaks with absolute warmth and devotion. He gently reassures her that no matter what anyone says, his loyalty and attention belong solely to her. Instantly melted by the gentle pat on her head, Seer's jealousy evaporates into pure, unadulterated joy. The unbreakable bond between the mentor and his sovereign remains as steel-clad as ever. Shifting her focus back to the war map, the young Demon King inspects the latest field reports. Her eyes gleam with growing tactical maturity as she recognizes the perfect opportunity to sow bloody discord among their rivals. Satisfied with her progress, Nahan decides it is time to deploy their secret weapon. He requests that she send their trusted military commander Lin to execute a critical, highly covert mission. Moments later, the grand audience chamber of the 72nd floor falls into a heavy, respectful silence as a legendary warrior kneels before the throne. Commander El Laza has arrived. The commander reports that Dandelion's plea for aid has reached Decarabia, and a highly secured diplomatic envoy is already marching from the 68th floor. If these two factions unite, it will threaten all of Nahan's carefully laid plans. Without a single trace of hesitation, Nahan commands the legendary warrior to intercept the convoy. He slowly presents a beautifully crafted sword, designating it as the instrument of their silent demise. Upon closer inspection, Commander El Laza notices the distinct high-quality craftsmanship of the weapon. It bears the unmistakable crest of the 69th floor, making its origins clear. In an instant, the brilliant warrior realizes the terrifying genius of Nahan's scheme. By using the specific weapon to slaughter Decarabia's envoy, they will place the blame entirely on Dantalion, triggering an all-out war between the two giants. Grasping the weapon with unwavering resolve, El Laza pledges her blade to the mission. She will happily walk through a river of blood to secure the bright, absolute future of her beloved sovereign. Watching her commander depart with such regal authority, Nahan warmly praises the young sovereign. She finally carries the heavy, majestic aura of a true demon king, ready to command life and death. To reward her rapid growth, Nahan playfully asks what kind of new dolls she would like to add to her collection this time, reverting to their old, comfortable routine. But Seer's reaction is cold and sudden. Her gaze sharpens, flashing with a mature, intense determination as she firmly rejects the childish offer. Turning on her heel, the young sovereign storms out of the chamber in a silent huff, leaving her brilliant strategist completely dumbfounded for the very first time. Left standing in the empty room, the mastermind of the entire underworld is left grappling with a mystery far more complex than any military strategy. Could his fierce young sovereign be entering puberty? Meanwhile, at the ominous portal zone linking the 69th and 68th floors, the ambush team takes their positions. In this high-stakes assassination, absolute secrecy is their only shield. The target is a highly guarded caravan consisting of 15 elite soldiers. If the legendary guard unit Pentagram is escorting them, this silent mission will instantly turn into a desperate fight for survival. Unsheathing the cursed blade with cold precision, El Laza prepares to strike. No matter who stands in her way, they must all perish without leaving a single trace of their true attackers behind. With a blinding flash of steel, the trap is violently sprung. The shadows themselves seem to tear through the clearing, leaving no room for escape. Seeing that the legendary guardians are absent, the assassin group closes in for the final bloody sweep. The stage is set, the trap is sprung, and the fate of the 69th floor is about to be sealed in blood. Without warning, the silence of the forest is shattered as a devastating strike tears through the canopy with blinding speed, signaling the start of a ruthless slaughter. Emerging from the shadows, El Laza screams the merciless command to execute every last target in sight, her ambush catching the unsuspecting travelers completely off guard. There's no time to think or react as the deadly assassins leap forward, their cold steel drawing ever closer to the throats of the defenseless victims. Choked gasps and the sickening sound of tearing flesh echo through the blood-spattered clearing as the brutal assault claims its helpless prey in a matter of seconds. Surveying the carnage, El Laza coldly declares the operation a success, ordering her unit to retreat and leave behind a carefully constructed trail of false evidence. Deep within the royal chambers, Demon King Dantalion receives the devastating news. The diplomatic envoy sent from the 68th floor has been entirely wiped out on his territory. Panic rises in the palace as the royal advisor warns that they must immediately notify Decarabia of the massacre to try and mitigate the inevitable fallout. But the situation turns from bad to catastrophic when the advisor reveals a chilling detail. The weapons purposely left at the murder scene belong to Dantalion's own weapon forge. A cold sweat breaks out as they realize the terrifying truth. Whoever orchestrated the slaughter has framed Dantalion, leaving him with absolutely no defense. Knowing that Decarabia will use this fabricated tragedy as a ruthless excuse to subjugate their realm, Dantalion realizes this is the work of a calculated mastermind aiming to destroy them. Refusing to be pushed into a corner, Dantalion makes a desperate, aggressive gamble. He orders an immediate mobilization for war, determined to strike down his rival before he is crushed. But before the war plans can even be finalized, frantic footsteps echo through the corridor as a terrified messenger bursts through the doors, screaming in absolute panic. The devastating news hits like a physical blow. Decarabia's massive vanguard has already crossed the portal, launching an immediate invasion of the 69th floor. The royal commanders realize with mounting dread that the invasion is far too coordinated, proving that the enemy had their armies stationed and ready before the envoys were even killed. Consumed by absolute rage, Dantalion roars for a full military deployment, completely unaware that he is marching his entire army headfirst into Nahan's perfectly laid trap. Back in the grand capital, Nahan stands before the throne of his young sovereign, calmly reporting that the chaos on the lower floors is unfolding exactly as he had calculated. With the pieces successfully set in motion, Nahan secures Seer's permission to take complete control, intending to let their rivals tear each other apart before stepping in to claim the ultimate prize. To the innocent young queen, the concept of a fisherman's prophet is foreign, but Nahan smoothly explains the art of war gaining absolute victory with virtually no effort. Turning to his vanguard, Nahan commands the formidable Epsilon to mobilize, preparing to strike the killing blow the moment their enemies exhaust themselves in battle. Recognizing the brilliance of the design, the Lizardman commander accepts the mission, ready to draw the enemy's attention and execute the crucial decoy operation. With Seer's joyous blessing echoing through the hall, the demon captains swear their allegiance, confident that their faction is on the verge of total domination. But the master strategist is not finished. Turning to Commander Lin with a vital directive, she must evacuate the wealthy merchants of the 69th floor directly to their territory.
Lin questions if the merchants will willingly comply, but Nahan reveals his economic trap. Dantalon's recent deception, combined with the outbreak of war, will leave them desperate for refuge.
By offering unmatched safety and favorable trade terms on the 70th floor, Nahan plans to permanently cripple their rival's economy and secure massive wealth for his kingdom. When Lin points out that such a major policy shift requires sovereign approval, Nahan notes with a smirk that Citri will gladly accept the massive influx of free coin. Bowing low, the commander accepts the order, fully prepared to execute the brilliant relocation scheme as the kingdom's gears of war begin to turn. But as the meeting winds down, Nahin notices Seer's sudden change in demeanor, prompting him to ask if the young queen has something on her mind. Seer boldly proposes a shocking counter-strategy. While the 5th Legion acts as a decoy, they should seize the opportunity to launch a direct assault and conquer the 69th floor themselves. Full of youthful confidence, the young sovereign beams, eager to put the deadly ancient magic she has mastered under Nahan's tutelage to the ultimate test. But Nahan instantly rejects the idea, firmly stating that it is far too dangerous for her to step onto the battlefield before she has fully matured. Frustrated by the restraint, Seer protests that she is already strong enough, demanding to know how much longer she must wait in the shadows. Internally, Nahan admits a terrifying truth. Objectively speaking, no demon king on the lower floors poses a threat to Seer's overwhelming power, but he cannot risk her safety. If the young girl he raced were to fall in combat, all his calculated plans, his struggles, and his grand designs would immediately crumble into absolute nothingness. Swallowing his pride, Nahan softly begs her to endure the wait just a little longer, apologizing for the protective selfishness that keeps her benched. Seeking to soothe her disappointment, Nahan promises to grant her any wish she desires, provided she stays far away from the active war zone. Seer's eyes light up with pure joy as she demands a trip together, a quiet, peaceful getaway with her beloved teacher, far from the bloody politics of the demon realm. Touched by her simple request, Nahan gladly accepts, a rare, genuine warmth filling his chest as he watches his young lord celebrate with childish excitement. Later that night, Seer tosses and turns in her bed, her mind racing with sheer anticipation for the adventure that awaits them. Clutching her favorite toy, Seer smiles warmly, knowing that her teacher is the most precious person in her world because he has always stood protectively by her side. But her thoughts quickly take a sharp, dark turn. If she wants to go on this trip, then this annoying war must be brought to an immediate and violent end. Her eyes snap open in the darkness, burning with a cold, terrifying resolve. Even if it means disobeying Nahan and becoming a bad child, she will take matters into her own hands. The very next day, a shocked Commander Lin stands in the royal corridor, completely stunned as Seer demands to accompany the frontline forces into battle. Though Lin secretly admits that Seer's combat prowess and destructive magic would be a massive asset, she knows Nahan strictly forbade the young queen from participating. Bowing deeply, Lin desperately tries to decline, reminding her sovereign that they must respect the strategist's calculated decision to keep her safe. But Seer narrows her eyes, pointing a sharp, commanding finger as she coldly demands to know exactly who Lin serves, her teacher or her true queen. Under the crushing authority of the young sovereign, Lin is left speechless as Seer forces her to choose whose order takes ultimate precedence. With a playful yet absolutely unyielding smile, Seer declares that the matter is settled. She is marching to the front lines and no one is strong enough to stop her. Defeated by her master's terrifying presence, Lin can only bow and beg the queen to remain at the rear, praying that no harm comes to her on the battlefield. Gripping her weapon, Seer walks forward with a bright, innocent smile, her heart set on crushing the enemy quickly so she can finally enjoy her long-awaited trip. Meanwhile, on the active front lines of the 69th floor, the defenders scream in panic, bracing themselves as the massive vanguard of Decarabia prepares to crash against their walls. The command cuts through the chaotic air of the battlefield like a razor-sharp blade. The order to open fire has been given. A lethal rain of arrows instantly floods the sky, diving relentlessly into the ranks below and tearing apart any hope of a peaceful defense. But this is only the beginning, as a strange, ominous device begins to hum, pulsing with a terrifying purple energy. Instantly, destructive beams of pure magical light are unleashed upon the helpless troops below. The ground explodes in a violent display of raw force, vaporizing armor and sending bodies flying through the smoke. Helpless soldiers can do nothing but scream in terror as massive debris rains down, crushing their spirits along with their defenses. Trapped behind their shields, the desperate survivors realize with mounting horror that the endless barrage is completely unbreakable. With their lines completely shattered, the desperate command to fall back echoes across the blood-soaked field. Yet, amidst the retreating crowd, a towering figure in brilliant gold armor steps forward, completely unfazed by the incoming onslaught. With a single mighty sweep of his blade, he effortlessly cleaves to the lethal magical beam, standing as an impenetrable wall. His voice booms over the chaotic battlefield, a beacon of absolute dominance designed to restore order to his terrified men. He is Balthazar, the legendary first star of Decarabia's pentagram, and his arrival completely shifts the gravity of the war zone. On the castle walls, panic grips the advisors, but the furious Demon King commands his men to stop whining and attack. Recognizing the utter uselessness of his mercenaries, Dantalian raises his hands, preparing to take matters into his own hands. A massive glowing green rune manifests in the air, channeling the catastrophic ancient flames of hell itself. With a deafening roar, a sea of green fire erupts across the battlefield, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Even the formidable Balthazar can only watch in sudden shock as the Emerald Inferno sweeps toward him with blinding speed. The terrifying green flames swallow the Gold Commander whole, drawing desperate screams of horror from his loyal soldiers. Flattered by his stunned advisor, a tense Dantalian coldly commands his troops to prepare the next attack immediately. Believing the enemy general is dead, Dantalion's vanguard charges forward, eager to seize a sudden, decisive victory. Dantalion smirks, confident that the tide of battle has finally tilted in his favor and that Decarabia has severely underestimated him. But his triumph is cut short as a massive golden greatsword suddenly tears through the air with lethal, pinpoint accuracy. Before anyone can react, the charging commander is brutally impaled, coughing up blood in absolute paralyzed shock. The commander collapses lifelessly to the dirt, pinned to the ground by the very weapon meant to bring their ruin. Heavy metallic footsteps echo through the clearing as a terrifying shadow approaches the fallen commander. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, Balthazar stands completely unscathed, dismissing the hellfire as nothing more than a mild heat. Raising his massive sword, he mockingly questions how Dantalion could ever believe a pathetic alliance could stand against Decarabia. Seething with absolute rage, Dantalion points a trembling finger, accusing the warrior of relying solely on his blessed armor. Balthazar sneers under his helm, mocking Dantalion's weakness for failing to scratch his armor and preparing for a final strike. With Dantalion completely out of moves, Balthazar readies his blade to execute his foe once and for all, but his instincts suddenly scream. A blinding beam of light crashes from the sky, forcing the Golden Warrior to desperately leap backward as the earth shatters. Catching his breath, a stunned Balthazar looks up, demanding to know who dared interrupt his execution. Standing before him with an innocent wink is none other than the young sovereign herself, Seer von Devada. High above, Dantalion breaks out in a cold sweat, desperately trying to calculate what the 72nd Demon King wants in exchange for her help. Unbothered by the tension, Seer addresses the legendary Pentagram commander, who demands to know why she has traveled so far. With a playful yet chilling smile, Seer reveals that Balthazar is simply getting in the way of her vacation, prompting him to call her a foolish child. Believing he can easily crush her, Balthazar leaps high into the air, aiming to deliver her head to his liege. But Seer does not even flinch, her hair swaying as a crimson, suffocating magical aura begins to envelop the entire clearing. With a cold whispered word, she unleashes her magic, targeting the arrogant commander directly. A terrifying flaming skull materializes instantly, bathing the battlefield in a sickening white-hot heat. Horror grips Balthazar as he realizes she bypassed the spell's chant entirely, invoking high-tier magic in a mere second. The heat is so intense that Balthazar's legendary demonic armor begins to melt away before the spell even physically lands. Desperately swinging his sword to disperse the magic, Balthazar tries to convince himself that she is just a child playing tricks. But before his blade can even move, Seer closes the distance in a flash of light, her gaze locking onto his terrified eyes. With a sickening crash, the legendary first star of the pentagram is instantly obliterated, leaving Seer to sigh at how anticlimactic it was. Watching from the fortress, Dantalion's advisor is frozen in sheer terror, unable to even comprehend the speed of her movements. Commander Lin finally catches up, screaming at her queen for running off alone, only to freeze in shock at Balthazar's remains. While Lin's subordinates laugh in awe of their queen's power, the stressed commander desperately tries to maintain order. Pointing her weapon toward the remaining enemy army, Seer innocently suggests wiping them all out so there are no witnesses. But Lin warns that the other pentagram members are already moving, forcing Seer's eyes to narrow with a thrill she didn't expect. Seer schemes to frame the conflict, deciding to paint the aftermath of the battle as a simple rescue operation forced by Dantalion's desperate pleas. From atop the fortress walls, Crowley feels a sudden, ice-cold chill grip his spine, completely unnerved by the terrifying pressure radiating from the young sovereign below. Unbothered by the sheer number of enemy witnesses, Seer casually suggests a simple, blood-soaked solution, slaying every last one of them to guarantee their secrets remain buried forever. Proudly recalling Nahan's teachings about ruthlessness, Seer justifies her brutal logic, leaving Commander Lin both sweating in panic and quietly marveling at how well her queen has learned to rule through fear. Pointing her massive weapon forward, Seer playfully yet firmly orders Lin to take care of the enemy troops, leaving the commander with absolutely no choice but to obey. Stealing her resolve, Lin commands her forces to prepare for battle, ready to execute her sovereign's commands and systematically annihilate any threat remaining on the field. High above on the castle walls, Crowley mistakenly believes the forces of the 72nd floor have arrived to save them, greedily wondering what price they must pay to secure this sudden salvation. But his hope vanishes in an instant as Seer raises her hand, channeling a concentrated vortex of volatile dark magic that crackles with apocalyptic power. Unleashing her catastrophic spell, Seer targets the fortress directly, sending a shockwave of sheer destruction tearing through the very heart of the defenses. The earth shatters violently as the castle gate is blasted to pieces, sending shockwaves through the fortress and forcing the defenders to scream in absolute terror at the artificial earthquake. Enveloped in blinding, suffocating magical pressure, the desperate cries of helpless soldiers ring out as they beg for mercy that will not come. Peering over the crumbling ruins, a terrified Crowley desperately screams Seer's name, demanding to know why she is attacking the allies she supposedly came to save. Narrowing her eyes, Seer coldly counters that without her intervention, they would have already been conquered, declaring that she now owns this castle by right of conquest to do with as she pleases. Outraged and cornered, Crowley refuses to back down, desperately attempting to manifest a spell of his own to prove he can match her overwhelming magic. But before his spell can even form, a massive golden dispel rune shatters his mana, leaving him utterly powerless and paralyzed with shock as his magic fails completely. Seer steps forward with a cold, unforgiving gaze, giving the desperate Demon King a ruthless ultimatum: be buried alive beneath the ruins of his own castle or submit to her rule. As the dust settles over the heavily damaged fortress, the true terrifying scale of the 72nd Demon King's power becomes undeniable to all who survived. Witnessing the brutal subjugation, Lin shivers as she realizes she could have easily shared Crowley's terrible fate, vowing to solidify her loyalty to Seer to ensure her own survival. Faced with certain death, Crowley completely breaks, begging her to stop as he desperately pledges his absolute loyalty to his terrifying new monarch. Instantly shifting back to a sweet, innocent smile, Seer happily accepts his surrender, eagerly suggesting they draft a peace treaty without a moment's delay. Shortly after, the war-torn factions gather inside the grand conference room of the 69th floor, the atmosphere thick with tension as negotiations begin. Quietly leaning in, Lin anxiously questions the young sovereign, reminding her that this is the very first time she has directly disobeyed Nahan's strict instructions. Instantly losing her terrifying bravado, Seer begins to shake with childish anxiety, desperately trying to convince herself that her master won't be too angry since she handled the battle so perfectly. But her fears are realized in a heartbeat as the heavy double doors are violently slammed open, a familiar, furious voice echoing across the chamber. A stunned silence falls over the entire room as everyone turns in absolute shock to face the uninvited, imposing newcomer. Gazing up at her master's dark, intensely disapproving face, Seer's heart drops into her stomach as she begins to frantically stammer out an explanation for her defiance. But before she can utter another word, Nahan rushes forward and fiercely pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. Squeezing her close, Nahan exhales a heavy shudder of pure relief, his voice trembling as he whispers how incredibly glad he is that she is safe. Stunned by the unexpected warmth, Seer's eyes well up with tears, her heart swelling with overwhelming emotion at her teacher's fierce protective love. Just hours earlier, back at the royal palace, Nahan had demanded reports from his commanders, only to freeze in sheer horror as he learned his beloved queen had secretly marched onto the active battlefield. Crushed by panic and disbelief, Nahan had bolted out of the palace, ignoring his advisor's desperate reassurances that Seer was strong enough to survive. Rushing blindly through the portal, Nahan's mind had raced with frantic worry, wondering if his protective rules had pushed her too far and caused her to rebel. Yet none of his strategic calculations mattered anymore. The only thought consuming his mind was the terrifying possibility of losing her. A cold, suffocating dread had gripped his soul as a single horrifying question echoed in his mind: what if Seer got hurt? Back in the present, Seer looks up at her breathless teacher, her voice small and trembling as she tries to apologize for her reckless behavior. But Nahan only holds her tighter, his chest heaving with overwhelming relief as he confirms with his own eyes that his most precious person is unharmed. Clinging tightly to his coat, Seer can only whisper his name, completely overwhelmed by the depth of his devotion and the tears prickling her eyes. But the tender moment abruptly ends as Nahan turns a freezing, murderous glare toward the gathered advisors, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper as he commands them to get out. Crowley is instantly frozen in sheer paralyzed horror, his instincts screaming in terror as he feels a suffocating, godlike manner radiating from the strategist. Once they are alone, Seer sheepishly shrinks into her chair, quietly murmuring that she only wanted to be helpful to his grand designs. Counting on her fingers, she eagerly tries to prove her worth, listing how she successfully conquered the 69th floor, killed the legendary Balthazar, and captured Crowley alive. Kneeling beside her, Nahan speaks with gentle, quiet authority, praising her success but firmly reminding her that a faction instantly collapses if they lose their sovereign. He gently explains that information is their greatest weapon, advising her that keeping the enemy blind to her true capabilities is the key to absolute victory. Accepting her success, Naheen smoothly transitions back into the ruthless strategist, stepping forward to review the peace treaty drafted by his young queen. Scanning the terms, Naheen is highly impressed, noting that leaving the 72nd floor to Dantalian while absorbing the 69th floor perfectly neutralizes their rivals. Offering a rare, proud smile, Naheen praises her flawless execution, prompting Seer's eyes to light up as she reminds him of his promise to grant her any wish. With genuine warmth, Naheen gladly confirms their upcoming getaway, causing the young sovereign to burst into childish, ecstatic celebration. However, Naheen raises a cautious finger, warning that they must first crush Decarabia on the 68th floor before they can enjoy their long-awaited trip. Gathering his advisors at the grand table, Naheen lays out the grim reality, revealing that Decarabia's massive army consists of hundreds of thousands of lethal forces. As the strategic meeting resumes, Crowley can only sweat in annoyance, utterly bewildered by Seer's playful mockery as she gloats over her absolute dominance. Even with their forces halved in the brutal conflict, the enemy still boasts a terrifying army of over 150,000 troops, a staggering number that forces the strategist to reconsider his next move. With their infrastructure on the line, any full-scale war risks destroying the very resources they hope to conquer, leaving him to search desperately for a way to wage war without reducing the floor to ash. Sensing her master's intense burden, the young queen hangs her head in quiet shame, but her fears are gently brushed aside as he reminds her that every failure is merely a stepping stone to ultimate dominion. Deep down, he knows he is no genius. His victories are only the result of countless trials and errors. But to salvage this incredibly flawed path, he must resort to a dangerous method he hoped never to use. Though the young queen eagerly presses for details, he keeps his cards close to his chest, dismissing the grand plan as nothing special, while a sinister, silent resolution takes root in his mind. High above the 68th floor, the grand castle of the Star Floor stands in quiet majesty, completely unaware of the devastating storm fast approaching its gilded gates. Inside the throne room, Decarabia's furious roar echoes off the walls as he violently berates his legendary generals, completely outraged by their utter failure to contain the uprising. Trembling under their monarch's explosive wrath, the remaining members of the pentagram bow their heads in desperate subservience, pleading for one final chance to crush Dantalian's forces once and for all. But Decarabia's demands are far more ruthless this time, demanding not just victory but the severed head of the young sovereign seer, promising execution for any general who fails him. Stepping out of the throne room, the high-ranking officers struggle to swallow their mounting dread, realizing they have made a desperate promise they have absolutely no idea how to keep. Gathering in secret, the general's fragile unity immediately fractures as Kruak is forced to admit they are completely outmatched, especially with the legendary Balthazar already dead. When pressed for answers about the battle below, Rubia slams her fist in anger, defensively deflecting the blame to hide her own sheer helplessness. Kruak reluctantly agrees that retreating was their only logical option against such a terrifying opponent, acknowledging that their enemies are far more dangerous than they initially calculated. The horrifying realization of the young sovereign's power settles heavily over the room, sparking a chilling theory that they might be facing a terrifyingly powerful reincarnation. Yet, clinging to their massive numerical advantage, they resolve to force a head-on, pitched battle, confident that sheer numbers can still crush any strategic genius. Rubia scoffs at their overly cautious deliberations, demanding a swift preemptive strike to end the conflict before the enemy can even prepare. But their plans are shattered in an instant as a panicked messenger bursts through the doors, screaming that the enemy has already launched a sudden, impossible assault. Standing on the edge of a massive ravine, the demon commander stands in awe of their unbelievably rapid advance, finding the barren path ahead completely free of any enemy traps. When she asks what brilliant strategy they will employ next, her jaw drops in sheer shock as the strategist calmly admits he has no plan whatsoever this time. The commander's mind races with pure panic, unable to comprehend why a man famed for his flawless, cold calculations would ever march blindly into a death trap. Chuckling softly at her anxiety, he gently explains that things have gotten far too complicated, taking full responsibility for failing to anticipate his queen's reckless impulses. When pressed on why he is willing to take such an astronomical risk, his eyes gleam with a chilling resolve, declaring this to be the single fastest way to minimize casualties on their side. Stepping forward, he reveals his hidden gambit. He will personally lead the charge, bringing along the two human captives to serve a vital purpose. Acknowledging the commander's lingering distrust of these outsiders, he reveals that today will be their ultimate crucible, a brutal trial to prove where their true loyalties lie. Locking his gaze onto them, he challenges the humans to demonstrate their worth on the field of battle, earning a fierce, unwavering vow of obedience from the battle-hardened knight. As they descend into the foggy depths of the canyon, the strategist secretly battles his own internal doubts, fully aware that his previous easy victory was nothing but a lucky surprise attack. Feeling the immense, unstable power of his current vessel, a cold dread grips his heart as he confronts the terrifying reality that he still does not know the true limits of this body. The tense silence is broken as his companion detects a massive presence just ahead, forcing him to look up at the massive force waiting to tear them apart. Spanning across the narrow canyon floor, a massive, heavily armed enemy vanguard is waiting in tight formation, ready to obliterate any foolish intruder. With a cold, golden glow igniting in his eyes, he commands his allies to prepare for backup, ready to unleash a devastating power that will change the course of the war. At the front lines, the enemy scouts spot a lone figure emerging from the dust, immediately sending word back to their perplexed commanders. Peering down, Cruach can scarcely believe his eyes, utterly baffled to see a single, solitary warrior walking calmly toward an army of thousands. Suspecting a deadly trap, the generals hesitate, deciding to hold their position and dispatch a scouting party to test the lone intruder's strength. Rubia impatiently suggests the enemy might just be fleeing, but Cruach quickly shuts her down, arguing that a highly coordinated ambush is far more likely. Outraged by their caution, Rubia argues that she feels absolutely no magical energy radiating from the valley, completely convinced the enemy is nothing but a coward in retreat. Cruach warns that the lack of mana might be a deliberate trick, but Rubia only sneers, mocking her fellow generals as absolute cowards who are afraid of their own shadows. Spreading her wings with a fierce cry, she defies all orders and dives headfirst into the gorge, determined to slay the intruder and claim all the glory for herself. Cruach's desperate shouts to pull back go entirely ignored as the reckless general plunges directly into the jaws of a danger she cannot possibly comprehend. Watching her reckless charge, the generals can only hope her layers of defensive magic will shield her from the fatal mistake she is about to make. Diving through the sky like a bird of prey, Rubia screams her utter contempt for the helpless ground dwellers, confident her speed will guarantee an instant kill. Aiming straight for the silent figure below, she readies her claws to tear him apart, eager to show him the absolute terrifying power of her kind. But as she closes the distance, the strategist simply offers a cold, pressure-filled smile, whispering a single, quiet command that shatters the silence. In a sickening burst of violence, a colossal stone spike erupts from the earth, impaling her body through her magic defenses in a fraction of a second. Suspending her high above the ground, the shock of instant defeat paralyzes her as she spits out blood, unable to comprehend how she could be destroyed so effortlessly. With the dull, heavy thud, her lifeless body slips from the spire and collapses onto the dirt, leaving the battlefield in a stunned, suffocating silence. High above, the remaining generals are frozen in pure, unadulterated horror, their minds shattered by the realization that one of their strongest was killed in a single heartbeat. Stepping through the dust as a terrifying aura of dark flames wraps around him, the strategist coldly mocks their shock, declaring that they talk far too much for a battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal blood-red eye opens in the sky above, radiating an oppressive, suffocating pressure that paralyzes the entire enemy army. Before their trembling eyes, a massive, otherworldly whale-like beast materializes from the shadows, dwarfing the entire canyon with its cataclysmic size. With a chilling, ruthless smirk, the strategist looks back and utters a final, merciless command to his terrifying summon, ordering it to systematically sweep away the remaining forces. In the chaotic theater of war, many variables dictate the line between survival and slaughter: the experience of the commander, the raw number of troops, the sharpness of the steel, and the brilliance of the tactical mind. All of these factors are crucial, but there exists one terrifying truth that renders them completely obsolete. A single absolute force holds the power to utterly rewrite the rules of engagement in a fraction of a second, shattering every strategy before it can even be spoken aloud. Overwhelming, cataclysmic power. High above the trembling canyon, a titanic, otherworldly beast descends like a living mountain of doom, casting a colossal shadow of absolute despair over the entire battlefield. Standing calmly amidst the swirling vortex of destruction, the strategist locks his glowing, golden gaze onto the terrified vanguard, a cold, merciless smile cutting across his face as he delivers his final chilling command to clear the field. With a deafening, reality-splitting roar, the monstrous whale opens its cavernous, tooth-lined maw, ready to swallow the sky and unleash a wave of absolute annihilation upon the helpless soldiers below. Panic explodes through the ranks as the immense shockwaves tear through the canyon, sending heavily armored war horses and terrified riders flying wildly into the air like worthless dust. Weapons fly from paralyzed hands and defenses shatter instantly as the sheer pressure of the summon's wrath crushes the vanguard's front lines before they can even raise a shield. Desperate screams of agony and raw terror echo off the canyon walls as the enemy soldiers are helplessly swept away, begging for a salvation they know will never come. With earth-shattering force, the colossal beast slams directly into the canyon floor, obliterating the defensive formations in a blinding, explosive shockwave of pulverized rock and absolute carnage. Clinging to his mount, the enemy commander Cruach shakes in pure, unadulterated horror, his mind utterly broken by a level of magical devastation he never believed possible. Infuriated by the sudden slaughter of his troops, a desperate enemy general rallies his horse and charges blindly forward through the dust, screaming curses at the monstrous threat. But the strategist merely smirks at the incoming charge, his chillingly calm demeanor suggesting he is already several steps ahead of any pathetic counterattack. Watching the unimaginable slaughter unfold from a safe distance, the captive human mages can only stare in stunned silence, wondering if their own intervention is even necessary. Yet gripped by a sudden surge of resolve, the battle-hardened knight grips his dagger tight, knowing they must seize this brutal crucible to prove their worth and secure their survival. With a silent vow of loyalty, he leaps fearlessly from the rocky ledge, plunging directly into the heart of the chaotic melee below. Swiftly channeling her magical reserves, the pig-haired mage raises her ornate staff, weaving a powerful gale force enchantment to propel her ally forward. Rocketed forward by the howling winds, the knight streaks through the sky like a shooting star, catching the arrogant demon commanders completely off guard. He crashes into the enemy lines with a devastating lightning-infused strike, determined to carve his name into the annals of this brutal war. Back on the ridge, the young mage pours every ounce of her concentration into her glowing catalyst, maintaining the high-level barrier to shield her partner from the inevitable retaliation. A colossal, blinding explosion of elemental energy rocks the battlefield, completely swallowing the lone knight in a massive sphere of destructive light. Believing the foolish human has been easily vaporized, the smug enemy commanders sneer in triumph, immediately ordering their remaining units to launch a relentless, crushing charge. But as the smoke clears, their laughter dies in their throats. The knight kneels completely unscathed, protected by a flawless, glowing hexagonal barrier. With his eye burning with a fierce gold light, the knight surges forward once more, unleashing a lethal burst of speed that leaves the enemy vanguard scrambling in panic. In a single seamless motion, his blade flashes through the air, delivering a clean, slicing blow that sends the arrogant general tumbling to the dirt in a spray of dark blood. Witnessing the sudden demise of his comrade, the last standing winged general boils over with pure, monstrous rage, transforming into a towering, horned beast to tear the human apart. But before the monster can even take a step, the strategist teleports behind him like a phantom, coldly whispering a final lesson about losing focus on the battlefield before delivering a fatal, merciless slash. With a chilling smirk, the strategist stares down at his dying foe, whispering that he will soon send their Grand Monarch Decarabia to join them in the grave. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, the young human mage can barely believe they survived, staring at her catalyst in complete shock that their desperate gamble actually succeeded. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as the young sovereign seer materializes out of the haze, demanding to know where her beloved teacher is. Spotting her master on the devastated canyon floor below, the young queen's eyes sparkle with childlike adoration as she marvels at his terrifyingly beautiful displays of power. Bathing in the praise of the captive mage, Seer flashes a proud, confident smile, completely relishing her status as the supreme, undisputed ruler of the domain. But in an instant, her playful demeanor vanishes into a cold, menacing stare, demanding to know why a mere human outsider is speaking so casually in her presence. Trembling under the sudden, suffocating pressure of the young queen's aura, the human mage drops to her knees, desperately pleading for mercy and claiming she only holds deep terror for the strategist. Confused by the dramatic overreaction, Seer blinks in bewilderment, realizing her terrifying authority might have been slightly misunderstood. The tense atmosphere breaks as a heavy footstep approaches, revealing the strategist calmly carrying the exhausted human knight back from the battlefield. Scurrying over in relief, the young mage praises her partner's incredible survival, deeply grateful that her supporting magic held strong during the deadly clash. Approaching his young sovereign, the strategist asks what brought her all the way down to this treacherous canyon floor. Smiling warmly, he quietly notes that he has successfully eliminated every major threat on this floor, silently resolving to use this opportunity to grant her some vital combat experience. Gently patting her head, he tells her that the enemy castle is now practically defenseless, inviting her and her elite captain to march in and finish the job. Turning his gaze to the weary human captives, he commends their hard work over the past 5 years, catching them completely off guard with his sudden acknowledgement. As they bow in deep, reverent gratitude, he promises them a crucial mission upon their return, ordering them to rest and prepare for what lies ahead. With the battle won, he looks out over the horizon, his mind already racing to the next objective as he prepares to search for a hidden ancient treasure of unimaginable value. Meanwhile, deep inside the grand throne room of the Starfloor, the defeated monarch Decarabia collapses to his knees, coughing up blood as his reign crumbles to dust. Towering over him, the young Queen Seer and her elite Captain Rin mock his pathetic weakness, completely unimpressed by the legendary sovereign's hyped power. Yet Captain Rin remains highly curious, swallowing hard as she wonders how their master possesses such terrifying lost ancient magic. As Seer steps forward to deliver a crushing blow, Rin quickly reminds her of their strict orders to keep the enemy monarch alive. Cornered and desperate, Decarabia looks up at the menacing duo, trembling as he demands to know what cruel fate they have in store for him. Cracking her knuckles with a terrifyingly dark grin, Seer dismisses the captain's warning, her eyes shining with malicious, playful intent. She leans in close, confirming that as long as he is breathing, she is free to break him however she sees fit. The heavy doors of the throne room slam shut as the agonizing sounds of brutal, merciless blows echo through the grand halls, cementing the terrifying rise of the new sovereign. Decarabia, once a proud and sovereign monarch, lies utterly broken, begging through swollen lips for the sweet release of death. Sears stares down at him, her youthful face twisted in absolute bewilderment as she realizes just how pathetically weak the legendary conqueror truly was. Rin watches in tense silence as Decarabia continues to choke on his own blood, the Dark Sovereign's final defense reduced to a desperate, pathetic plea. But the heavy echo of incoming footsteps instantly shatters the tense silence of the throne room, signaling the sudden return of the master strategist himself. Panic flares between the two as they desperately try to hide their brutal handiwork, knowing Nahen will immediately sense something is incredibly wrong. Crouching over the battered monarch, Nahen sighs at the absolute mess they have made, his analytical mind already calculating their next move. As Nahen lifts the defeated sovereign's head, Decarabia can do nothing but weep, begging once more for a merciful death that he will not be granted. Rin questions why they must keep such a stubborn, prideful ruler alive, only for Nahan to coldly reveal that he has no intention of sparing him. He only wants his secrets. His target is nothing less than the legendary Nebula Stones, the most precious and highly coveted resource of the entire 68th floor. Nahen explains his genius plan to cross-reference multiple testimonies to pinpoint the stone mine, knowing the shifting nature of this floor's layout makes it nearly impossible to find. He wipes the fresh blood from his hands, casually admitting that the other leaders resisted too fiercely, forcing him to annihilate them with his own terrifying, unrealized power. The heavy air shifts dramatically as the beautiful and dangerous Lady Citri strides into the hall, mocking the bloody scene before her. Citri demands acknowledgement for dropping everything to answer his call, completely unaware of the lethal tension brewing right beside her. Seer's eyes burn with a deadly, glowing wrath, harboring an intense, unspoken resentment towards Citri for keeping her from her beloved teacher. Feeling the suffocating pressure of the young queen's terrifying glare, Citri breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if she will escape this room alive. Recognizing the escalating danger, Nahen steps in to defuse the situation, ordering Citri to escort Her Majesty out of the room immediately. Seer reluctantly agrees to leave with Nahen's reassurance, but she remains highly skeptical of how Citri intends to extract the crucial information they need. Left alone with the broken monarch, Citri's playful demeanor vanishes as she grabs him, demanding the exact coordinates of the hidden mine. Channeling her deadly allure, Citri's eyes glow with a hypnotic pink light, weaving a powerful charm to bypass his broken willpower. Her demonic aura flares into wild, burning flames of absolute devotion, completely overwhelming Decarabia's mind and shattering his remaining defenses. Caught in her terrifying, fiery trance, the defeated king smiles madly through the flames, happily surrendering his ultimate secrets as a token of his forced love. With his last breath, the broken monarch whispers his eternal love to his executioner before his body crumbles into absolute nothingness. Returning to Nahen, Citri proudly delivers the mine's location, prompting Nahen to declare his intent to use the stones as a vital new source of revenue. Citri coyly reminds him of her invaluable help fishing for her fair share of the immense riches they are about to uncover. But Nahen merely scoffs at her greed, teasingly threatening to rewrite the entire deal if she continues to be so shameless. To sweeten the deal, Citri offers to let him claim the entire 68th floor's Demon Lord castle, desperate to secure her portion of the mine. Nahen narrows his eyes, pointing out how incredibly bold it is to demand half of his hard-earned wealth in exchange for a castle he won on paper. Citri defends her proposal frantically, explaining that keeping her involvement hidden is crucial to prevent rival lords from fearing her rising power. Nahen bursts into applause, highly amused that she saw right through his strategic trap to expose her to the other floor rulers. With the trap revealed, Nahen puts the final choice back in her hands, demanding to know if she is willing to take the ultimate risk. Swallowing her pride, Citri slowly reaches out her hand, deciding that the potential payoff is worth any dangerous political fallout. Suddenly, Seer crashes her hands down on theirs, sealing the deal with a blinding smile that barely conceals a freezing, murderous intent. Squeezing their hands tightly, Seer sweet-talks the demoness while delivering a chilling warning to never overstep her bounds with her beloved master. Terrified by the young queen's overwhelming aura, Citri flees the room in a blind panic, leaving Naden utterly bewildered by her sudden departure. Turning back to his young sovereign, Nahen invites her to hang out, asking if they should handle the post-war cleanup first or leave tomorrow. Determined to prove her maturity, Seer proudly declares she will handle her royal duties first, earning a warm, proud laugh from her teacher. Later that night, Seer sits alone in her chambers, her heart racing as she reflects on how long it has been since she last felt his hand in hers. She resolves that she is no longer a child, silently declaring that she will demand his full, undivided attention on their journey. With a soft, determined smile, she looks forward to their journey, ready to claim her place by his side when it is finally just the two of them.
Deep inside the dark, forgotten caverns of the Nebula Mine, Nahan and a massive gargoyle beast tread cautiously, wondering why such a wealthy site is abandoned.
Nahan explains that they are here to use the beast's rare ore scanning ability to locate an item of unimaginable value hidden deep within the rock. He instructs the beast to focus its senses on finding a golden bracelet, leaving the monster utterly confused as to why such a treasure would be buried in raw stone. Shrugging indifferently, Nan admits he doesn't know the exact reason either, but he is certain it was hidden there for a highly specific purpose. He silently ponders the bizarre nature of the item's location, wondering if it was a deliberate riddle left behind by the ancient creators of this world. Stepping further into the luminous caverns, Nahan marvels at the endless veins of nebula stones, realizing the dead monarch's wealth was truly limitless. He lets out a triumphant laugh, completely thrilled that half of this astronomical wealth is now directly flowing into his own pockets. But his laughter quickly fades as he gets serious, knowing he must immediately use these resources to raise a massive, unstoppable army for the brutal battles ahead. Suddenly, the gargoyle points out a strange magical signature embedded in the cavern wall, confirming it has found something entirely different from the surrounding ore. Stepping forward, Nahan channels his mana, beginning a complex extraction incantation as his hand glows with brilliant ancient runes. A blinding, reality-warping explosion of elemental light erupts from his palm, ready to tear the legendary treasure from its eternal resting place. With a violent burst of elemental energy, the ancient rock shatters, releasing a legendary golden band floating in a sea of radiant green light. Nahan pulls the ancient golden bracelet into his grasp, completely astounded by the unbelievable stat boosts and a mysterious hidden effect that could break the game's balance entirely. But the sheer intensity of his unleashed mana is too much for the giant gargoyle beast, who collapses to his knees, begging his master to suppress his suffocating pressure before it's too late. Wincing at his own overwhelming, unchecked power, Nahan quickly tames his aura, offering a sheepish apology to the terrified beast as it recovers from the brink of total annihilation. Meanwhile, back in the newly conquered territory, a cornered demon official trembles before Seer, forced to seal a ruthless surrender treaty with his own blood. Looming over him with a chilling, murderous smile, the young queen warns the official that any hesitation will result in a fate far worse than the agonizing demise of the fallen Decarabia. With trembling fingers and no other choice, the defeated official presses his bloody thumb onto the parchment, signing away his freedom forever. As a glowing binding magical seal burns into their skin, Seer cold-heartedly reminds him that as her newly bound slave, his only duty is absolute, unquestioning obedience. Stepping out from the shadows, Nahan warmly commends Seer's flawless execution, announcing that their next grand objective is to claim and rebuild the massive castle of the 69th floor. Seer's eyes instantly light up with pure joy as she begs her beloved teacher to take her to a beautiful, secluded paradise far away from the exhausting demands of the court. Amused by her sudden burst of childish enthusiasm, Nahan promises to find the perfect getaway by tomorrow, gently bidding her to rest after her hard-won victory. But before she can leave, Nahan reaches out and presents her with a surprise gift, the very same legendary golden bracelet he extracted from the depths of the mine. Clasping the ancient artifact to her chest, Seer beams with pure adoration, her heart swelling with overwhelming love for her thoughtful teacher. Yet, as she stares down at the glittering band, her warm smile twists into a dark, terrifyingly obsessive gaze, silently swearing that she will never, ever let her beloved master escape her grasp. Meanwhile, deep in the bustling human territory of Salino City, the hidden operative Ellie prepares to embark on a highly dangerous espionage mission. She recalls Nahan's strict strategic directives to infiltrate the human world disguised as ordinary adventurers to investigate why the flow of human invaders has suddenly halted. Her partner, the veteran spy Daniel, lays out their final coordinates, assigning her to stay in this city while he heads to Hormus to gather intel, reminding her of their fake human aliases. Despite their flawless preparations, a heavy dread hangs in the air as Ellie anxiously wonders if their demonic origins will be exposed by the suspicious humans. Sensing her rising panic, Daniel firmly grabs her shoulder, warning her to keep a low profile and avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to herself. He strictly commands her to steer clear of the desperate human scumbags lurking in the area, prompting a defensive, frustrated pout from the proud demoness. To ensure her safety, Daniel hands her a mystical blue crystal necklace, instructing her to break it only if she finds herself in absolute, life-threatening peril. With a curt explanation that the device will instantly alert him of her location, Daniel turns and walks away, leaving Ellie alone on the treacherous mountain path. Grumbling about his overprotective attitude, Ellie struts up the trail, completely confident that nothing could possibly go wrong in such a peaceful forest, until a sudden, sketchy voice halts her in her tracks. Instantly, a group of armed local men surround her, aggressively demanding she hand over all of her belongings if she wants to leave the mountain alive. Rather than showing fear, Ellie coolly assesses her pathetic aggressors, pointing out that they look far too clumsy and desperate to be actual, cold-blooded bandits. Caught completely off guard by her deduction, the lead peasant collapses in despair, crying out that the collapsing state of the kingdom has forced honest farmers into a life of crime. The desperate men reveal a shocking truth. The mad rulers of the Holy Kingdom have completely lost their minds, putting innocent citizens on trial and burning entire villages to the ground. Hoping to deflect suspicion, Ellie casually lies that she has been living as a recluse in these mountains for the past 5 years, only to be met with looks of profound pity. Assuming the shock of losing her home drove her mad and wiped her memories, the warm-hearted peasants immediately offer to take her in and protect her from the harsh world. But when Ellie protests that she is perfectly fine, the leader warns her that a young girl surviving alone in the wilderness would be instantly branded as a malicious witch by the ruthless holy knights. He explains that the Grand Temple has officially blamed the mysterious disappearances in the demon realm on hidden witches conspiring within the human world. Under the guise of a holy crusade, the fanatic knights are pillaging towns, turning peaceful communities upside down and kidnapping children in a brutal, systematic purge. The broken peasants curse the local adventurers for acting as the corrupt church's spineless pawns, weeping for the innocent children who have been snatched away in the chaos. Ellie's analytical mind races as she connects the dots, realizing that the Holy Knights are acting on highly fabricated evidence, intentionally manipulating the Adventurers Guild for a dark, hidden agenda. Sensing her confusion, the peasant grimly reminds her that in the Holy Kingdom the words of the Grand Temple are absolute, leaving no room for logic or mercy. He warns her that this entire madness is driven by the unquestionable divine will of the Pope himself, forcing everyone to blindly fall in line or face execution. Deep within the lavish gold-trimmed chambers of the Grand Temple, the heavy silence of the night is broken only by the steady echoing drip of water. Stepping out of a luxurious bath, a mysterious, powerful figure hums a self-satisfied tune, completely unbothered by the state of his bleeding nation. A sultry, seductive voice purrs from the shadows, teasingly asking if the massive investigation is progressing according to his grand, sinister design. Wrapping himself in a plush robe, the corrupt Pope Cernius smugly boasts that his nationwide purge has successfully captured an endless supply of useful demon pawns. He warmly approaches the bed, thanking his seductive companion for providing him with the perfect strategy to secure absolute control over the fearful populace. Collapsing to his knees in a display of pathetic, blind devotion, the religious sovereign weeps with gratitude, desperate for her twisted validation. Looking down at the groveling monarch, the dangerous silver-haired demoness Lily smiles with absolute triumph, realizing the entire Holy Kingdom is dancing in the palm of her hand. Meanwhile, floating high above a breathtaking, crystal-clear lake, the tiny gargoyle Bennett mutters in deep confusion about the bizarre vacation spot he was instructed to find. Drifting lazily across the shimmering blue water, a small wooden boat carries Nahen and Seer into a peaceful, majestic valley nestled between towering mountains. Breaking the comfortable silence, Nahen gently asks his young sovereign if she is enjoying the beautiful, secluded landscape he selected for their special getaway. High on the grassy hills overlooking the lake, a stunning, luxurious white villa stands ready to host the weary demon lords. But any hope of a quiet, romantic retreat is instantly shattered as they arrive to find their entire eccentric entourage throwing a massive, chaotic lakeside barbecue party. Seer hangs her head in profound disappointment, her dreams of holding her beloved teacher's hand and acting spoiled, completely ruined by the crowded, noisy gathering. Noticing her sudden gloomy silence, Nahen rows the boat forward with a worried expression, wondering what could possibly be bothering his silent, sulking queen. Determined to make the best of her ruined plans, Seer forces a bright smile, reassuring her master that she is simply happy to be by his side. Nahen breathes a sigh of relief, completely unaware of the possessive fire burning just beneath her calm exterior. Sensing his lingering doubt, Seer quickly covers her slip with a casual sigh, playing off her intense thoughts as nothing at all. Nahen turns back to his rowing, blissfully ignorant of the dark obsession growing stronger in her heart by the second. As their boat finally reaches the shores of the secluded villa, Seer quietly agrees to join the others, but her gaze lingers on her master, already dreading the loss of their precious private moments. The gloomy tension instantly evaporates as Seer happily dives into the delicious lakeside feast, temporarily letting her frustrations melt away under the warm sun. Yet, even in this peaceful sanctuary, the shadows of the looming war refuse to fully fade. They splash and play in the crystal-clear waters like innocent children, their laughter echoing across the majestic valley. For a fleeting moment, the crushing burden of their dark empires is forgotten, but peace in their world is always a fragile illusion. As night falls and a cold moon rises, Seer retires to the quiet luxury of the villa, her mind deeply relaxed after a soothing bath, but her serene comfort is instantly shattered the moment she realizes her master has vanished into the dark. Panic grips her chest as she frantically searches the dimly lit corridors, learning from a passing maid that Nahen left for a midnight walk alone in the Whispering Woods. Brushing off her maid's desperate pleas to take a guard, Seer wraps herself in a dark coat and storms out into the freezing night, driven by an insatiable need to keep him within her sight. Ignoring the final anxious warnings echoing from the villa, she plunges deep into the dark forest, her senses sharpening as she tracks his unmistakable trail. Suddenly, a familiar, powerful surge of mana ripples through the cold night air, sending a thrill through her heart as she realizes her master is unleashing his energy nearby. Pushing past the thick foliage, she gasps as she finds Nahan sitting alone in the shadows, his face darkened by a grim, piercing expression she has never seen before. Her breath catches in her throat as she watches him incinerate a mysterious parchment with dark flames, realizing a silent, hidden threat has already breached their peaceful getaway. Startled by her sudden presence, Naughton quickly tames his aura and explains that the burned letter was a highly urgent intelligence report sent directly from Ellie in the human world. He reveals a stomach-turning truth. Under the guise of hunting demons, the fanatic Holy Knights are turning peaceful human villages to ash and putting innocent citizens on trial. The sheer cruelty of the human kingdom leaves Seer completely stunned, struggling to comprehend how any ruler could unleash such senseless madness upon their own people. But Nahan harbors a far more terrifying concern, knowing that this chaotic descent into madness is the exact trigger needed to summon the human world's ultimate weapon, the legendary hero. Recalling how the hero acts as an unstoppable, country-erasing natural disaster in this world's rules, Nahan realizes he must personally intervene before his newly built territory is crushed to dust. The political trap becomes crystal clear. If the Holy Kingdom uses the demon threat to unite the warring human empires, a massive, unstoppable crusade will march directly toward their home. Yet Seer remains completely unbothered, smiling with absolute faith in Nahan's godlike power, reminding him of how effortlessly he swallowed the entire Decarobia army. Her curiosity piqued, she casually asks about the identity of the colossal, world-ending whale beast he commands, catching the all-powerful master completely off guard. Desperate to hide his own confusion, Nahan sweats and claims the terrifying, apocalyptic Leviathan is merely a clumsy lie that Seer immediately swallows with star-eyed wonder. Blushing furiously, Seer backtracks on her excessive praise, while Nahan silently sighs in relief, amazed by her absolute, unwavering trust in his every word. But the playful mood instantly vanishes as Nahan stands up, his voice turning cold as he reiterates that a chaotic human world will utterly ruin their fragile plans for total conquest. Gently patting her head, Nahan praises her sharp intellect, confirming that they must immediately launch a covert, highly dangerous investigation deep within the human capital. Disappointed that their rare vacation is being cut short by endless duties, Seer gazes up at him with pleading eyes, begging for just a few more moments of peace under the stars. Softened by her childlike pout, Nahan offers his hand for a quiet walk, sending a jolt of pure electric joy straight through her heart as she eagerly accepts. Clinging tightly to his arm, she walks beside him with a blissful smile, prompting Nahan to look down with a warm paternal fondness, believing her affection is merely innocent devotion. But as she stares at his side, her warm smile twists into a chillingly dark, obsessive gaze, silently swearing that she will never, ever let her beloved master escape her grasp. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a luxurious, hidden cafe deep within the hostile Holy Kingdom, where Nahan and his disguised companions prepare to execute their high-stakes espionage. Masking their demonic horns, wings, and tails with powerful illusion magic, they blend seamlessly into the human crowd, knowing a single slip of concentration means instant execution. Nahan beams with silent pride at Seer's unwavering resolve to understand their enemies firsthand, deeply moved by how rapidly she is growing into a true, formidable sovereign. Yet her royal dignity quickly crumbles as she happily stuffs her face with human pastries, eagerly demanding to know when their secret human contact will finally arrive. Amused by her sudden imperious attitude over a simple delay, Nahan chuckles, though the heavy suffocating tension in the room reminds them they are standing on a knife's edge. Right on cue, the heavy doors of the VIP lounge creak open, revealing a tense, heavily cloaked figure whose arrival signals the official start of their dangerous mission. Bowing low in deep reverence, their loyal double agent prepares to hand over the crucial keys to their integration into the human world. He presents them with flawlessly forged adventurer badges, assigning Nahan an elite AA rank while Seer and Cecily are registered as powerful A-rank combatants. Sensing Seer's subtle disappointment, Nahan explains that his high rank is a calculated move to secure immediate, unrestricted access to the kingdom's innermost secrets. Trusting his tactical genius implicitly, Seer reluctantly accepts her counterfeit badge, ready to unleash havoc at her master's command. Turning to their informant, Nahan demands an immediate situational update, only to learn that the Holy Kingdom's anti-demon propaganda has reached a fever pitch. Dane warns that the church is using its massive religious influence to rally neighboring nations, but lowers his voice as he prepares to share a highly disturbing, unbelievable rumor. A chilling whisper of corruption has emerged from the Grand Temple. The absolute untouchable Pope has allegedly fallen under the dark, seductive spell of a mysterious woman.
Nahan recoils in profound shock, knowing that the Pope's legendary divine protection should have made him completely immune to any form of earthly manipulation. Dane stresses the sheer impossibility of the situation, explaining that any ordinary corrupt clergy would be instantly obliterated by the temple's ruthless inquisitors. A grim realization settles over Nan, his mind racing as he deduces that whoever managed to infiltrate the Pope's private chambers is far from a mere human. Sifting through the known dimensional gateways, Seer and Cecily point a suspicious finger toward Beelzebub of the first floor as the most likely culprit behind this invasion. But Nahan immediately shuts down their theory, pointing out that the capital city is protected by a supreme holy barrier that is instantly lethal to any member of the demon race. He explains that an ancient divine angel bestowed a powerful permanent blessing upon the capital, designed specifically to vaporize any demonic entity that dares to step foot inside. But a chilling, game-breaking loophole suddenly flashes in his mind. What if the infiltrator belongs to a completely different, primordial species altogether? Keeping his terrifying theory hidden for now, Nahan recalls the game's ultimate lore. Primordial demons are cosmic, world-ending entities far superior and entirely separate from the demon race. Driven solely by an eternal burning hatred to destroy the heavens, one of these abyssal monsters is likely enslaved the Pope, setting a catastrophic trap that could burn both worlds to ash. The terrifying threat of an early hero summoning looms large. If Nahan's dark theories are correct, they are racing against a ticking clock, desperate to buy Seer enough time to build her forces before the heavens unleash their ultimate weapon. The urgency forces a swift change of plans, prompting Nahan to decide that he must personally infiltrate the legendary city of Babylon. He splits his forces, ordering Seer and Cecily to head directly to Chelino City to uncover the truth of the Holy Purge. He warns them of the unbearable weight of the temple's divine magic, knowing their demonic origins would normally spell doom. Yet Nahan's unique vessel remains entirely immune to the holy energy, a crucial advantage that allows him to step where his subordinates cannot. Gently patting Seer's head, Nahan reminds her that her mission is the true linchpin of their conquest. Depending on what they discover about the kingdom's secret operations, their entire strategy will have to shift in an instant. Gazing up with unwavering adoration, Seer beams under his touch, her heart swelling with absolute loyalty as she vows to execute his commands without fail. As Nahan and his cloaked vanguard depart into the fading light, the girls watch them leave, fully aware that a single slip in the holy territory will mean their sudden public execution. Left alone with Cecily, Seer's royal composure instantly falters as she turns to her companion with a deeply perplexing question about the Pope's scandalous bedroom affairs. Utterly naive to the ways of human intimacy, Seer innocently equates sleeping in the same room to her childhood memories of simple comfort, questioning why such a natural act would cause an international scandal. She wonders if she has committed some unspeakable taboo in her own past, growing increasingly anxious that the kingdom's ruthless inquisitors would deem such simple innocence a crime. A wave of absolute disbelief washes over Cecily as she realizes her powerful queen has never received even a basic education in intimacy, leaving her with the daunting task of explaining the truth. Leaning in with a nervous sweat, Cecily quietly whispers the real, scandalous meaning of the Pope's private bedroom affairs directly into her queen's ear. The shocking truth hits Seer like a physical blow, completely shattering her childhood belief that children are delivered by mythical dragons when two people simply hold hands. But as the initial panic fades, a terrifyingly beautiful realization begins to bloom in her mind, her cheeks flushing as she clutches her collar in sudden anticipation. If a man and a woman sharing a bed truly carry such a profound, life-altering meaning, the possibilities for her and her beloved master become endless. A sweet, possessive grin spreads across her face as she imagines a future where she can finally bind herself to Nahan in the ultimate intimate union. Sometime later, the girls arrive at the bustling, sun-drenched streets of Chelino City, where their undercover handler, Ellie, eagerly awaits to coordinate their secret identities. Gathering inside a secluded tavern, the sheer reality of their foreign surroundings hits them when Seer and Cecily admit they cannot read a single word of the complex human language. Relieved that Nahan anticipated this exact hurdle, Ellie reveals the forged credentials, though she silently sighs at their master's clumsy forgetfulness in neglecting to teach his queens the local tongue. She hands over the forged badges under the aliases of Sira and Sylvia, explaining that Nahan chose names nearly identical to their real ones so they wouldn't accidentally blow their cover. Though comforted by her master's thoughtful planning, Ellie tentatively asks for permission to address her queen by her fake name in public, terrified of showing even a hint of disrespect. Sira brushes off her worries with royal grace, declaring that she will gladly play her part to perfection to ensure her teacher's grand vision is fully realized. Yet, her cooperative mood takes a sharp competitive turn as she notices Ellie's elite AA rank badge, demanding to know how a mere subordinate secured a higher standing than her own. Ellie proudly explains that her high rank was earned through relentless, exhausting missions driven solely by her burning desire to be of absolute use to Lord Nahan. Seer's eyes narrow into a chilling, murderous glare as she detects a hidden romantic passion behind Ellie's intense devotion, instantly marking her as a potential rival.
Trembling under the sudden, suffocating pressure of her queen's jealousy, Ellie frantically backtracks, desperately pleading that her loyalty is strictly professional. Sensing the lethal tension in the room, Cecily quickly steps in to defuse the situation, nodding along in frantic agreement to save their companion from a violent end. Satisfied by their desperate submission, Seer slowly lets her killing intent fade, graciously accepting the explanation while keeping a very close eye on the trembling handler. Getting back to business, Ellie rolls out a detailed map of the region, revealing that the Holy Knights have officially mobilized the local guild to target a nearby, unsuspecting village. A dark, calculated smirk plays on Seer's lips as she realizes this joint operation is the perfect cover to observe the church's cruel tactics firsthand. But Ellie remains deeply anxious, warily asking what they will do if the highly trained Holy Knights possess concrete, damning intelligence about the demon realm. Seer's response is cold and absolute. They will simply slaughter every single person who poses a threat to their secrets, ensuring no witness lives to speak the truth. Yet Ellie issues a final, crucial warning, reminding them that every member of the Holy Knights wields the devastating, soul-burning power of the light. Instead of showing fear, Seer smiles with anticipation, finding the prospect of a high-stakes battle against the forces of light to be an absolute thrill. The next morning, they stand before the imposing facade of the Chileno City Adventurer Guild, ready to officially embed themselves within the human military apparatus. Stepping inside the crowded hall, Seer's sharp eyes immediately lock onto a high-ranking human standing on the stairs, her instincts warning her of potential trouble. Ellie whispers that the man is Benedict, the formidable guildmaster of the city, whose sharp intuition could easily unravel their illusion magic if they draw too much attention. When Benedict begins calling out the names of the registered mercenaries, Seer casually raises her hand to confirm her presence, leaving Cecily tense with anticipation. Scanning the room, Ellie breathes a sigh of relief as their flawless disguises hold up perfectly under the intense scrutiny of the seasoned human veterans. The heavy silence of the guild hall is shattered as the client finally arrives, a decorated commander of the Lilium Holy Knights flanked by his elite, faceless guard. He confidently announces that the scouting phase is complete, assuring the gathered mercenaries that the upcoming operation will be a swift, bloodless sweep. The commander lays out their simple directives: secure the perimeter, evacuate the local population, and expose the traitorous heretics hiding among them. Seer ponders his words in silent confusion, noting that the Holy Knights are acting far more disciplined and cautious than the ruthless, bloodthirsty zealots Na'an warned her about. Confused by the gentle concept of evacuation, Seer innocently suggests that executing a few civilians as an example would be a far quicker way to flush out the hidden demons. A cold sweat breaks on Ellie's brow as she frantically whispers that the villagers are fiercely loyal and cannot be broken by mere torture, leaving Seer deeply intrigued by human resilience. Determined to pierce through the mystery, Seer raises her hand and demands to know the exact magical methods they plan to use to identify the hidden demons. The commander coldly dismisses her inquiry, citing military confidentiality and reminding her that an A-rank mercenary has no right to question the Holy Command. Unfazed by his hostility, Seer presses further, her voice dripping with subtle malice as she questions if there are even any real demons in the village to begin with. Sensing her unnatural aura, the commander growls a stern confirmation, his suspicious gaze lingering on her youthful face as he questions her true race. But before his suspicions can deepen, the temple's terrifying declaration echoes across the camp, signaling the immediate commencement of their brutal purification campaign. The fragile illusion of a peaceful evacuation instantly shatters as the fanatical knights board up the windows of the village homes, trapping the screaming innocent families inside as they set the entire town ablaze. The horrific truth is laid bare as the knights turn their weapons on a desperate mother fleeing with her newborn baby, branding her a demon just to justify their bloodlust. Terrified cries echo through the blazing streets as innocent civilians are dragged from their homes, realizing too late that the Holy Knights are not there to save them. Watching from the shadows, Seer and Cecily are sickened by the raw violence, realizing the human's hypocrisy runs far deeper and is infinitely more brutal than anything in the demon realm. Their silent observation is broken as a smug knight approaches, casually dismissing the chaos and ordering them to follow him now that the preliminary roundup is complete. He singles them out due to their magical capabilities, claiming there is a specialized, highly classified task reserved specifically for those who can wield the mystic arts. He leads them to a heavily reinforced stone building sealed by a massive glowing blue barrier, explaining that the surviving heretics have locked themselves inside. The knight curses the ancient defense system, revealing that even their strongest physical attacks failed to scratch the ancient rune carved into the very foundation of the fortress. He tasks the girls with dismantling the seal, completely oblivious to the fact that he is asking elite demon royalty to undo a human ward designed to keep monsters out. Rather than wasting time with complex magical formulas, Seer steps forward with cold indifference, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her blade as she prepares to solve the problem her way. The knight frantically tries to stop her, mocking her ignorance and warning her that a standard physical strike will only trigger a lethal magical backlash. Ignoring his frantic warnings, Seer swings her blade in a single effortless arc, shattering the supposedly unbreakable holy barrier into a million sparkling shards. The knight is left utterly speechless, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief as Seer casually walks past, offering a sarcastic remark about his dramatic warnings. Regaining his composure, the knight tries to brush off his humiliation, flashing a condescending smile as he places a hand on Seer's shoulder to dismiss her from the scene. That single patronizing touch instantly seals his fate as Seer's eyes turn dead and empty, a silent, murderous promise of absolute annihilation radiating from her form. A cold, suffocating pressure fills the air, leaving the knight trembling as a terrifying realization dawns on him. The power emanating from this teenage girl is monstrously inhuman. Sensing a public execution is moments away, Cecily quickly steps between them, holding her queen back as Seer mutters a chilling promise to slaughter every last human in the camp. Regaining her royal composure, Seer decides to let the knight live a little longer, leaving Ellie behind to monitor their cruel methods while she plans their next move. Ellie remains close to the knight, carefully masking her anxiety as she casually inquires about the church's next steps to gather crucial intelligence. Reaching into his pocket, the knight proudly reveals a shimmering purple crystal, declaring it to be a divine artifact capable of instantly identifying any disguised demon. When Ellie pushes for details on its magical structure, the knight admits his own ignorance, revealing the tool was personally gifted by the Pope himself, carrying a blind, unquestioned authority. With a confident smirk, the knight flings the heavy wooden doors open, ready to initiate the final phase of their terrifying witch hunt. Inside, a desperate band of villagers stands armed with simple pitchforks and shovels, their faces pale with terror as they realize their fortress has been breached. The knight steps forward, raising the glowing crystal while offering a sickeningly false promise of safety if they simply submit to the holy test. The village leader yells in defiance, refusing to trust the monsters who just burned his home to the ground. But the moment he steps near, the crystal flares with a violent purple light. Before the man can even finish his sentence, the knight's blade flashes through the air, painting the wooden walls with a brutal arc of crimson blood. As the lifeless body crashes to the floor, the surviving villagers freeze in absolute horror, realizing that the holy test is nothing more than a death sentence. Ellie's stomach churns in pure disgust as she watches the knight wipe his bloody blade, realizing these fanatical murderers are far more monstrous than any demon she has ever known. The knight approaches the next trembling victim, the crystal once again flaring with that same unnatural purple light as he declares the innocent peasant a demon spy. Without a shred of hesitation, another cold execution is carried out, the knight casually muttering that the purge will be over soon as if he were merely clearing out weeds. But as Ellie watches the slaughter, a crucial discrepancy catches her eye. There isn't a single trace of demonic mana lingering in the victims' bodies, proving the crystal is completely rigged. Seizing her chance when the crystal suddenly goes dark, Ellie quickly steps in, offering her companions magical expertise to analyze and repair the divine artifact. Flattered by her submissive tone, the gullible knight hands over the suspicious crystal, completely unaware that he has just surrendered the key to the church's biggest secret. Slipping away into a secluded alley, Ellie meets up with Seer and Cecily, urgently presenting the stolen relic so they can uncover what is truly hidden inside. Cecily's hands tremble as she channels her magic into the crystal, her face turning pale as she detects a dark, foul energy locked within its core. She gasps in pure horror, revealing that the stone does not detect demons. Instead, it is preloaded with a foul mana that originates from Hellerealm far deeper and more sinister than their own. Realizing the church is using hellish magic to frame innocent humans and justify a holy crusade, Seer decides to cover their tracks by ensuring no one leaves this village alive. Stepping forward, Cecily sheds her human disguise, revealing her fluffy fox ears and tail as she prepares to cast a barrier capable of sealing off the entire region. A massive shimmering grid of magic erupts from her fingertips, racing toward the clouds to block out any communication or escape. Within moments, a colossal glowing dome of absolute silence encases the village, cutting it off from the rest of the world and sealing the fate of the unsuspecting holy knights. Ellie stands in paralyzed shock, her mind reeling as she realizes the quiet, unassuming mage she looked down on possesses the devastating power of a high-tiered demon. Emboldened by the isolation, Seer begins to summon her true, terrifying power, her sweet disguise melting away as black horns sprout from her head amidst a crackle of dark energy. Drawing her massive, demonic sword, Seer turns to the trembling handler, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper as she promises to let Ellie live. For now. Flashing a sweet, predatory grin, Seer reminds Ellie that her survival is entirely dependent on her usefulness to their beloved master, Nahan. Meanwhile, high within the towering spires of the Grand Temple, two robed priests walk the pristine corridors, completely unaware of the slaughter unfolding in the outer villages. Brother Antonio and Brother Georgius exchange polite, holy pleasantries as they navigate the heavily guarded corridors of the church's main sanctuary. But beneath the holy robes of Antonio hides Nahan himself, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings as he silently praises the absolute perfection of his magical disguise.
Yet the infiltration is far from comfortable. Nahin tightly clutches his chest as the dense, suffocating weight of the temple's divine barrier violently rejects his dark essence. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he whispers to Dane, his loyal companion disguised beside him, that they must reach the Pope's private chambers before his resistance breaks. They stand before the towering, ornate doors of the Supreme Leader's sanctum, prepared to confront the heart of the light itself. But as the doors slide open, they are met with a sight that freezes the blood in their veins. The Pope sits helpless in a daze, while a high-ranking succubus caresses his head with a chilling, possessive smile. The Pope, completely dazed under a hypnotic thrall, looks up at the succubus Lily, thanking her for being the only one who appreciates his tireless efforts. Lily prepares to tighten her hypnotic grip, stepping closer to the helpless religious leader with a cold, predatory smile. Suddenly, the ceiling above them violently shatters as a monstrous force punches through the heavy stone, interrupting their wicked game. With a deafening roar of collapsing rubble, the powerful intruders crash down into the sanctum, sending the terrified Pope sprawling to the floor. Lily bristles with anger, demanding to know what is happening as the smoke clears to reveal the intruders who breached the most secure chamber in the kingdom. The Pope trembles in sheer panic, stammering that his private chamber should be completely impenetrable to any outside threat. But as Lily turns to confront the intruders, she gasps in shock to find the empty space where they landed. The intruders have already vanished from her sight. Quick, light footsteps echo from the gaping hole above, drawing Lily's suspicious gaze back toward the ceiling. Realizing the intruders are attempting to escape upward, Lily grinds her teeth in pure fury, commanding her forces to hunt down the elusive human pests. But before she can even give the order, a towering presence appears behind her, whispering a chilling validation of his partner's perfect diversion. Lily freezes as a suffocating ancient aura wraps around her neck, leaving her trembling in absolute terror at the incomprehensible power radiating from behind. She turns slowly, her eyes widening in horror as she spots a small legendary beast perched on his shoulder, the mythical Leviathan. Recognizing the legendary beast of the end, Lily realizes she is facing someone far beyond her comprehension, his glowing eyes demanding to know who she serves. Nahin violently chokes the succubus, lifting her completely off the ground as he repeats his demand with a promise of immediate death. Terrified for her life, Lily gasps out the name of her master, Gamaliel, prompting Nahin to release his grip with a cold warning to deliver a message to the lustful demon. With a sudden burst of magic, Lily is blasted backward, her physical form violently rejected by the overwhelming strength of his aura. Standing tall, Nahan delivers a chilling final warning, promising absolute annihilation if her faction ever dares to interfere with his plans again. Desperate to escape, the defeated succubus activates a fiery portal to hell, sobbing in gratitude for having her life spared as she prepares to leap into the flames. The brainwashed Pope cries out in desperate confusion, pleading for his beloved companion not to leave him behind as she dives into the swirling vortex. The portal snaps shut in a flash of blinding light, leaving the pathetic religious leader sobbing on his knees in the empty ruined chamber. Looming over the weeping man, Nahan demands to know if the Pope was the one who summoned the demon from hell, refusing to let him hide behind a mask of ignorance. But the Pope only stammers in confusion, utterly bewildered by the accusation and unable to comprehend why a demonic woman was by his side in the first place. Looking closely at the man's vacant eyes, Nahan realizes the leader of the Holy Kingdom isn't in his right mind, raising his hand to inspect the damage. Pressing his hand over the Pope's face, Nahan unleashes a stream of dark energy, forcing the screaming leader to endure a harsh diagnostics of his mind. He detects a complex web of succubus brainwashing woven with a sinister strength that could only belong to a high-ranking lord of hell. As the glowing magical crest on the Pope's forehead begins to crack under Nahan's influence, the true, horrifying purpose of this manipulation becomes clear. The demons of hell were deliberately manipulating the heavenly god's most faithful servant to incite an all-out war between the divine realm and the underworld. With a final surge of power, the brainwashing is shattered and the gasping Pope collapses, offering his deep gratitude to the man he believes is a holy savior. But Nan remains completely indifferent to his praise, silently calculating the catastrophic impact a holy war would have on Seer's path to the throne. Keeping his true identity hidden, Nahan demands to know exactly what the succubus gave the Pope and what she commanded him to do. The shivering Pope confesses that the demon gifted him a powerful artifact, which he then distributed to the holy knights under the guise of a divine purification campaign. Stunned by the ease of the infiltration, Nahan questions how a low-ranking demon could bypass the temple's sacred domain, prompting a bleak sigh from the Pope. The Pope reveals a dark, deeply kept secret of the Church. The heavenly god's blessing has been steadily weakening, leaving the kingdom vulnerable. For 400 long years, the creator they worship has ignored their desperate prayers, never once granting a new blessing or answering their calls. Realizing the humans have been abandoned by their god, Nahan pivots, questioning the Pope about a recent highly suspicious letter sent from the demon realm. The Pope eagerly mentions a trade proposal involving human captives, but Nahan quickly cuts him off, offering a warm, reassuring smile to disarm his suspicions. Completely fooled by the gentle facade, the Pope bows in deep reverence, promising to obey his savior's every command without question. As Nahan turns to leave, his eyes flash with a cold, predatory light, a dark smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to use the Pope as his personal puppet. Stepping through a swirling dimensional portal, Nahan is immediately greeted by a joyful seer who leaps into his arms, thrilled to see her beloved teacher again. Beaming with pride, Seer presents the stolen purple crystals, eager to show off the hellish artifacts she recovered from the slaughtered Holy Knights. But Nahan's expression hardens as he questions how she managed to secure such a heavily guarded tool so easily, raising a sudden sweat on her brow. Seer frantically tries to act cute, waving her hands and stammering a highly exaggerated story to cover up her brutal methods. Unimpressed by the childish performance, Nahan turns his stern gaze toward Cecily, demanding an honest explanation of what transpired in the village. Unable to lie to her lord, Cecily bows her head and confesses that Seer slaughtered every single knight and adventurer to get her hands on the artifact. A terrifying, fiery aura erupts from Nahan as he scolds the trembling princess for ignoring his strict orders to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Cecily quickly hides behind Seer, claiming she had no choice but to follow her queen, forcing a defeated sigh from the overwhelmed teacher. Rubbing his temples, Nahan orders Eri to change her identity back to normal so they can blend in and continue monitoring the chaotic situation. Softening his tone, Nahan gently pats Seer's head, admitting that her emotional outburst was expected due to her youth, instantly melting her anxiety into pure joy. But her happiness is short-lived as Nahan flashes a bright, cheerful smile, declaring that he will be handling all future missions completely on his own. The Grand Forest echoes with Seer's desperate, outraged screams as she realizes her beloved teacher is leaving her behind once again. Cecily steps forward with a heavy sigh, her usual sharp demeanor softening as she prepares to address her master regarding a delicate and urgent matter. Nahan freezes in surprise, instantly panicking at the thought that his beloved disciple might find his teaching methods boring or inadequate. But the sheer absurdity of her next words leaves him completely dumbfounded, forcing him to question if he heard her correctly. With absolute unwavering seriousness, Cecily demands that he immediately provide the young queen with a proper education on intimacy. She passionately argues that a sovereign must fully understand her own physical and emotional changes to protect herself from the dangers of the world. Slamming her hand onto the desk, she warns that leaving the princess so utterly clueless is a recipe for disaster if some smooth-talking scoundrel tries to deceive her. Nahan's mind races as he envisions the countless manipulative opportunists lurking in the shadows, waiting to exploit an innocent heart. Realizing the gravity of her warning, he nods in agreement, knowing that matters of the heart can easily spin out of control. Yet, he quickly tries to deflect the responsibility, suggesting that such a sensitive topic is far better suited for someone of the same gender. He proposes passing the duty to Leah, the maternal figure who has watched over Seer for her entire life. But Cecily vigorously rejects the idea, leaving Nahan bewildered as she insists that Seer only wants to learn these truths directly from him. Seeking a compromise, Nahan summons Leah to the grand dining hall, hoping she will accept the task of educating the young queen. Leah agrees with a chilling, overly enthusiastic smile that sends a sudden wave of dread washing over her master. Standing before the whiteboard with a pointer in hand, Leah prepares to deliver a highly explicit lesson, while Seer sits nervously in her seat. Thrilled by the promise of learning something new, Seer vows to work her hardest, completely unaware of the bizarre knowledge she is about to receive. The next morning, Nahan paces near the courtyard whiteboard, growing increasingly anxious as his usually punctual student fails to arrive. Eldon approaches with a strange report, explaining that Seer was deeply unsatisfied with her appearance and has been frantically redoing her outfit. Nahan wonders if his disciple has finally reached the age where she cares about her appearance, a sudden realization of her growing maturity hitting him. Suddenly, Dane senses an overwhelming presence nearby, twisting back to warn his partner of a sudden change in the air. A soft, melodic whisper echoes through the garden, instantly locking Nahan's gaze onto a figure stepping out of the shadows. He turns to find Seer standing before him in a breathtaking, elegant black gown, looking like a true queen of the night. Her gaze is locked onto his, a quiet, expectant tension hanging heavily between them as she waits for his reaction. Seeing her anxiety, Nahan offers a warm, genuine compliment, declaring her to be the most beautiful girl in the entire demon realm. Seer beams with pure joy, while Nahan silently prays that she will continue to grow beautifully, regardless of what the future holds. But her next question catches him completely off guard as she eagerly asks about his ideal type in women. He offers a safe, generic response, but his mind instantly flashes to a silhouette of a powerful, commanding warrior queen. To his horror, Seer pulls out a notebook and begins meticulously writing down his every word with terrifying focus. Her eyes sparkle with a dangerous intensity, leaving Nahan sweating as he realizes how deeply his words are affecting her. He desperately searches his past memories, recalling his brief, meaningless college relationship that ended in a life of video games. Laughing awkwardly, he confesses that he has never truly experienced love, suggesting she asks someone with actual expertise.
The revelation strikes Seer like a physical blow, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock.
A manic, obsessive light begins to brew in her eyes as the realization hits her. She has the chance to be his very first.
Forcing herself to calm down, she quickly hides her dark thoughts behind a sweet, understanding smile. Sensing the shifting atmosphere, Na-han quickly makes an excuse to leave, desperate to escape the mounting tension. He walks away with hurried steps, completely unaware of the dark transformation occurring right behind his back. Seer's expression turns cold and hollow as she watches him leave, her heart refusing to let him abandon her. A sinister resolve hardens in her chest, a dangerous promise whispering in her mind that she will soon be strong enough to make her own rules. Violent, dark energy begins to surge around her, reacting to the intense possessiveness consuming her soul. With a terrifying, glowing gaze, she vows to keep her beloved teacher by her side forever, no matter what method she must use. Meanwhile, deep within the obsidian spires of the Ninth Cliffa, a cold voice echoes through Gamaliel's palace, demanding to know the status of the human infiltration mission. The failed succubus, Lily, grovels on the floor, trembling in absolute terror as she tries to explain her sudden retreat. High upon her throne, Gamaliel, the master of lust, looks down with a mocking, dangerous smile that promises agony for failure. Stuttering in panic, Lily gasps that a terrifyingly powerful entity suddenly appeared and blocked her path. Gamaliel's hand glows with a soft, lethal light as she mockingly pities her servant, accusing her of lying to save her own skin. Suddenly, Lily is hoisted into the air by a suffocating grip, desperately choking out that she is telling the absolute truth. The mention of the legendary beast of the end instantly shatters Gamaliel's composure, her eyes widening in sudden, gripping fear. Jumping from her throne in disbelief, she demands to know exactly who Lily encountered in the human realm. Hearing the name of the Lord of the Inverted Kingdom, Gamaliel dismisses her trembling servant, her mind already spinning with dark possibilities. A wicked, calculating smirk spreads across her face as she realizes her greatest rival has left his kingdom entirely undefended. Back in the mortal realm, Na-han stands before a massive assembly of soldiers ready to unleash the next phase of his grand design. Standing before an army of 20,000 elite demon soldiers, Na-han asks Seer for her thoughts on the massive assembly gathered before them, but the sheer scale of the force does little to ease her sharp, calculating gaze. Displeased by what she perceives as a lack of elite standard, Seer coldly declares that she has no use for soldiers who lack raw power and skill, sending a visible wave of anxiety through her commanders. For Seer, these soldiers are not mere bodies on a battlefield. They are the face of her regime, and she refuses to let her name be disgraced by mediocre talent. Stepping forward with absolute conviction, the young queen prepares to take matters into her own hands, her eyes locked on the trembling ranks. With a confident grin, she raises her weapon, ready to personally test the resolve and power of the massive legion. A sudden tense murmur ripples through the 20,000 soldiers as they struggle to comprehend the sheer audacity of her sudden proclamation. Without a second's hesitation, Seer leaps into the air like a predatory beast, descending upon a terrified vanguard soldier who desperately begs for mercy. The cold steel of her blade plunges downward, inches from the helpless soldier's face, threatening to end his life in a single brutal strike. But just as blood is about to spill, a powerful hand firmly catches the lethal edge, instantly stopping the blow and leaving Seer gasping in sheer disbelief. A cold shiver runs down her spine as she realizes her beloved teacher stopped her full-force attack barehanded without sustaining so much as a single scratch. Flash stepping right into her path, Na-han offers a gentle yet chillingly firm smile, suggesting they take a brief private moment to discuss her reckless behavior. Walking down the palace steps, Na-han calmly explains the harsh reality of military command, advising her that expecting officer-level skill from every recruit is unrealistic at this stage. Understanding his lesson, Seer questions the ultimate limit of their recruitment pool, while Na-han reassuringly pats her head, revealing his plan to shape these raw recruits into an entirely new elite corps. Seeking a balanced evaluation, Na-han summons Leah to the grand balcony, inviting her to help assess the potential officers alongside the young queen. But the request instantly sparks a heated argument, with Leah demanding steep compensation for her aid, while Na-han and Seer react in shared outrage at her greed. Attempting to keep the peace, Na-han hands Seer a simple wooden training sword, reminding her that this is a safe evaluation, not a duel to the death. Seer reluctantly agrees to his terms, but her eyes flash with a dangerous promise as she vows to filter out the weaklings thoroughly, a cold determination that Na-han fully encourages. But onto the training grounds, the young queen announces herself as the examiner, flashing a wicked, intimidating grin that sends a chill straight through the watching commanders. Turning back to her teacher, her sharp gaze softens as she coyly demands a special reward if she performs perfectly today. Smiling warmly, Na-han promises her a fitting reward, his only condition being that she doesn't get herself hurt during the grueling trials. With the terms set, the announcer steps forward to begin the examination, calling upon the soldiers to face their sovereign in direct single combat. A brave elven soldier steps up to accept the challenge, hoping to prove his worth, earning a cheerful nod of approval from Seer. The soldier advances with a defensive strategy, foolishly believing that his adult stamina and physical strength will give him an advantage over the youthful queen. The atmosphere grows suffocatingly tense as the match timer begins to count down, both combatants locking eyes in anticipation of the starting signal. The sharp ring of the starting buzzer echoes through the arena, throwing the elven warrior into a state of absolute, hyper-focused panic. In the blink of an eye, Seer completely vanishes from his line of sight, leaving the soldier desperately swinging his sword at empty air. Suddenly, her cold whisper pierces the air right behind his ear, mocking his inability to even track her movements. A devastating, blinding strike connects with absolute precision, shattering the soldier's defenses in a single overwhelming blow. The defeated warrior crashes heavily to the stone floor, completely incapacitated, as Seer stands victoriously over him, coldly calling for the next challenger. One by one, a relentless montage of challengers steps up, only to be brutally and instantly crushed by the young queen's overwhelming martial prowess. Watching the relentless carnage from the stands, Leah sweat drops in disbelief, wondering if this brutal trial is actually ruining the soldiers' future careers. Yet Nahan defends the harsh method, explaining that any soldier capable of merely reacting to Seer's first move possesses exceptional, undeniable talent. Releasing a defeated challenger, Seer offers a rare, encouraging nod of approval, placing the promising soldier on the pending list. Turning to Nahan, Leah asks if even he would struggle against Seer's swift swordsmanship, forcing a rare confession of difficulty from the master himself. As Nahan observes her fluid movements, he senses a legendary presence awakening within her, realizing that the return of Seer Van Devada, the mythical demon king of martial arts, is rapidly drawing near. To truly test her, Nahan knows they must prepare for their next massive obstacle, a confrontation with Belial, the terrifying demon king of hellfire. Leah shivers at the mere mention of the name, warning that Belial is a chaotic, unpredictable beast who has repeatedly walked away from the demon realm's grand ranking assemblies out of pure boredom. Disagreeing with their choice of words, Nahan playfully chides Leah, while she passionately argues that anyone who willfully surrenders their high rank is nothing short of insane. Knowing Belial's terrifying strength from his knowledge of the game, Nahan begins strategizing a non-direct approach, focusing first on their overwhelming superiority and weapon quality. For his second tactical point, Nahan highlights the immense value of their powerful alliances, though Leah remains deeply curious about his actual plan of conquest. Nahan smirks, noting that the invasion will be easy as long as he has their powerful allies' aid, prompting a smug, triumphant reaction from Leah. And for his final, most critical point, Nahan acknowledges the terrifying speed of Seer's growth, which has already surpassed all game parameters. However, Leah warns him that Belial's forces possess an absolute, unbreakable loyalty that sets them far apart from their previous enemies. To dismantle such fanatical loyalty, Nahan reveals that their first priority must be to thoroughly crush the enemy's morale. A sinister, terrifying light flares in Nahan's eyes as a wicked grin spreads across his face, promising to break their spirits in his own sadistic way. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Seer is caught completely off guard as another combatant successfully blocks her initial strike with a resounding clash. Trembling under the young queen's immense pressure, a blonde female knight named Celestia nervously introduces herself, desperately clinging to her defense. Thrown off by the knight's surprising resilience, Seer smiles warmly and praises her effort, leaving the relieved soldier stammering in pure, tearful gratitude. Up in the stands, Nahan beams with fatherly pride, marveling at how beautifully Seer has grown and how independently she handles her royal duties. Deeply nostalgic, Nahan fondly recalls how diligent and mature Seer has been since she was a tiny child, while Leah watches his overly doting behavior with a sweat drop, silently questioning his severe obsession. Just as Nahan loses himself in his fond, doting memories, a sharp question suddenly shatters his peaceful reverie. The unexpected inquiry cuts right through the warm atmosphere, instantly hinting at an underlying tension he never saw coming. Turning to her sovereign, Leah quietly confesses that while the young queen was once adorable, those innocent days are entirely a thing of the past. Her troubled words strike Nahan like a physical blow, his protective instincts instantly flaring with a sudden, dreadful anticipation. Attempting to laugh off the mounting tension, Nahan playfully accuses Leah of merely being jealous of Seer's rapidly blossoming beauty, but the teasing only sparks a fiery, prideful defense from the Horned Demon, who passionately asserts her own superior allure while desperately trying to steer the conversation back to a much darker reality. The playful banter dies instantly as Leah's face falls into a grim shadow, her voice dropping to a grave whisper as she warns him that appearance is the least of her concerns. A cold dread settles over Nahan as he realizes that a serious rift might be forming in their vital alliance, one that could jeopardize everything they have built. Shivering in genuine terror, Leah admits that the young queen has been casting icy, murderous glares in her direction, as if silently wishing to end her life on the spot. Nahan desperately struggles to process the accusation, utterly unable to reconcile the sweet child he raised with the cold-blooded predator described before him. The terrifying truth finally hits Nahan with the force of a tidal wave when Leah reveals that Seer's lethal hostility peaks whenever anyone attempts to get close to him. Left utterly speechless in sheer shock, the master is forced to confront a dark, possessive obsession within his star pupil that could spiral out of control at any moment.